Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Secrets by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by John Solo. You and I will always be unfinished business. Prologue. Charles. I don't understand why you have to go. Poppy's head jerked from side to side in anger. Your dead wife's been gone for years. It's about time you let it go, Charles. Heat suffused my cheeks at my wife's careless words as I knotted my tie. My hands trembled slightly, but I kept going, not allowing her to goad me into doing or saying anything rash. I might have divorced all my ex-wives quickly, but I'd always treated them well during our time together. Poppy made it rather difficult, though. In fact, I would have moved her out to an independent apartment if not for my concern over the child she carried. With her at my home, I could monitor her to ensure she wasn't doing anything to potentially harm the baby. I had a plan, half of a plan at least. I wanted that baby. Poppy had expressed more than once that she didn't, but she had chosen to carry the baby to full term. The life growing inside her was nothing but a bargaining tool. And I had to pretend that it wasn't a strong one, too. If she knew how badly I wanted that child to be mine, she'd never get her claws out of me. Well, Charles, you've gone and really fucked up this time. I'd advise you to leave Miranda out of this, Poppy. My words came out controlled, my tone well modulated, but I was seething inside. My first wife was a touchy subject for me, and her name on Poppy's lips sounded blasphemous. Your devotion should be to me, not your dead wife. Her theatrics didn't faze me one bit. I checked my tie in the mirror. Perfect. I landed just above my belt buckle. If it hadn't, I would have done it all over again. I patted my hair, eyes running over my appearance. I worked hard on my physique and took pride in the way I looked. 48. But an excellent exercise regimen and a healthy food plan kept me looking almost a decade younger. Where nature took its course, such as the awful gray in my hair, my regular salon appointments got rid of all the evidence. Cut the act, Poppy. In the mirror, I saw her texting. Despite her anger, she seemed quite pleased with whatever she was discussing on her phone. Just for one night. You can stay with me. We were supposed to have dinner last night, I reminded her. You stood me up to go out with your friends, and didn't even think to call me. I forgot. Just as she had forgotten she was married when she decided to sleep with one of the cabin boys on our honeymoon cruise. It turned out she'd been faking her seasickness to shack up in our suite with the younger man who'd caught her fancy. I didn't blame her. After 4 marriages, little shocked me anymore. The truth was, if I were a better husband, I would have stayed in our suite to console her, instead of wasting thousands of dollars at the casino. If I didn't think too much about the fact that the guy had been at least 2 decades younger than me, it could have even been laughable. That had been the old cliché. I'd walked in on them. I couldn't have been gone for 10 minutes when I realized I'd left my wallet. When I returned to our cabin, their loud cries had drifted through the door. I hadn't even gotten angry like most husbands would have. I'd simply picked up my wallet and told them to carry on. No one could disagree that had been big of me. At least let me come with you, Poppy said, over my dead body. Although we'd agreed our marriage would continue in name only, I still brought her to functions with me. Not tonight, though. Tonight was too important to me. Miranda would have disapproved of me choosing her for a wife. She would have disapproved of all my wives. Just another way I'd let her down. I'm sorry, Poppy, but can we not argue about this tonight? I don't want to stay here for another night alone. Then call up your girlfriends and invite them over. I sighed heavily and snapped the links of my watch over my wrist. My only son, Declan, and his fiancée would show up any minute now. I couldn't afford to be distracted by Poppy's antics. I guess I could throw a last-minute party. I stiffened, ready to object to her organizing a party, which meant booze and men. But Declan and I had talked about this before. We'd both agreed the more I showed interest in wanting the baby she carried, the more leverage she'd have over me in the divorce. Suit yourself. Whatever makes you happy. With a cry of frustration, she flounced off in a flurry of pink. My phone rang, and I scooped it up from the dresser. Declan. "Are you almost here?" I asked. "We just pulled up outside, Charles." My son sighed. "Please don't tell me we'll have to wait." "No, I'm actually ready." "You are?" He couldn't mask the surprise in his tone, and I couldn't blame him. I was hardly ever on time for anything, but this benefit was special. That was what all this was about. It had nothing to do with the extra tickets I'd procured at Owen's request and hoping a certain son of his would be in attendance. "Yes, I'm on my way down now." I ended the call and took another glance in the mirror. I had a personal stylist who helped put my wardrobe together. He kept me up to date with fashion trends, and I trusted his judgment. Looking good was the easiest way I could feel good about myself. Fuck knows there's very little to make me feel good about myself. Satisfied that my appearance was up to par with my usual standards, I called Poppy on my way out, but she didn't respond. Nothing new. Everything was as it were in Casa de Charles. The minute I stepped outside the house and breathed in the fresh air, it was like a mountain rolled off my shoulders. Poppy was stifling. She had the nagging of a wife down pat, even though I reminded her so often that what we had wasn't a regular marriage. We were only together for the baby. After 4 wives, one would have thought I would have learned my lesson. I was no good at relationships, but damn, sometimes it got lonely. It was always nice having a warm body in my bed. I'd even continued fucking Poppy after I found out her deceit. The novelty had worn off, though, and she now turned to other means for satisfying her sexual appetite. For the first time, I had something more important on my mind than sex. As I approached the black limousine parked out front, the door opened and a tall, well-dressed young man climbed out. I almost forgot how to take the next step. How did he do this to me? Every single time. Leave me breathless. Since the first moment I looked into his serious brown eyes when his sister went missing, he'd effectively managed to steal my breath away. Every fucking time. August Long. The son of the man, my own son, was about to marry. 1. Charles. I hate weddings. Declan looked haggard in his best attire as he glanced at his watch again, checking how late his soon-to-be husband was. I snuck a peek at mine as well, almost half an hour late. Not too bad, considering Poppy had made me wait nearly 2 hours at the altar before showing up for our ceremony less than 3 months ago. I'd started feeling a bit relieved before the traditional wedding march began announcing her arrival. At that point, I'd just gone along with it. She was a beautiful young woman who looked good on my arm. What was missing in love, we made up for with lust, and well, at the time it seemed reasonable enough to get married to her. A classic Charles fuck-up. In other words, getting myself into a situation that could have easily been avoided had I thought things through. We'd met at a party. Poppy had been stunning. We had mind-blowing sex that same night, went out a bunch of times, and we just kind of got stuck together as a pair. By my standards, reason enough to tie the knot. But this wedding would be different. I could sense it. Declan and his partner Owen were in love. They looked at each other the way I'd looked at Miranda before I lost her. The way I hadn't been able to look at anyone since. They'd somehow found that spark I had for almost 10 years with my first wife. No intimacy I'd experienced since Miranda's passing came even close to what I'd had with her. I was glad Declan had found the spark, and I was happy for them. Truly. No one deserved love more than my son did. "I'm sure he's fine," I said softly to Declan. "It's customary to keep the groom waiting." The glare he sent me would have had me shaking in my boots, but I was used to Declan's superior attitude. He took absolutely no comfort in my words, but at least I tried being there for him. My relationship with my son was tumultuous at best, but it was in the best place it had ever been since his mother, my dear Miranda, passed on. I felt quiet and glanced away as the familiar ache in my heart swelled at the thought of Miranda. She would have been so proud of the man Declan had become. A powerful businessman, and only 25. He could hold his own in any boardroom, and for years, that was the only way I could connect with him. It was the only thing we had in common, but I was a selfish, unreliable prick. She should have been here to witness this moment with our son. Declan's butler/wedding planner/friend, David, hurried along the aisle and pulled my thoughts away from my first wife. He explained that Owen had had a mishap, but was on his way. "I need my phone," Declan growled, and I knew that sound. There was his no-bullshitting tone. If we didn't do what he said, he'd likely storm out of his own wedding to find his groom and bring the man back with him to the altar. "No, you don't." David didn't budge and refused to hand over his phone. "Just a few more minutes." "Damn it, he's already half an hour late. Charles, give me your phone." He held out his hand and curled his fingers in a demanding gesture. I glanced between both men, not sure what to do. David said they'll be here soon. I made a feeble attempt to pacify my son. Only his intended was able to rattle him like this. Unfortunately, only his intended's appearance would calm him down, too. "Give me the damn phone, Charles." Without a word, I gave him my phone, although David glared at me. He was quite facetious for the help, but I knew how close Declan was to his employees, so I refrained from saying anything. If my son wanted to talk to his fiancée, damn it, he was allowed. It was obvious he was worried. I might not know Owen well enough, but the man would never deliberately let Declan wait at the altar. When the call he placed was unsuccessful, Declan glowered at me like it was my fault his fiancée wasn't picking up. "Did you try calling one of his sons?" I offered. "I don't know their numbers off the top of my head." I tugged at my bow tie, breaking eye contact with him, and cleared my throat. Well, I think I have August's number somewhere in my phone. Let me search for it." I took the phone from Declan and ignored the frown he gave me as I scrolled through my contact list. M.A. The night of the cancer benefit was never far from my mind, but I still had no idea why he had saved this number under those initials in my phone. I dialed the number, thrust the phone at Declan, and stepped back a little. I partly blocked out his conversation as I tried to even out my breathing. Whenever I thought about the night of the benefit, confusion washed over me. It had been so bad that I'd even asked Declan about his sexuality, hoping his explanation would give me answers to all the questions swirling in my mind. The night had been an emotional one, and my initial pleased reaction at having Declan agree to show up changed after I'd turned into a leaking faucet. Declan's speech had left me with a lump in my throat, and August had spent the rest of the night patting my back and whispering words of comfort to me and holding my hand. He'd only released it when I excused myself to use the bathroom. I'd thought me leaving and returning would have broken the spell, but as soon as I sat down, he'd taken back my hand in his. Our hands had rested beneath the table on his thigh, and the entire evening I'd sat dazed, confused at the nervous fluttering in my belly his touch caused. The unexpected desire I felt for August was unwelcome, not because I was straight, well, at least I always thought of myself that way. If my eyes had lingered on men over the years, I'd dismissed it as simply good taste in appreciating how men carried themselves. What I felt around August, however, could not be mistaken. Full-blown lust. Except this time, I didn't know what to do about it. August Long was off limits. Not only was he way too young, but he was also about to be family. I'd been treating the exchange between us during and at the end of the cancer benefit like it had never happened. "I'll walk you to the door," August said when the limousine stopped in the courtyard. That's not necessary," I stammered, wanting to get away from him. My eyes still felt sore from crying, and I wasn't looking forward to having to spend the night in the same house as Poppy. But I wanted to be away from August more. He unsettled me. "I'll just run Charles to his door," he said to Declan and Owen, ignoring my protest. I waited for it, for them to see right through me and label me a homewrecker. How the hell could my desire do anything but destroy the new family Declan and Owen were working on building? But no one seemed to suspect anything. Maybe I was simply overreacting, given everything that had happened with marrying Poppy, our initial steps to divorce, and deciding I wanted the baby. "Hurry up, Augie. I'm falling asleep on deck," Owen murmured. I didn't bother to correct him that he'd fallen asleep already on the way back. August easily unfolded his tall frame from the car, and I mumbled goodnight to everyone before slipping out. I stumbled, and August's hand caught my arm. "Careful." "I'm fine." I pulled out of his touch, and together we walked briskly to my front door. I couldn't get there fast enough. "You going to be all right?" August asked me as I fumbled through my wallet for my key. I laughed uneasily. "I'm fine." "Hand me your phone." I stopped searching and glanced up at him. "What for?" The light from the porch cast a shadow on his face, but I was able to see his eyes. They were too hard for me to read. "Just hand me the phone and you'll see." Well, there was no way in hell I was going to hand him my phone. I handed him my phone and turned my back to him as I unlocked the front door, not wanting to see what he was doing. "Here you go." Our fingers brushed when I took the device from him. I glanced at the screen. A new number was saved under the initials M.A. "That's my number. You can always call me if you need, well, anything." There it was, a blatant invitation for me to call him, and I couldn't let it go. I had to know. "Why?" He smiled at me. "You're family. And I do for family, remember? Deal with it, Charles." His impudence should have bothered me. Instead, I couldn't help the smidgen of disappointment that lodged in my gut. Family. That was all. 5 minutes, Augie." Declan's outburst pulled me back into the present, and I reclaimed my phone. He quickly explained that Owen and his kids had to make a detour to the hospital, but should be there in 5 minutes. Determined to prove to myself that the last time I saw August had just been a fluke due to my emotional state that night, I straightened up beside Declan and waited. When Owen appeared at the other end of the aisle with his 3 kids, I deliberately kept my eyes on my son's groom. "They're about to begin," I whispered reassuringly and quite uselessly to Declan. It was obvious they were ready to begin. I held my own halfway through the wedding march, but by the time Owen was almost at the arbor, I lost the willpower and glanced at the identical men who accompanied their father. They were similar, and yet so different. My gaze swept right over the other one and focused on August. Although they were dressed the same in their traditional tuxes, I could tell them apart quite easily. There wasn't anything specific that I could pin down. It was the confidence in August's walk, the control in his expression, the way his eyes clashed with mine. There was nothing worse than feeling exposed when you were fully clothed, smartly dressed in a facade that had taken years of tailoring. I averted my eyes from August as he fell into place by me. It took everything in me not to shift to the other side and put some distance between us. He stood way too close, and the combined fragrance of bergamot and vanilla flooded my nostrils. Damn it, he smelled so good. I had a thing for fragrance, and I had to harness every bit of willpower not to lean toward him and sniff him. I narrowed my eyes at my runaway hormones. Nope, not today. This was all about my son and putting his needs before mine for once. The sooner I dismissed his stepson from my mind, the better. Oh shit, I'm all hot and bothered over my son's stepson. I must have made some sound because Declan's eyes found mine, brows rising in question. I shook my head and gave him my best smile. Fuck, I really hate weddings. Declan had forgotten to write his vows, and had to wing it, but nothing could shake him. His vows were that much more special because he said them from the heart. When he came to the "until death do us part" phrase, his eyes glowed with his love for Owen. My mood plummeted right about then. Not even August's presence was enough to excite me anymore. I endured the rest of the ceremony, the teasing between the two men getting hitched, the exchange of rings, and the way Declan held Owen lovingly to him as they kissed. They were so happy, but I knew quite well how fleeting that feeling could be. I hoped like hell Declan wouldn't have to know the pain of losing his forever way too soon. The way I did. I forced a cheer, smiled, and accepted the confetti that ended up on me from standing too close to the newlyweds. Before we could walk off, August's hand came down on my shoulder. "Let me." I froze as he stepped way too near to me. He reached up in my hair and plucked out confetti. "There you go." "Thanks." I gave the young man a nod, then made my way from the podium where the ceremony had taken place. I had to take photos with the family. There was no getting out of it, but at least I didn't stand next to August. I smiled absent-mindedly and checked out the guests that were milling around. I zeroed in on Poppy chatting up to the musician who played the violin. Her pregnancy made her glow, and she looked even more attractive than ever. The $16,000 designer dress, which she had bought with my credit card, draped over her gently protruding belly. The splits in the flowing material rippling around her whenever there was breeze flaunted her bare, slender legs up to mid-thigh. The splits were nothing compared to the healthy cleavage on display. She'd filled out even more since being pregnant. I hadn't approved of the silver heels she wore. Maybe I was a little old-fashioned, but I was afraid that with one wrong move, she could fall and harm herself. And worse, the baby, the glue that kept us together despite the way she was fawning over and touching the young musician. If I had any form of affection for her whatsoever, I might have been jealous. But I wasn't that type of man. When women tried to make me jealous, I found it amusing. But Poppy wasn't even trying. This man would be the newest addition to her bed. But I didn't care. The only thing I was interested in was the baby she carried, and whether or not she'd allow me to be the father. I wanted that baby more than I'd wanted anything in the last 19 years of my wasteful life. 2. Augie. May I cut in? Declan stopped kissing my dad long enough to scowl at me. Dad was as close to his newlywed husband as possible on the dance floor, where they'd done more kissing than dancing. They'd been on their best behavior throughout the first dance, but as soon as other guests joined them, they'd started to make out. It would have been awkward if we weren't all used to them being at it by now. It was sickeningly sweet seeing Dad so happy, and it was their wedding day. If there were ever a day for all the schmoopy stuff, it would be today. I felt like a chaperone on prom night to interrupt them like this, but I could tell that any second now Declan was going to drag Dad away from the ceremony. Dad was way too whipped to stick out the evening. "Damn, Augie, you have the worst timing," Declan said, his grip on Dad tightening possessively. I snorted at him. "It's not like I have much of a choice. You'll be off soon, and I need to dance with him before you two ditch us." "Fine. I'll have him to myself for 2 weeks, so I guess I can compromise." I shook my head as he slowly kissed Dad like they were going to be apart for hours, instead of just a few minutes. Any doubt I'd had about this relationship working had disappeared in no time. If there were ever two people who deserved each other and the happiness they brought to their lives, it was these two. I'll grab Summer for a dance. Declan released Dad in my care, then headed in the direction of my baby sister, who sat alone texting on her phone. "She okay?" Dad asked with a frown as we moved slowly to the rhythm of the music. "Missing Penny." I squeezed his hand. "Don't worry about it. Today's your wedding day, and we're grown up enough to take care of our own problems. Summer will be fine." He still didn't look too convinced, and we watched her talk to Declan briefly before she put away the phone in the tiny gold bag that matched her heels. She took Declan's proffered arm and smiled at him as he led her to the dance floor. "I'll look out for her while you're gone, Dad." Dad finally glanced away from Declan. "Sorry." I just worry about her. All of you. Do you see how good Declan is with her? He's an amazing guy, I agreed, feeling lighthearted at the way he had Summer laughing. He's good to all of us. But he's awesome with you, and that's what really matters. I never thought I'd see the day Dad blushed at something I said to him. He ducked his head almost shyly, but the smile on his face was radiant. He was in love, and I enjoyed seeing him this way. For so long he'd been alone, raising 3 kids. He's the best. And you deserve nothing but the best. I can't say enough how much we appreciate you, Dad. Since our other father, James, re-entered our lives, and Dad felt betrayed that we hadn't told him, I still carried around a modicum of guilt over it. If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have kept the secret for so long. I know you do. Good. Because you've done everything in your life up to this point for us. And it's time for you to do for you now. What do you mean? He asked. Focus on your marriage. Go on your honeymoon with your husband and have fun. Don't worry about us. And don't think you have to call us every single minute to check up on us either. We'll be fine. Because you raised us to be independent. Well, that's easier said than done, son. I'll always be a father first. Declan understands that. And that makes him even more special. But we're not 6 anymore. Promise you'll not spend your honeymoon calling us to find out how we're doing. Augie, Summer and Oscar can manage, and if they have an issue, they know they can always come to me. He released my hand and patted my cheek. I've told you that I'm proud of the man you've become, haven't I? Many times. You'll make someone a very happy partner someday, Augie. I can't wait to meet the person who's worthy enough of you and your love. Just at that moment, I caught sight of Charles standing at the bar instead of dancing like almost everyone else was doing. I followed his gaze to the blonde, Poppy, who danced with another man. Those two had a strange marriage. She was carrying Charles's child, but they didn't seem to be talking to each other. They'd more than likely arrived at the ceremony together, but they hadn't even sat together during the reception. They completely ignored each other, which was no excuse, but it made me feel less guilty about being interested in Charles. We'd only spoken directly to each other a handful of times before today. Once when he tried to comfort me about Summer's disappearance, and the second time when it was the opposite. The cancer benefit. Charles had completely broken down in my arms that night, whether or not I'd wanted it. As far as I'd seen, no one else had offered him a shoulder to cry on, so I'd done it for him. Declan hadn't been in a better frame of mind, and Dad had had to be there for him. The problem was, I couldn't get Charles out of my head, of how vulnerable he had been. I'd heard enough that he hadn't been a good father to Declan, but that only made me even curiouser. There was a lot more to that man than a terrible father. I glanced away before Dad could follow the direction of my stare. I still had no idea what was happening to me when it came to Declan's father. The man triggered my dominant side. It's not so easy finding someone to connect with outside of the club, I said, sticking to the safer side of this conversation. It was way better than blurting out, Dad, I think I have the hots for your father-in-law and I need your advice. Maybe it doesn't have to be someone already in the lifestyle, Dad pointed out. Look at Declan and me. Before him, I never thought I'd ever call. I arched an eyebrow and grinned at Dad, daring him to continue his train of thought, but he cut off, his cheeks a pinker hue than before. He really thought we didn't all know Declan was his sugar daddy. I get it. I'm not adverse to someone new to the kink. There's just the little thing that you can introduce someone to the lifestyle, but you can't force them to be into it. If that were the case, I would have been in a romantic relationship with a sub. The one serious partner I had was never into being a sub, though, and the relationship fizzled out. I didn't need to have scenes often, but they revitalized me. I was already feeling on edge. I hadn't been a part of a scene for a while. Not since the whole debacle with my dom drop after whipping Heath's ex. Listen to me, son. We stopped moving as the music ended. Take my advice. Love is worth the wait. Before I could respond, Declan and Summer sidled up to us. I released Dad for his husband to take over, but to my surprise, he propelled Summer toward Dad and took my hand. Now it's my turn to cut in. Dad frowned at me and I shook my head at him. Geez, Dad, I'll hardly steal your husband, especially on your wedding day. We left him spluttering, Declan's chuckle low in my ear as we danced. We should make this quick, Declan said. Your father doesn't hide his jealousy well. I don't blame him. Look at how happy he is. I'd want to hold on to that for as long as possible, too. You do know I love your father very much, don't you, Augie? I think everyone who's met you two knows that. Good. Because I don't want any of you worrying that Owen is my temporary fix. His face turned all soft as he glanced over my shoulder, at Dad, I assumed. He is it for me, Augie. He's my forever. That makes me happy. Kind of like my mother has been and will always be Charles's forever. I sucked in a deep breath at the randomness of Declan's words and stared at him, searching his face. Had he sensed the chemistry that sizzled whenever I was near Charles? His words could be interpreted as a warning, but there was nothing suspicious about the frown on his face, just him stating a fact. He was so in love with her that when she died, it devastated him. He continued, and this time I followed his gaze toward Charles, who was still drinking alone at the bar. I didn't get it until I met your father, and now I think I understand him a little bit more. Isn't he married to Poppy? He is, and she is his fifth wife. Declan nodded to where the blonde was dancing too intimately with the same man as before. The man's hand was on her bare thigh, and the way she glanced up at him, she didn't mind at all. That's his latest wife. Probably the biggest mistake he's made when it comes to being married. She seems, quite friendly with men. Yes, she is. Charles never stays with them for too long. I think he's been trying to find a replacement for my mother, and as soon as he realizes they're not it, he divorces them. That's kind of drastic, isn't it? Declan chuckled, but the sound wasn't one of amusement. Charles is the very drastic sort, Augie. He's a charmer, a playboy, though he is far from a boy. Poppy's not the only one who sleeps around. I'm pretty sure their marriage is open, so he'll take his fair share of lovers, too. He was right. Charles was no boy, but he was far from over the hill. The man made 40s look good, and I appreciated how he held his head high, the symmetry of his broad shoulders, the erect way he carried himself with such poise and grace. He had the confidence of a man who knew he was gorgeous and demanded that the world agree. He intrigued me. You have a very low opinion of your father, I said. Our relationship is complicated. He's been trying, especially with his new wife, but he's far from perfect. Dad's not perfect either, I pointed out. He frowned at me. I know, but there's a difference in not being perfect and being Charles. Trust me on that. In fact, this brings me to the real reason I wanted to talk to you. Which is, Owen and I will be gone for 2 weeks, he said. Would you mind staying at the house with Lucky while we're away? Can't I just take him back to my place? Since Dad moved in with Declan after Declan's surgery, it only made sense for me to take over the house once I'd decided to move back to Cincy. The decision had been a tough one, even more so since my twin loved Columbus too much, and I didn't anticipate him deciding to move back with me. You could, but I'm convinced you wouldn't have any peace of mind. Lucky had been thrown out of a moving vehicle when Owen found him. He's become quite attached to our house, and it'll be hard enough for him that we won't be around. We hope keeping him in the same surroundings will ease his anxiety. If you're sure you don't mind me being in your space. Of course not. You're family, and each of you has your own room anyway. All right then, I'll be your dog sitter. Of course I'll pay you for your time. I glared at him. Don't insult me, Declan. You just said it yourself. You're family. Fine then, but I do have an account with several places should you need to get anything for the house or Lucky. I'll ask David to give you the list. Feel free to use those. You'll just be gone for 2 weeks. Unless I can convince Owen to extend the time. A new song started and we continued dancing. And there's something else I need to ask you to do. Okay, name it. Charles is caught in a weird place right now. We both perused the bar for Charles. He was talking to Poppy. The guy she'd been dancing with stood beside her. What do you mean? He wants a divorce, but it's not so simple since he also wants to be a father to the baby. I have a feeling Poppy will make things very difficult for him, and I'm afraid that if he doesn't get his way, he'll forget all his good intentions and fall right off the wagon, and he'll start partying again, drinking, missing work. Typical Charles stuff. Just keep an eye on him while I'm away, will you? I swallowed hard at his request. Charles is an adult, Declan. He hardly needs a babysitter. That's debatable, but I'm serious. I've seen the worst of it over the years. I won't be around to bail him out if he gets himself into trouble. But why are you telling me this? Because I know I can count on you. You have a take-charge attitude that he needs to pull him back from the edge, should he wander too closely. 3. Charles. Drinking was familiar, so I stuck with that as the reception progressed. I took my time with each glass since I didn't want to be so drunk I'd ruin Declan's big day, just drunk enough to get over how much my feelings plummeted with each minute. It wasn't even about Poppy and the way she danced with every man and ignored me during the reception. I was already used to her behavior. Seeing Declan and Owen together had started to hurt. I was genuinely happy for them, but it also reminded me too much of what I'd lost. Then, there in my vision, was Declan dancing with August, and I loathed the knotting in my chest. They looked great together, both men of similar age, similar height, and handsome. I could feel the powerful and confident aura they exuded straight across the space that divided us. They would have been magnificent together. But Declan was in love with Owen. Charles? For once, since I found out Poppy was pregnant, her interruption was a welcome distraction from analyzing my feelings where August was concerned. Yes, I turned my attention to Poppy and the nervous young man who stood with her. I dismissed him quite easily. The poor thing was just another pawn in Poppy's game. I still wasn't sure how to win this round. We're leaving, she said. I nodded absent-mindedly at her. Okay, call my driver and he'll take you home. Actually, we're going back to Manuel's place. Manuel gave me a slight wave. She said it was okay, but if it's not, I can... She's right, Manuel. I smiled at the other man. It's no problem at all. Have fun with my wife. It's not like you can knock her up a second time. You can be such a bastard, Charles, she snapped at me. I frowned at her. I'm giving you exactly what you wanted. You're not giving me anything. I'd still be leaving with him whether or not you approved. Right. Do whatever you want then. Just be careful. All you care about is this damn baby. She turned on her heels and my heart leaped in my chest when she stumbled. Luckily, Manuel caught her arm and steadied her. Declan had advised me not to let Poppy know how much I wanted the baby, but that was a lost cause. She already knew and capitalized on every moment to push my buttons. One of these days I'd have to come straight out and ask her to sign over the baby into my custody, once she gave birth. I'd give her anything she wanted. I just wanted to raise that little girl as mine. I'd wanted to do that since I discovered she was pregnant. I'd ordered another drink from the bar when Declan made a beeline for me. Charles? I lifted my glass in his direction. Congrats again on the wedding. Nicely done. Yeah, we're proud of what David put together. I have to be honest, I had my doubts about you using your butler as an events planner. I'm glad it turned out okay for everyone. Seconds ticked by as we stared at each other without speaking. I broke eye contact, shaking my head to clear my thoughts. I'm happy for you, I said softly. I hope you have him for a long, long time, Declan. Charles, no sad thoughts right now. His sigh was loud. You're right, but when I get back, we need to have a talk about what we're going to do about our Poppy situation. No, Poppy is my situation, and I'll handle it. Charles, I'm a grown man, Declan. I know I haven't always acted like it, but I'm capable of taking care of myself." "Fine." He held up his hands and took a step back. "Owen and I are about to leave so we can get to the airstrip." "Good. Go enjoy Greece." I'd been there several times, and it was beautiful. The parts I'd seen in Mykonos, anyway. I usually spend most of my time there at beach bars and the trendy hangout spots too expensive for most people to afford. Declan's and Owen's departure was heralded with well wishes. I watched them leave while only a few of the guests followed. Most stayed as the party was still in full swing. I should have left immediately, but the thought of encountering Poppy kept me at the bar. My home used to be my sanctuary. None of my ex-wives had lived there, and Poppy being there with me felt so wrong. I hadn't intentionally started the relationship with the idea of having an open marriage, but it was for the best. Whatever manufactured affections we'd held for the other had dried up a long time ago. "A lime soda, please." I startled at the familiar voice, angling my head to acknowledge August, who had taken the spot next to me at the bar. He leaned casually against the wood panel, and for a brief moment I had the opportunity to study him while he chatted with the bartender. Owen was a handsome man, and his sons were no exception with the contribution of his DNA. In a room full of people, one could easily tell the twins were his sons. But my thoughts were far from Owen when I took in the sharpness of August's jawline. One second he was smiling with the bartender as he claimed his drink, and the next he trapped me beneath his intense gaze. It was way too late to glance away and pretend as if I hadn't been staring at him. "Great wedding," I said, taking up my glass, only to find it empty. Great, just when I need it. "I take it you and your siblings will be heading back to Columbus soon." "Trying to get rid of me already, Charles?" The soft chuckle that fell from his lips knotted my stomach. "Of course not. But you live there, so I just thought..." I flagged down the bartender to order another drink. Stat. Whenever I was around August, I had a tongue-tying syndrome, and I hated it. "Actually, I don't think he needs it," August said to the bartender. "Just a club soda for him." I frowned at him, recalling his dance with Declan. "My son put you up to this, didn't he?" "No, he didn't." "You're lying. Prove it." He damn well knew I couldn't prove it. And what was with the humor in his eyes? Was he having fun at my expense? "Don't interfere with my drinking." I scowled at the club soda the bartender placed before me. He shrugged like he couldn't help doing what August said, then moved on to another guest. "Just looking out for your best interest." "Because Declan told you to." "Nope." Damn, he wasn't falling for it. I grabbed the club soda and hid my smile in taking a drink. Suddenly my mood improved, and I was more in tune with my surroundings, at least to August, but still tipsy. "To answer your earlier question," he spoke slowly, and I refused to look at him, although I felt his stare. "I'm moving back to Cincy." "You are?" "Yeah. I never really settled in Columbus. Something was missing." "You're all moving back to Cincinnati?" "No, just me." I did look at him then. "How's that supposed to work with you here and your twin there? We may look alike, but we're two different people." Despite his words, he glanced away, and the area around his mouth tightened, which led me to believe it wasn't as easy as he made it sound. "Yeah, but you seem pretty close." I followed his gaze to where his look-alike danced with another guy. They seemed so different. August was more reserved, whereas Oscar acted more like me, a life of the party, living in the fast lane and not looking to slow down any time soon. "We won't be that far apart. It might do us some good to live in different cities." Oscar could stand growing up a little. "And what can you learn from this situation?" When his eyes once more arrested mine, I wished I hadn't spoken. The reception fell away, the music nothing but a backdrop for the moment I was caught up in. He was different than at the cancer benefit, though I couldn't exactly put my finger on why. Whatever it was, my curiosity was definitely piqued. That I'm more than just my brother's keeper. His words bore such simplicity, I found no malice or grudge in them. Just a fact that, judging by the way he cleared his throat, he had no intention of revealing to anyone, let alone me, a supposed family member, but really a stranger. I should go, I said suddenly, getting to my feet. I needed to get away, to clear my head before I did something rash and foolish. I couldn't succumb to the urge to indulge in a classic Charles moment, getting involved in something I shouldn't simply because of its potential to make me feel good. August was giving off mixed signals, and I didn't want to read them wrong. Sometimes I almost swore he was interested in me. At other times, he seemed only friendly, even aloof. Wait, let me walk you out. Right now, he was dishing out signals that he was interested. This couldn't be happening. I wasn't gay, maybe bisexual. I still wasn't certain about that. Was I bi simply because I looked at men? And what did it say about me that at 48 years, I couldn't tell for sure? Besides basic experimentation in college with a roommate who was now happily married to a woman with kids, I'd never done much with any man. I'm merely tipsy. Not so drunk I'll fall down the stairs and break my neck. I frowned at the horrific thought. At least my wife would probably be glad for that. That's terrible. He took my arm. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I snorted. Remind me next time to introduce you to my darling wife. Then tell me what you think. We walked toward the elevator and August dropped my arm. I dug out my phone and, while we waited for the elevator car to arrive, sent off a quick message to my driver to bring the car around to the front of the hotel. Then why did you marry her? August asked. It seemed like a good idea at the time. The elevator dinged and I hurried inside, hoping August would be content with leaving me there. But he easily shifted inside before the doors could close. Wow, I thought people married for love. I laughed at his naivete. There's rarely a love match when you're wealthy. You just try to find someone suitable who has the same goals or looks good on your arm while you fulfill yours. I have business colleagues who don't even live with their partners. He folded his arms across his chest, leaning against one wall of the car. Sounds pretty shallow if you ask me. It's what it is. Over time, business becomes more of a lover than your partner. Maybe when you marry for love, you'll feel differently. I shoved my hands into the pockets of my pants and clenched my fists. I married for love with Declan's mother. The elevator came to a halt, and the doors opened. August gestured for me to go ahead of him, and I tried to push his chivalrous gestures from my mind. Either this young man was coming on to me or he was treating me like I was old. The last thought irritated me to no end. I think I can make it across the lobby without falling over my own 2 feet, I grumbled. God, I really hate weddings. August chuckled, but at least he didn't take my arm again like I was an invalid. I'd rather not take the risk. If you're to be believed, Declan put me up to this, and if he ever found out I let you cross the lobby alone, he might disown me. I'd be cut off from the family fortune, ostracized, banished from town. Despite my tipsy effort to be stoic where he was concerned, my lips twitched, then separated into a smile, and I was chuckling alongside him. This banter with him had successfully lightened my mood. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask him to join me on my ride, anywhere. We didn't need a destination. It was easy talking to him when I wasn't questioning my misplaced attraction to him. You should do that more often. His comment pulled me from my thoughts as we exited the hotel. Do what? Laugh. Genuinely. It suits you. My shoulders stiffened. You don't know anything about me. I see enough, Charles. And you don't have to pretend with me. I told you the last time that you could call me if you ever want to talk. The offer still stands. For the first time since I'd met him, he pissed me off. Why did he have to assume that something was wrong with me? That I needed his help? I couldn't get the image of him and Declan whispering to each other on the dance floor from my mind. Had Declan really talked to August about me? It sucked that my only son already thought me incapable of doing anything without him. Incapable of managing the business, my personal life, It was a wonder he'd found the time to go on a honeymoon. I have a professional shrink if I ever need to talk. I lengthened my strides to break away from the way we walked in sync with each other. I was barely 2 steps ahead when he gripped my shoulder. Charles, I think you got the wrong impression. I glared at him. No, you got the wrong impression that there's anything you have to offer me. You're just the son of the man my son's married to. Nothing more. And I'd do well to remember that, too. I strode toward the car, leaving August in my wake. Only he didn't get the hint. At all. He followed me to the car and, although the driver was there, beat the man to open the passenger door for me. I didn't mean to upset you, he said, and I hated how sincere he sounded. Have a good day, Charles. I nodded at him, unable to find the words to express the way I felt. I got into the car, but instead of closing the door, August peeked in at me. And, Charles. Yes. Nowhere is it written that you can only love once. That's not the way love works. With those words, August closed the door. He didn't move, but waited for the driver to get back in. He remained standing there at the front of the hotel, and my last vision of him was the stunning figure he cut, with his hands at his sides, as he stared after the car. 4. Augie. Summer, I called out, after knocking on the door yielded no response from her. It remained silent. I cracked the door open and peeked inside. She was dancing with her head bopping from side to side, earphones in. Her phone was tucked into the pocket of her jean skirt. I let out a sigh of relief. For a moment I'd been afraid she was back to moping around about her girlfriend's situation. I'd promised Dad I'd look out for her, and given Summer's history with disappearing, I'd been worried she wasn't at home. She walked across the room and picked up a cute pair of half boots and her carry-on from beside the statement chair in the room. When she spotted me, she smiled and tugged the earbuds from her ears. Hey, Augie. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to know you still can't dance worth shit, I teased her. She stuck out her tongue. Watch it, bro, or I'll remind you what happened at your first school dance. Hey, that's not fair. I was 12 and hadn't grown into my arms and legs yet. I tripped over my own feet and face-planted on the floor in front of all the other kids. Oscar had punched some guy out for laughing just a little too hard, and Dad had been called to get us for ruining the school dance. You still haven't grown into them, she said. Declan made you look good on the dance floor earlier. I'll pretend you didn't just say that. I tugged at her hair and sent the pinned curls falling. Hey! She swatted at my arm, but I dodged the slap and sat on the bed. Are you almost done packing? Yeah. I don't even know why I brought all this stuff for the short stay. You know you don't have to go back so soon. I kinda do. I have a little thing called a job, and unlike you, I haven't worked up enough vacation days yet. I'm not here on my vacation days, Summer. She must have heard the seriousness in my voice. She stopped packing and stared at me. What do you mean? I actually quit my job, but I haven't told anyone yet. Her mouth fell open and she blinked comically. Nobody? Not even Oscar? Not even Oscar. She threw a bra at my head. Then why are you telling me first? You know Oscar will be petty when he finds out I know something before him, especially something this huge about you. I'll tell him soon. She came to sit beside me and grabbed her bra from my head. Why did you quit? I thought the business was expanding into Cincy. So did I. But they announced they were moving to another city. They didn't give me a choice about relocating. Shit, that sucks. Does Dad know? Nope. All he knows is that I decided to return to Cincy. That's all. I took my vacation time, but I've already handed in my resignation, so that's that. I don't know what to say, Augie. This is so not you. She was right. I always played things safe. I wasn't opposed to leaving a job, but I'd have at least secured another in Cincy before I made any hard and fast decisions. The deed was already done, though. I was here, and jobless, although I didn't worry too much about it. I'd send out some job applications and see what would happen from there. I had enough saved up for a whole year if it took a little longer than I anticipated. And if my actions seemed more like an Oscar moment, we all had those from time to time. Difference isn't necessarily a bad thing, Summer. Look at how happy Dad is." She nodded her agreement. "True, their wedding today was so beautiful." It was. She reached across my lap, took my hand in hers, and squeezed it. "I want that with Penny someday," she said on a whimsical sigh. "But I'm so afraid I might have screwed everything up. I've been a big idiot, Augie." I wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her into my side, kissing her hair like I'd done so many times when she was just a little girl climbing into my bed because she was afraid of the lightning or monsters. We're all idiots sometimes. She smacked me in the gut and I grunted. "You're supposed to make me feel better. You've never acted like an idiot before." But I had a feeling that was about to change. I could sense all the stupidity coming on, and I didn't know how to stop it. Maybe I didn't even want to stop it. Charles Moore, the only man who could have me make an ass out of myself. I couldn't seem to leave the man alone, even when he threw up shields left, right, and center. Relationships aren't easy, Summer. But I think you and Penny can work things out. She was devastated when we couldn't find you. She hung her head and tried to move away at the reminder, but I wouldn't let her. "Hey, don't go. You made a mistake, but the only person who hasn't forgiven you yet is you. Be easy on yourself, Summer." Sighing, she wrapped her arms around my waist and hugged me. "I know. Thanks, Augie. You're going to be a great father one day. Just like Dad." I laughed and pushed her away from me gently as I rose to my feet. "That's years away from happening. Want to meet me in the home theater and watch a movie in half an hour?" "Sure, if I get to pick a rom-com." I flicked her a grin on my way to the door. "I'll get Oscar, and we vote." "No fair, you always side with each other." True, but she also knew we'd just poked fun at her about the power of the vote, which was never in her favor. We always allowed her to get her way in the end. I found Oscar sitting by the poolside, Lucky's head in his lap. He glanced in my direction, then returned to stare out over the infinity pool, which reflected the lights that lit up the area in a soft glow. Oscar's turbulent emotions weighed heavily in my gut. He put on an okay facade for the rest of the world, but I felt things that were not about me. It was the reason I hadn't come clean to him yet that I wasn't returning to Columbus. We'd discussed the move before, but not as much as we should. With a deep sigh, I sat beside him. The emotions grew stronger. His anger came off him in waves. "Oscar, you're not really serious about staying, are you, Augie?" Shit, force of habit formed the word no on my lips, but I managed to keep from saying it. I took a deep breath and swallowed, then answered Oscar. "Moving to Columbus was your idea. But you agreed." "Yeah, to make you happy." "So you were never happy with the move?" I struggled to find the words to explain. "I liked it there, but it's not the same. I miss home." "Is that all?" I thought about the way being back made me feel and the fact that the BDSM dungeon I favored was here in Cincy. Cincinnati was home. I could go out and visit other places, but whenever I thought about returning home, it was this city that came to mind. "Yes." "Can you handle the move?" He snorted. "What am I, a baby?" "Oscar." He didn't have to be a baby. He was the person closest to me, my best friend and confidant. We kept each other's secrets. Well, except for the ones I'd been keeping of late, but then I hadn't many secrets to tell. Not yet, at least. But when I had, he would be the first to know. "You can come back, too." He shook his head. "No, I prefer Columbus. I like the freedom." "What do you mean?" "When Dad comes back, he's going to get too involved." "Not really. He's a married man now. I'm pretty sure Declan can think of a million ways to keep his husband occupied." He elbowed me. "Fuck, dude, don't even put that image in my head." As if we hadn't seen enough of those two being all kissy and touchy in front of us. They weren't prudes and didn't care if the world knew how much they were in love. Well, you know what I mean. And I don't think Dad would interfere much. He hadn't intervened when I suffered through Dom drop at the dungeon. He'd allowed Declan to help me through the intense feeling that had crippled me that night. I'd felt like a robot that had its off button pushed. I never wanted to experience those horrific emotions again. That despondency and displacement. Just do what you have to do. Oscar scratched behind Lucky's ear. Come on, Oz, I'll always be here. And you better pick up the damn phone when I call. Yeah, I will. You know that twin intuition is never wrong. You could be all the way in Columbus and I'd still know if something isn't right with you. Damn annoying, if you ask me, he grumbled. He didn't mean it. He'd always relished our twin connection since we were kids and discovered we often could tell when something was wrong with each other. The feeling was just different than anything else. A panic that lodged in your gut or low-key worry that wouldn't go away. I used to find it annoying, but Oscar had always bragged about it. He could usually read me like a book, too. I was more private than him and more likely to keep a secret, not wanting anyone to worry about me. He called me on my bullshit the first time we met up with our other dad, James, and I'd acted like everything was fine. I hadn't been fine. I'd been livid as hell that James had walked out on Dad, leaving him to raise 3 kids on his own. Dad doesn't know it yet. But I handed in my resignation. I said, coming clean. No secrets between us. It was a pact we'd made when we were 13. What? He spun his head around and eyed me in shock. When are you leaving? My vacation is up in 2 weeks. I'm not going back. Shit. Nobody else knows? I told Summer just now. His lips shot out in a pout and his eyes filled with hurt. Before me? I kind of needed to practice on her before I told you, Oscar. I wasn't sure how you'd react. I think you're making a big mistake, that's what. It's the dungeon, isn't it? I frowned at him. What about the dungeon? That man Heath is there. And he was your mentor. He runs a club here, and I bet that's one of the reasons you're staying. For all the action you'd get in your bed. Come on, man, you know I don't fuck around like that. He snorted at me. I feel like I don't know you anymore. I thought you were happy in Columbus. Now you say different. Here we go again. I was happy in Columbus. Just not as happy as I could be here. Whatever, dude. He rose to his feet and Lucky alongside him. The Italian greyhound had grown used to us, but he favored Oscar, and it showed. If Oscar didn't have to return to work, I would have advised Declan to leave their pet in his care. You're not going to make it difficult for me, are you? I trailed after him along the flagstone pavers toward the huge glass sliding doors that led inside the house. Why would I? Because you're pissed I'm moving back here without you. Oscar paused at the doors and looked back at me. I'm not going to lie, man, I'm a bit pissed that I won't have you back in Columbus, but I should have expected this. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I just thought I'd be the one to go chasing after some guy and leaving you stranded. Just like that, he'd lighten the mood. The weight of his sadness about me leaving still hung around him, but his eyes begged me not to delve into it. That's what we all figured. Did Lucky already do his business? Yeah. Good. Summer and I are going to watch a movie. You up for it? Sure. Sign me up. Relieved, I nodded. We'd have this night. No parents or outside influence to intrude on our moment, just the 3 of us one more time, before my siblings returned to Columbus tomorrow, leaving me here. Was I really making the smartest decision? 5. Charles. As I straightened my tie in the standing mirror, I smiled at my reflection. I'd stand out at the cocktail party tonight. Just the idea of going out and socializing put me in good spirits. I was no good at being alone, but when I was around other people, I was in my element. Charles the entertainer. I can make people comfortable, charm both men and women alike. Over the years, I'd used that charm to give me a cutting edge in the business world. Everyone loved this side of me. It always promised a good time for all. I got generous, lifted spirits and made people feel special for being in my presence. Well, for the couple of hours these events lasted. But I wasn't focusing on the result right now. I had a long evening ahead of me. I was holding my own at the office since Declan left for his honeymoon 3 days ago. More importantly, I hadn't had any fights with Poppy in all that time, although that probably had more to do with her current lover Manuel, who collected her in the evening and brought her back the next morning. The nights she spent out brought me relief. It put her in a better-than-usual frame of mind, and we'd found a good enough rapport for me to ask her to accompany me to the cocktail party tonight. I'd even bought her a beautiful, expensive dress and diamonds to go along with it. She'd been excited about going out to a high society event with me when I'd given her the dress this morning before I left for the office. This was exactly how I'd pictured our marriage after I found out she cheated and was pregnant. August might be naive enough to believe the marriage meant love. Poppy had something I craved, and I could provide her with the kind of lifestyle she wanted. In my view, that was a mutually beneficial arrangement. She could sleep with whomever she wanted, and I had the right to do the same. Although I hadn't slept with anyone else since we got married. My whole focus had shifted to the baby she carried. The only person for whom I felt even a smidgen of lust was someone who wasn't in the cards for me. I'd shut down those inappropriate thoughts about August fast. With one last glance in the mirror, I went to check if Poppy was ready. We were already going to be late, but she might need some extra time getting dressed, since her movements were slower with being 4 months pregnant. "Poppy?" I knocked on her room door. "Are you ready?" "Come in." I slowly entered her room, prepared to see her stunning image in the dress I'd bought. I'd picked out the shade of blue that matched her eyes. While I had no urge to sleep with her again, having such a gorgeous woman on my arm, that didn't hurt, even if everyone knew she slept her way through Cincinnati. "Why aren't you dressed?" Poppy lay draped on the lounge in her private sitting area watching a reality TV show with 2 women pulling on each other's hair. The volume was too low for me to hear what they were arguing about, and she had her phone pressed to her ear. She wore a floor-length negligee that she'd left open to reveal her pregnant belly, and her hair fell in soft curls around her shoulders. The diamonds of her necklace and earrings sparkled in the low light of the TV. "Hold on a minute, Manuel," she said, then gave me a pout. "Charles, I'm sorry, Pumpkin, but I won't be able to make it tonight after all." "Why not?" I waved a hand at her. "You're already half dressed. Just slip on your new dress." She made a face at me and shook her head. "Sorry, baby, but I have a hot date with Manuel." She giggled a little and rubbed a hand over her belly. "My pregnancy turns him on, and since you don't desire your wife, I have to get my pleasure elsewhere." "You're going to wear my diamonds to meet another man?" I ground out. "Oh, they're just gorgeous. I couldn't bear to take them off. I did say thanks for them, didn't I?" I gritted my teeth and balled my hands into fists to stem the rage surging inside me. I should have known this would happen. The last few days, with no arguments, had simply been too good to be true. The other shoe was bound to drop sometime. And it did tonight. "Enjoy your evening." I strode out of the room and slammed the door shut behind me. I shouldn't let her get to me this time. I'd never met a more spiteful woman than Poppy. I got along well with 2 of my ex-wives, who I parted amicably with. One of the other 2 had forgotten all about me and was now married to one of my friends, so there were no hard feelings there, and I had no idea where the other was. I'd hardly tricked these women when I married them. I'd never promised them love. We usually had red-hot passion that eventually ran its course, and with it our ability to coexist as partners in life. Even if Declan hadn't insisted, I would have still gone ahead on my own and had all my wives sign prenups before we got married. I was under no illusion about why these women had married me. A couple of them might have also had some fondness for me, but it didn't negate the fact that they'd liked the lining of my pockets more, and I had enjoyed what lay between their thighs. Having a beautiful woman accompanying me places was also a big pro since I entertained so much. The long drive to my friend Paul's house was in complete silence. I always had a drink stashed in the car, and 1 glass was enough to settle my nerves after Poppy had rattled them. The party was already in full swing when I arrived. I knew almost everyone who was in attendance, and I got around, barely noticing that Poppy wasn't by my side. She hardly was anyway. Before we got married and we arrived at events, she would always find one man or another to flirt with. That should have been my clue that our relationship wasn't going to work, but I'd found it a sexy game. She'd flirt with all the men she could, then I'd take her home and fuck her hard to remind her who she really wanted. The joke was on me. "Hey man, where's Poppy?" Paul asked me when we found some time alone on his balcony, champagne in hand. Paul and I went way back to college days. I was almost tempted to mention the confusing interest I had in August. Use him as a sounding board to puzzle out how gay, bi, or whatever the hell I was. She canceled on me to go on another date with her lover. I replied candidly. When it came to women, we spoke about it openly with each other. From the long list of lovers we both had, shared, and those of our spouses at the time. Unlike many traditional unions, we were far too jaded to believe any sort of pairing would last forever, at least not for men like us. Ouch. You here on the prowl? I shrugged. I could be. Maybe it would get my head back in the right lane instead of thinking about broad shoulders and chocolate brown eyes. "The blonde with the small tits who's wearing a red dress?" Paul said. "She recently broke off her engagement with Pierce Faraday. Word out is that she's looking for a rebound daddy." I pulled a face at Paul and took a sip of champagne. Cheap bastard never used this good stuff when he had parties. Women with heartbreaks are too messy. Fuck knows Poppy is enough drama for me at the moment. Why not serve her the divorce papers? What are you waiting for? The baby to be born and for her to put my name on the birth certificate. Thought you said the kid wasn't yours. Not biologically. But I felt like the baby was mine. I didn't discuss it much with anyone because I'd never get it. Declan didn't, and Paul didn't either. A surrogate would be cheaper than the high-class whore you're married to, Charles. Don't talk about her that way, Paul. You know I'm right. It doesn't matter, man. She's carrying the baby I want, and I'll try to treat her respectfully for it. Paul started back inside the house. You don't make any sense, Charles. You need to think carefully about what you're doing. Poppy's smart. She knows you want this baby, and she'll milk you for everything she can before she hands over the kid. But she doesn't even want the child. Paul had already disappeared inside, so I didn't get to repeat the words aloud to him. Maybe that was the reason I wanted this baby. Because I knew Poppy didn't. No child needed to come into this world unloved. Every time I thought about how my own actions after my wife died massacred my relationship with Declan, it made me feel depressed. I could care for the child and give her the life she deserved. I would love and cherish her, even if her mother didn't. I had that to give Poppy's baby. I needed it to be that baby. 6. Augie. The fretting and whining of the dog at the door woke me up before I unmasked the mystery man who had his back to me. Just a dream. One that was heading in the direction of a very erotic dream, too. It took me a while to shake off the lethargy and for my eyes to adjust to the semi-darkness of the room. Lucky was scratching at the door. His pawing and little whimpers had me stumbling out of the bed to find out what was wrong. If anything happened to that dog on my watch, Dad and Declan would kill me. Then Dad would resurrect me to grill me about what had happened before he killed me all over again. I opened the door and the dog scampered inside, still whimpering. He jumped onto the bed and pawed at the sheets before wedging his little body under the bed sheets. Lucky was shaking with fear. What the hell? What's up with you, boy? I went over to the dog and stroked his trembling body. He'd been quite fine for the past 3 days I had been caring for him. The first day for us had been tentative, but by the second he realized I was there to care for him and not to harm him. I fed him, played with him in the yard, and walked him to the park close by. Other than that, he was content to stay inside the house. It turned out he even enjoyed watching TV. If I left him inside with the television on, he wouldn't budge until I turned it off or he smelled food. He nuzzled my hand with his cold nose and I rubbed his snout. It's okay, boy. Nothing's going to hurt you. I patted his head. Just stay here and let me check out what spooked you. Declan had a state-of-the-art alarm system. Nothing would get by it, but it was better to err on the side of caution. I left only the bedside lamp on in my bedroom and walked barefooted toward the stairs. It would have been a better idea to turn the lights on, but I pretty much knew the outlay of the house by now. I didn't snoop around, though, more than content to stay within the public areas and avoid the closed doors. Occasionally, I used Dad's office to tweak my resume and combed the local classifieds for a job in office management. Halfway down the stairs, I was all set to turn back when footsteps sounded downstairs. I instantly went on high alert, the adrenaline rushing through my blood. Should I go back or continue downstairs to find out who had broken in? I was always too curious for my own good. I hurried down the stairs while moving with caution. The pale moonlight streaming inside provided minimal lighting. As I reached the landing, the shadow of a man loomed a couple of feet ahead of me. He halted with a jerk, apparently as shocked to see me as I was by him. "What the hell are you doing here?" I snapped. I didn't give him a chance to answer, but lunged at the man. Whatever he said was bitten off in a cry of pain when I mowed him into the wall and shoved him roughly against the solid surface. A hand came down on my arm, but I twisted it off and jammed my arm against his throat as he struggled against me. "How did you get in here?" I snarled. He tried to speak, but my arm pressing into his windpipe made it impossible. I had zero patience to listen to his excuses. He had broken into Declan's place. Probably knew the couple was on their honeymoon and didn't expect anyone to be home. "You picked the wrong house, you bastard." With my elbow still digging into his neck, I started patting his sides, checking if he had a weapon on him. He seemed to be wearing a formal attire of sorts. A jacket, shirt, and even a tie. Something wasn't right with this whole picture. Unease had me reducing the pressure on his throat. "You have 5 seconds to tell me what you're doing here before I knock you out." The man inhaled deeply. 1. August. I stiffened at the sound of my name distorted by a wheeze. Only 2 people called me August. Dad, when he was pissed off, and, since he was in Greece, it could only be the next person. Even though I'd invited him to call me Augie, he never did. And I secretly liked it. "Charles? Can't breathe." Shit. I released Charles, and he slumped against the wall, sliding to the floor, coughing and wheezing. "Turn on the hall lights." At my voice command, the hall lights flickered on, revealing Charles propped up against the wall, massaging his neck. I dropped down to one knee in front of him, concerned that I might have hurt him worse than I thought. "God damn it, Charles, are you hurt anywhere?" "My pride," he rasped. "You startled me." I brushed his hair with my fingers and frowned at the bruise just above his eye. I didn't remember hitting him there, but it must have happened when he was scuffling with me. "I startled you," I scowled at him. "I didn't expect you." "I didn't expect you either. Thought the place was empty. So you decided to drop by in the middle of the night." When he didn't say anything, I reached for his arm, wincing when I remembered slamming him up against the wall, not once, but twice. "Come on, let's take a good look at you. Then you can explain what you're doing here." He allowed me to help him up, gasping when he straightened. He rubbed at the back of his head, where it had snapped into the wall. "Declan didn't tell me he had personal security at home." If I wasn't so concerned about him, I might have laughed. I instructed Declan's automated system to turn on the lights in the kitchen. I pulled out a chair and helped Charles to sit. "Take off your jacket." I got an ice pack from the refrigerator and brought it over to him. He was struggling to get his jacket off, and I placed the ice pack on the island. "Here, let me." I helped him out of the jacket, briefly noting the breadth of his shoulders and the strength in his arms. Why hadn't he put up more of a fight? He was probably even fitter than me, but he had allowed me to overpower him without much effort on his part. "Here, hold on to this." I applied the ice pack to the back of his head. "It will prevent a giant-sized goose egg from appearing tomorrow." I loosened his tie and opened his top button. Charles's hand came down on mine. "What do you think you're doing?" I glanced up at him. His eyes were full of panic. Had he smacked his head harder than I thought and had a concussion? "Checking that I didn't hurt you worse than I think," I answered. "Relax. I'm fine." "You don't know if you're fine." "I'll be fine. You need to let me check you out, or I'm taking you to the emergency room." He inhaled deeply. "Jesus, don't make a big deal out of this. I mean, I can't tell the last time I was ever manhandled like that, but I'll survive it." "Charles, let go." With a deep sigh, he released my hand and remained silent as I unbuttoned his shirt. I tried to concentrate on what I was doing instead of cataloging in my brain how different he looked from me. I had a hairy chest, but Charles's was completely hairless. His chest was sculpted with muscles and six-pack abs. Damn, Charles was smoking hot. Nothing turned me on more than a man with sexy abs. He had to work out a lot to keep this physique. "Well," Charles prompted, "did you dent an ab?" At the dry humor in his tone, I relaxed my throat and let the chuckle seep out. "I doubt I could. Shit, you make me want to hit the gym ASAP." I poked gently at his stomach. It was as hard as it looked. "Tell me if anything hurts." "You don't have an ounce of fat on that body," he said, his voice sounding steady. "No pain then, that was good." "True, but for sure I don't look this good with my shirt off." Charles snorted. "In case you didn't notice, you don't have your shirt on. Looks pretty decent to me." I glanced up at Charles and his cheeks turned red. He shifted his eyes around the kitchen to avoid looking at me, and I hid my smile. I went back to pressing my fingers against his flesh and caught a wince on his face when I applied pressure to his side. "You're sore right here." I felt along his ribs. "But I think you should be fine. I'm no doctor, and I could have told you that." God, he had a sassy mouth on him that I would love to think up ways to keep closed. I rose to my feet and stepped back from him, fighting the urge to pop wood while I touched him. It was one thing to be aware of the attraction between us, and another to act upon it. Besides, he was unavailable, married with a baby on the way, and he was my stepfather's father. Nothing could get any more complicated than that. "Now that we've covered that you're physically okay," I pulled out another chair and sat. "What are you doing here?" He removed the ice pack from his head. "I didn't know anyone was staying here while they were away." "That doesn't answer what you're doing here." He placed both his hands on the table, drawing my attention to them. They were beautiful hands. I knew from experience that they had no calluses and were smooth to the touch. Like the rest of him, they were elegant yet strong. "I needed to think," he finally said after silence stretched between us. "And you got all dolled up to do that?" He frowned at me. "Well, I was at a friend's cocktail party. I was heading home, and I decided that's not where I wanted to be. I would have gone to a hotel instead, but then I thought, when the whole world is just a bit fucked up, where do you go?" I didn't get it, and the look on my face must have shown it. "You go home," he said. "Home?" "Yes. I lived here all my life. I started my family here." Now it made sense. This was where he'd made a home with Declan's mother. Fuck, where did the time go, August? The deep sadness and bewilderment in his voice tugged at my emotions. One minute, I was happily married with a son who thought the world of me. The next, I'm married to a woman who I can't stand, and the feeling is very much mutual. I reached across the table and took up one of his hands and squeezed it. I didn't know enough about his marriage to set his mind at ease. I wouldn't feed him platitudes that everything would be all right, but I could reassure him. He had a place to think tonight. "I'm sorry that's what your life has become," I told him. "But I don't think it's too late for things to change for you." He pulled his hand away from mine and laughed. "It's karma, I tell you, for being the worst father over the years." "You don't believe that." "Don't I?" "I'm not sure what I believe anymore." I vaguely recalled his half-hearted attempts in the hall to fend off my attack. He'd never taken me up on my offer before to call me if he needed someone to listen. While I liked getting these little insights into the man he was, I was uneasy at the thought of him spilling information because of the state he was in. "Did you have much to drink at the party?" I asked him. "Quite a bit. I'm not drunk, if that's what you're asking." "You didn't drive, did you?" "No. I'm not that irresponsible. My driver took me here." "Good. Why don't I help you to bed? You can sleep off however much you drank, and in the morning, if you still want to talk, we'll do it when you're not drowning in emotions." He didn't protest when I took him by the arm and exited the kitchen. We didn't speak as we walked up the stairs arm in arm. "Where do I put you?" I asked him. There are guest rooms to the left. Don't you know that? You've been here since they left, haven't you? I am not a snoop, Charles. I know my boundaries. Did I, though? Because I shouldn't be noticing how well he fitted next to me. Even with all the vulnerability pouring from him tonight, he was full of strength, and that turned me on. We found him an empty bedroom that only required me to pull down the covers for him. He sat heavily on the bed and rubbed his hands tiredly over his face. Need help with your shoes? I asked him. He stared at his feet, then up at me. Well, I was just going to crawl into bed wearing them. That didn't sound remarkably comfortable. I went down on my knees before him and helped him out of his genuine leather shoes. Shall I take your socks off, too? No, leave them. Feels funny to have another man do that. His comment left me a bit unsettled, but he didn't seem to notice as he removed his shirt and reached for the buckle of his pants. Right off the bat, when we'd first met, I'd sensed our mutual attraction. I hadn't been sure how he identified sexually, but had concluded that he was bisexual based on his marriage and his attraction to me. His comment seemed contrary, though. Had Charles never been with a man? With his back to me, Charles pushed his pants down his hips, and I turned toward the door. Sleep well, Charles. I'll see you in the morning. August? His voice stopped me. Warily, I glanced back at him. He stood with his pants halfway down his thighs. Shit, I needed to get out of there fast. Charles was drunk, or at least tipsy, and had no idea what he was doing. Yes, Charles. The things I said downstairs. His eyes bore into mine. Forget it. I'm not myself tonight. 7. Charles. Charles, are you up? I glanced at the door with unease, grabbed my pants on the bed, and hauled them up my naked ass. I'd taken a shower after waking up sweaty and still groggy on the details of what had happened last night. Now, at August's knock, the memories came in like a flood. The way he had attacked me in the hall, the hard lines of his body trapping me against the wall, the raw strength coming from him as he caged me in. The second I'd recognized it was him in the dark, my body had simply succumbed with minimal fight back. The lust wasn't the worst part of the memory, though. It wasn't even the way we'd low-key flirted with each other. I'd nearly lost my mind when he touched my naked chest, checking for injuries. When he complimented me on my abs, I'd never felt more proud of all the time I spent working out in my home gym with my personal trainer. That was bad enough, but I could chalk it all down to being a little less than 100% sober last night. However, I couldn't take back the words I'd said to him, the things I'd revealed after the gentle way he spoke to me, which lulled me to spill everything about my life. Luckily, he'd stopped me before I could give away everything, helping me to bed instead. Charles? I yanked on the shirt I'd worn last night, but didn't bother to button it, as I answered the door. August loomed tall in front of me, looking well-rested and ready to start the day. He reminded me of how unkempt I was. My hair was sticking up all over the place, I had morning stubble I needed to shave ASAP, and my clothes were disheveled. I was a mess, and I hated I looked like this after last night. I thought I heard you up and about. August smiled. Good morning, I mumbled, grabbing the edges of my shirt to find the bottom buttons to do up. No, I brought you these. In his arms he carried neatly folded clothes, a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. That was the way he was dressed, but he looked good in the casual attire. The hairs on his legs reminded me that there wasn't a layer of hair on my body. I kept up my waxing appointment religiously. Usually women didn't seem to mind, but I could see a guy like August, so laid back and down to earth, finding the treatment unmanly. Those are the only options? I asked him. No thanks. I'll keep these on while I call my driver. I thought you'd want to feel comfortable over breakfast. I made coffee. I gave him the side eye. Coffee sounds good right now. His lips stretched into a grin. I was hoping you'd feel that way. Oh shit, was that more flirting? I hadn't gotten that wrong about last night then. I really should go. I hesitated at the clothes in his arms. And I'd never be caught dead wearing that outfit. What's wrong with it? He looked amused. Would you rather be all wrinkly with a button missing off a shirt you had on last night? I don't have a button missing. He reached forward and yanked a button off my shirt. There. Now one's missing. His clothes ended up in my chest and I grabbed them. Go get dressed. Breakfast is in 10. 10? I fingered my hair. I need more time than that. You just need to change. My hair's a mess. He gave me a long, sweeping look from my bare feet and put my socks back on after my shower over my body to my head. You look fine to me. 10 minutes, Charles. Was that an ultimatum? Before I could bristle at him for bossing me around, he walked away. I glared at his back, tiny sparks going off in my stomach. August being in charge like this was, kinda hot. Yep, I was anything but straight. Was there a thing as only a little gay, or, well, since I still found women attractive, would that be a little bisexual? 9 minutes, he called out as he reached the staircase. I ducked back inside the bedroom, swearing beneath my breath as I quickly changed to give myself time to do something to my hair. I didn't care what he said. I didn't look fine in my eyes, and I needed to do something about it. He wasn't that much bigger than me, and his shorts more or less fit. I wore shorts all the time on the golf course, but it felt different when I walked into the kitchen where he served breakfast. He flashed me a smile. You made it on time. Have a seat. Just coffee. He handed me a cup of coffee and a plate of toast with bacon and eggs. It wasn't as much as what he had on his plate, but I frowned at mine. He had gone through all this trouble. How could I not hurt his feelings while turning down all this? It's bran toast, the healthy kind of bread, he said, sitting across from me, and it's turkey, bacon, and eggs substitute. I stared at him in surprise. I'm not sure what to say. I didn't realize Declan would have this in his kitchen. And eat just about anything. They don't. He looked matter-of-fact about it as he took a sip of his coffee. You were sleeping, so I did a quick run at the grocery store. It wasn't fireworks this time, but butterflies that fluttered into my belly. A mushy kind of feeling that made me want to smile. And how do you know what I eat? I'm observant. A man doesn't work as hard as you do to maintain that physique only to eat just about anything that is placed on a plate. I didn't know what to say to his observation, so I kept my mouth shut and we ate in silence. Most people I knew would have felt the need to break the silence with mindless chatter, but he didn't. He allowed me to keep my thoughts private, while I would have killed to know what were his. Was he thinking about me? About last night? He didn't speak until he poured me another cup of coffee. How's your head? My head? His nearness fucked with my senses. The bergamot and vanilla spice overpowered my olfactory neurons and shut down everything else, until his hand cradled the back of my head. All the blood rushed downward, giving me an uncomfortable erection. You hit your head on the wall last night. They continued to massage the back of my head. I don't feel a bump, so that's good. He stepped away from me and my vision cleared. My nostrils flared as I inhaled deeply and blinked several times. I should go, I blurted out. I needed to get the hell out of there before I did something crazy, like ask August to touch me more intimately to see if I would combust with a more direct skin-against-skin contact. You don't have to go just yet. I'm about to walk Lucky to the park. Want to come along? Why on earth would I want to walk a dog with him? But what did I have better to do? Return home to argue with Poppy again about the stunt she had pulled last night? I'd like to hold off on that conversation as long as possible. Okay, but I'm not holding the leash. I never had a pet, and I wasn't keen on having one around now. You've got yourself a deal, but I reserve the right to try and change your mind. August returned with the shy dog and a leash he attached to the dog's collar, and a pair of sandals for me. I almost changed my mind at the footwear, but gave in with a sigh. I couldn't tell the last time I visited a park. The dog took one look at me and whined, tangling himself around August's legs. It's okay, love. He won't bite. August crouched down and patted the dog's head. The animal wasn't convinced, but the young man was patient as he calmed the timid dog. Ready? Let's go. We were almost out the door when August stopped me in the hall. Hold up. He disappeared into the coat closet and emerged with the cap in his hand. Before I could protest about wearing the ugly thing, he jammed it onto my head and pulled the brim down. The sun's hot out today. Lucky loves it. But you're not wearing one. My skin's not as fair as yours, so I don't burn easily. Come on, we won't be out for too long. Just enough to get him to run around a bit. I guess it's useful as a disguise. August chuckled, but felt for my hand and pulled me along with him. That simple connection completely mellowed my mood. I forgot how ridiculous I probably looked and enjoyed the warmth of the sun on my legs. As we walked the dog, Lucky's tail wagged, but every time we passed too close to others, he shied away back to August's side. Lucky dog. Want to hold the leash? August asked me when we were almost at the park. Nope. Worth a shot. I grinned at him as we crossed the street to get to the entrance of the park. He didn't once release my hand, but kept holding on like I was a small child. Or a lover. For once, I didn't want to worry about what the hand-holding meant, but just to enjoy the peaceful moment. No work, no Poppy, no worrying about a baby that wasn't biologically mine, just accompanying a man and his dog. Well, his skittish, borrowed dog. Once in the park, I took a seat as August released Lucky from his leash. He'd carried a ball, and they set off playing. I couldn't tear my eyes away from him, and the way he had that shy dog coming to life, barking, running around in circles, and chasing August. Every minute or so, August would glance over to where I sat, as though to reassure himself I was still there. At one point, he proposed that if I was bored, I could play with them. I'm good, I called back to him. I much preferred watching him anyway, enjoying how unpretentious he was. I was glad he'd asked me to come with him. The little bit I knew of him was the serious August, the caretaker. But watching him play with that dog, hearing his laughter ringing out, felt much like last night when I'd shown him parts of me I kept from the rest of the world. He could be demanding and bossy. He could also be playful, patient, and kind. Was that what had drawn Declan to Owen? Before this attraction to August, I could never really understand why Declan felt so utterly in love with Owen. The man was average at best. But seeing August like this, it became all a little clearer. He played with the dog for about half an hour, then came back to me and announced it was time to go. I didn't want to leave yet, even though the sun was leaving quite the impression on my legs. Thank God August had insisted I wore the hat. I want to hold the leash? He asked me as we walked from the park. I shrugged. Okay. August smiled at me as he passed over the leash. What was this giddy feeling in the pit of my stomach? 8. Augie. I should go now. Charles poured a bottle of water into a glass. I'd found it amusing when he asked for the glass, but I should have known better. Charles was the most sophisticated man I'd ever met. No drinking straight from the bottle for him. We'd been back from our walk half an hour ago, and he'd sat in the kitchen making small talk as I washed up the dishes we'd used. It had been amazing to see him relax as we spent more time together, and if I was suppressing the warning bells, I tried not to think about it. Declan had asked me to look out for his father, and the man sure did need someone to do that. Behind all that sophisticated air, he held so much hurt inside him. But he'd laughed a few times today. I'd pulled those emotions out of him, and it felt good. Do you have to? I asked him. No, but I should. Why? Have anything important planned? No. Having finished unloading the dishwasher, I turned to him, wiping my hands with a paper towel. Then stay. He lowered the glass from his lips. I can't. I leaned against the island opposite him and challenged him. Give me one good reason you can't. I need to check up on Poppy. Then call her. But stay. Why? I sighed and threw the paper towel down the garbage chute. Listen, You were right. Declan did ask me to keep an eye on you, and I knew it. Charles was on his feet before I could finish. Where does he get off treating me like a child? He was just concerned about you and the situation you're in with your wife. Spots of color dotted his cheeks, and he clenched his fists. I'm leaving. Charles! I called his name before he could take a step. Declan did ask me to look out for you, but not to this extent. I'd really like you to stay. His bitter laugh rang out in the kitchen. Don't you dare pity me, August. What? I don't pity you. Then what's all this? How much should I tell him? The simpler version of the truth would be best. I enjoyed spending the morning with you, I said calmly. In case you missed it, I just moved back. I don't really have anyone I connect with except for Dad and Declan, and they aren't here. It was good to have conversations that didn't include canine talk. Charles unclenched his fists, but he continued to frown at me. You're not bullshitting me, are you? No. You don't want to go home just yet, and I don't really want to be alone right now. I shrugged. I don't think we have a problem. He slowly sat back down. So, what do we do now? I had nothing planned for the day except a job hunt. I quickly thought on my feet. Do you mind getting out of the house again? He glanced down at his clothes. I'm very limited in where I'd go dressed like this. I've already been out in public at the park. I laughed, shaking my head at him. If you must know, we're going over to my house. What for? I need to paint a little today. Paint? Yes. And you're going to help. Trust me, you don't want me painting anything. He didn't protest beyond that, though. I pretended not to notice Charles's look of horror when we got to my car. It was nothing like the car Declan had bought my father for his birthday or the other expensive cars that chauffeured Charles around, but it was mine, and I was proud of being able to own a vehicle, even if it was secondhand. So you're really staying in Cincinnati? Charles asked on the way. Yep. Already handed in my resignation, although it doesn't go into effect until after my vacation time is up. Where did you work? And what did you do? I worked in office management in Columbus, I replied. JMM Corporation is a global technology solutions provider that's focusing on expansion. I was hoping they'd build the office here, but they chose Cleveland. What are you planning to do now? I've been sending out my resume. Hopefully something comes up soon, but I'm not worrying about it. I didn't have expensive habits, and I'd saved up quite a bit over the past 6 years since I left home. I made a quick detour at the local Walmart and cajoled Charles to go in with me to go over paint strips and choose something for my secret room. I don't know anything about decorating, he said as I studied the samples the employee showed me. I call BS on that. You're so anal about how everything has to go well together. I bet you could redecorate my entire house if you put your mind to it. Are you trying to get me to redecorate your house for free? Well, I winked at him. I'm sure we could think of another way to pay you. His cheeks turning red was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. Charles Moore was an attractive man, and the way he responded to my flirting made me think he wasn't exactly as straight as he thought. Maybe he was just curious, but it was a start. I'd been curious too before I came out as pansexual. You have 5 minutes to pick out paint samples. I narrowed my eyes at him and bit my tongue to stop myself from saying something that would ruin the moment, like how I was the one in charge and not him. If I wanted to spend an hour looking at paint samples, he would stand there, look handsome, and not complain about it. After our shopping expedition, we stopped back at Declan's house to collect Lucky. He hopped in the car with little fuss and settled down without much interest in Charles and me. When I parked in my yard, I examined the modest building in front of me. What would Charles think about it? He and Declan couldn't have lived a different life than the one I'd had growing up. Dad had struggled to take care of 3 children. As the eldest, when I was capable, I was often left in charge of the other 2. I've never been here before, Charles said, but he made no comment on the peeling paint. The building was old, but nothing a little loving couldn't fix. Well, come on out and let me give you the grand tour. Lucky was only too happy to scamper from the car. I didn't take him off the leash until we were inside. He raced off down the hall and disappeared. It's not much, I told Charles as we walked in at a slower pace than the dog. The downstairs is a washroom, living room, and kitchen. The bedrooms and bathrooms are upstairs. You grew up here? Charles asked. Not much had changed about the living room. Dad hadn't taken anything when he moved in with Declan, except for the photo frames with our family pictures. They were all gone, and with it, some of the personality of the room had disappeared. Those were his memories, though. I'd need to create new ones here. Yes, lived here all my life, until we went off to college. He didn't flinch or look disgusted, just interested. It's not much to look at. But you had a happy childhood. Yes, we did. Some hiccups here and there, but all in all, it worked out well. Like what hiccups? I hesitated. I hadn't brought him here for a heavy discussion of my past, but he seemed genuinely curious. My other father, James, left us when we were 7. He had his own reasons for doing so. He winced and glanced away from me. It sounds like we both did the same thing to our kids. He explained why. I can explain 1,000 times why I became distant when Miranda died. Doesn't excuse the fact that I shunned my only child. Seems like you're the only one who hasn't forgiven yourself for it. Seems like your dad leaving had more of an effect on you than you want to admit. Silence followed Charles's observation. You're right. I didn't have the time to dwell on it too much. Had to help Dad take care of Summer and Oscar. And who took care of you? Charles's words came out soft and hesitant, like he wasn't certain if he had a right to ask me that question. A loud bark interrupted the moment, and Lucky trotted toward us. He didn't head for me this time, but wound his way through Charles's legs. I don't like dogs, Charles said on a scowl, but didn't step away. I think you're lying. Come on, I'll show you the room I'm renovating first. I brought the bucket of paint up the stairs with Charles following me. We entered my old bedroom, which I'd no longer used since I moved into the master bedroom. I planned to turn it into my personal playroom, but Charles didn't need to know this. If I told him, he'd probably leave the room in a flash. Is this your bedroom? Charles walked around the room, eyeing the empty space. All the furniture was in the garage, where they would remain until I had the room exactly how I wanted it. Some of the old pieces wouldn't fit into this room, but I might use the bed to cut down on the expenses of redecorating. Used to be, I replied. Turning it into a guest room. More of a man cave. Charles snorted at that. Ridiculous. I laughed at the way he turned up his nose at the notion. I so wanted to back him up against the wall and drop a kiss on that nose, then capture his lips with mine. That would show him ridiculous. I'll get us some old shirts. I don't need one. I'm not going to help you to paint this room, August. Of course you will. I left him scowling at me as I hurried to my bedroom and grabbed 2 t-shirts from the closet. I handed the newest of the 2 to Charles, who gave a dramatic sigh and pulled the t-shirt over his head. We need a verbal contract that I'm not liable for fucking this up, he said. Don't worry. I take full responsibility. I'm serious, August. I've never painted a damn thing in my life. You'll learn. I left him again to make a quick stop in the garage for all the things I needed. With the 2 of us, we should be able to finish the task before sundown. When I returned to the room, Charles had his hands on his hips, assessing the walls as if the scientific equation for getting paint on the surface was written there. He scowled when I grinned at him. Damn, attraction was one thing, but I'd never expected to have so much fun with him. He looked so right, standing here in my dungeon. An image flashed in my mind of Charles tied up to my bed, spread-eagled as I flogged him. August? I blinked Charles's face into focus. Are you just going to stand there, or are we going to paint? I couldn't resist. I chucked his chin. There goes the enthusiasm I've been looking for. Keep it up, and I may give you a treat later. The words slipped out, but he didn't seem to realize what they meant. Treat? I'm not a dog. Besides, you're right. I'm enthusiastic about how much mess I'm going to make of your wall. You're going to regret this. 9. Charles. It's really horrible, isn't it? I asked August, stepping back to observe the one wall I'd worked on all afternoon while he'd completed the other 3. Despite my assurances that I would fuck up the painting job, I kind of wanted to impress him that I wasn't just another wealthy businessman who couldn't even paint a wall. August made it look so easy. He stripped off his shirt at one point, distracting me as he went around the room half naked. He'd brought a stereo up that played classical music while we painted. I'd been intrigued by his musical selection. I'd never listen to Bach again without thinking of painting walls a bizarre red and a paint-speckled torso. Let me inspect your handiwork, Mr. Moore. He winked at me and came to stand by my side. I tried not to squirm and had to drop my hand when I went to loosen a non-existent tie. He'd have to scrub hard to get the paint off his skin. I sucked in a deep breath at the image of me scrubbing August's naked chest. Definitely not straight. Impressive. He pulled me out of my erotic thoughts. I do believe you've discovered a hidden talent of yours, Mr. Moore. Makes me wonder what other hidden talents you have. Was it my imagination from picturing myself scrubbing his naked body, or did it sound like August was flirting with me? Again, it was always so subtle, nothing heavy enough for me to be able to say definitely that it was flirting. Sure, his comments were usually double entendres, but maybe it was just my horny brain that made everything into a sexual meaning. As soon as I discover those hidden talents, you'll be the first to know, I said with an uneasy laugh, setting down the paint roller and stepping back. What do we do now? You can go wash up in the restroom while I clean up in here. No, I'll help. We cleaned up side by side, removing the drop cloth he'd spread across the floor to prevent the paint from staining the carpet. We shucked everything that wasn't reusable into garbage bags, and he replaced the tools we used in the garage while I washed up in the depressing-looking bathroom. There was no high-powered shower head and no fluffy towels. Still, it was a small price to pay for how much I'd enjoyed the day with August. I tried to recall when was the last time I had so much fun that didn't involve parties, drinking, and fast women, but I couldn't remember. Even when I was married to Miranda, I hadn't done anything like this. A knock on the door startled me from my musings. I stared at the door handle as though August would barge in without permission. Did I want him to come in? Charles, I put out some clothes for you on the bed, if you want to change, August said. Okay, I said loudly, my eyes fixed on the door. I couldn't decide if I wanted the doorknob to turn or not. I'll be in the backyard. Come on out when you're done. All right. Everything went quiet, so I assumed he'd left. I spent some more time scrubbing my body. When my hand landed between my legs to wash my dick, my touch turned into a caress. I tried to keep August out of my head as my stroking became more deliberate. I tried to replace images of him with his shirt off with those of Poppy naked, her legs falling apart to accommodate me. But it wasn't her pants and moans that had a shiver run down my spine. It wasn't the softness of her hands clutching my shoulders. It was August's laughter that cloaked around me. His smile that had me moaning. His naked chest that had me fucking my fist harder. My mouth dry from the need to lick him. Those flat nipples that were partially hidden by his chest hair. Fuck, how would his hairy chest feel against mine? The shocking image of August lying on top of me, my legs around his waist, became too much. I had to bite my bottom lip to suppress my cry as I shot ropes of cum down the drain. Shit. I braced an arm against the wall to support my trembling legs. This wasn't good at all. I was playing with fire, and this time I wasn't the only one who might get burned. This was Owen's son. I couldn't toy with him and walk away like I did all my past lovers. He seemed the commitment type, but I had no promises left to give anyone when my life was so uncertain. I already had one promise hanging in the balance to care for Poppy's child as my own. That was my main focus. The beating off in the shower had done me good. I was more composed and determined as I joined August in the garden. He already had the grill fired up and the patties on. I hadn't even had to tell him earlier in Walmart to pick out veggie patties. He went out of his way to get me what I wanted. "Want to flip these for me while I make the salad?" he asked. "Oh, the wall was bad enough, August. Don't trust me with our food." "It's nothing hard. Wait for another 5 minutes, then do the flip." He handed me the tongs. "You don't have to stand at the grill, Charles. Have a seat." I only realized then that he'd set up 2 chairs outside alongside a cooler with the 6-pack of beer he had also grabbed at Walmart. On the white foldaway table that stood in the middle was a beer mug. I hadn't missed the way he glanced at me when I'd requested a glass from my bottle of water earlier. I nervously watched the patty and sipped from the mug of beer. It wasn't exactly expensive stuff, but I felt too relaxed to complain. He didn't have a pool. The yard could use a decent manicure, and we practically had no view. But I was content. In another hour or so, the sun would go down and the evening was quite cool. "Charles?" I blinked my eyes open. August was looking down at me with an expression that was somewhere between a grin and exasperation. I scrunched up my nose at the acrid scent that wafted in the air. "What's that smell?" "Burnt patties." "Oh, my God!" I rushed to get up, but August pushed me back gently in the chair. "It's okay. You fell asleep." I groaned, not as easily forgiving as he seemed. "Oh, sorry. I was feeling so peaceful and must have dozed off. I already threw them out and have new ones on the grill." "Hey, I tried to warn you," I grumbled. "I wouldn't make a good housewife." "Well, if cooking is out, I'm sure you could be useful on your hands and knees." I choked at August's words, blinking at him. Oh, God, did he just... Oh, God, he did. And now I couldn't get the image out of my head of me on all fours before August. My insides vibrated, the fast pace of my heartbeat leaving me breathless. "I'd love to see how you could mess up scrubbing the floors." August chuckled and headed back over to the grill. "Floors?" "Yeah. You know a good housewife doesn't only do the cooking, but also the cleaning?" My heart rate slowed. I'd been convinced that... Shit. Now I was uncertain about every little line of his that I thought was him flirting with me. August went inside, giving me enough time to calm down from my inappropriate thought about us. He placed a salad bowl on the table, and my eyes drifted down below his waist. He'd changed into worn jeans. I wasn't quite sure if the bulge in the front was the material or something else. Was that what I really wanted? To have August's dick inside my mouth? I'd done it a couple of times before in college, but that was so long ago I couldn't even remember what it felt like. It couldn't have been all that good if I'd never done it again. "Let me guess. No mayo?" August asked me. "Right, but do you have any mustard?" "Sure." He fixed both our burgers, and once again I was quite pleased in the way he had been conscious about the kind of bread he'd ordered. The whole wheat brand he had chosen before asking me if it was okay had sesame seeds with no egg and no yeast. "How's it?" I asked after he took his first bite, knowing that he wouldn't complain about it. "It's different," he said, and I chuckled. "Is that a bad thing? You don't have to let my health decisions affect your eating habits, you know?" "No, they're good habits to have, just an acquired taste that I'll have to get used to." "Well, I'll be out of your hair after today, so there's no need to get acquainted with anything. We're family, Charles. You'll be seeing me for a long time." "Yes, family." I needed to remember that, and then maybe the inappropriate thoughts would stop. If only it were that easy. In my head, the attractive, intuitive man sitting across from me wasn't family. For me, family was people I knew from childhood, people I'd watched growing up. August was already a grown man, and that was the only version of him I knew. He was the man who brought me something new, something I hadn't experienced in a long time. Was it so wrong to want to keep that feeling? "You're thinking," August said. "Tell me about what?" "Today's been good for me." I shied away from the much too complicated truth. I didn't even know how much I needed this. "A day of manual labor?" he teased. "Good to know. I'll call you when I get started on my other plans for this place." "What are your plans?" "You sure you want to hear me ramble about this old house?" "I can see it means a lot to you." "It does. Remember what you said last night about home being the place to go?" "Oh, yeah, I wish I didn't." "Yes. Well, this is my home. All my important memories are here." "All right, then. Tell me about the plans." "Oh, not much of it is essential stuff," he said. "The main plan is to rip off the porch and rebuild it, and also to build a proper patio to hang out in the evenings. It's quite peaceful out here. Some of the windows need upgrading, and then I wish to replace the furniture." "Sounds like a lot of work." "I'll take it on as a pet project. I won't do everything at once." I stared at him as if he was crazy. "You're planning to do it yourself?" His white teeth flashed in my direction. Damn, he was even more attractive when he smiled. "Pretty much. I have a fancy degree and all, but Dad taught us how to be independent, to do as much as possible ourselves." "If you need the money to—" "It's not about the money, Charles." "It isn't?" He baffled me. Who would want to spend so much time working on a house themselves when you could pay people to do it for you? "No. It's the satisfaction, call it pride, of completing the work by my own hands. It needs a lot of TLC, so I don't expect to be finished anytime soon, especially if I get a job offer." 10. Augie. "Driver's here." My tranquil mood broke as Charles walked into the living room wearing a pair of Declan's jeans and a shirt. He'd gotten tired of my crappy clothes and decided to face his son's wrath by digging through his closet for something to wear home. When we'd returned from my house, I'd laundered his suit for him, but he'd declared it ruined. After taking one look at his legs and my shorts, he had disappeared upstairs and rummaged through Declan's closet for something more suitable to wear. Since Declan was slenderer than Charles, the material of his shirt strained against his chest. He might have intentionally left the first 2 buttons undone, teasing me with a peek at his naked, hairless chest. The jeans weren't better either, molding to his thighs. I'd never wanted to get a look at another man's ass as much as Charles's. I desperately wanted to check out if the back looked as good as the frontal view. He'd even managed to comb back his hair to the side like he always wore it, not a lock out of place. How would he react if I went over to him and ran my fingers through the strands to mess him up a bit? As handsome as he was, I preferred the version of Charles I hung out with today. His legs, and I hadn't been at all surprised he shaved them, were sexy. While we'd painted my dungeon earlier, I had to use Bach to get me to stop ogling them and thinking about them dangling from a sex swing or over my shoulders while I fucked him slow and deep. It wouldn't be Bach playing in the background then, just his moans blending with mine. Would he be noisy in bed, or would he take my dick quietly? You didn't want to spend the night again? I hoped he'd take me up on the offer. After spending all day with him, I wasn't looking forward to the empty house all by my lonesome when he was gone. Plus, he was better to look at than the television. "That would be taking the easy way out like I did last night," he replied. "I can't hide from Poppy forever. Plus, I'm surprised she hasn't made her way here already. It's not beyond her to go that far to make me miserable." It was on the tip of my tongue to ask him why not divorce her if she made him so miserable. They didn't need to be together to share a child. They could still equally play a part in the child's life. Maybe they would even get along better when they were living apart. As much as it was still bitter thinking about it, my father James leaving had turned out to be for the best. I was convinced both he and Dad wouldn't have made it had he stayed. I still remembered them back then, even though I'd been only 7. I was little, but it had been obvious something was not right between them. Then, there were the women who James kept around. It was only as I got older that I learned that he and Dad had an open marriage. But that didn't sound like Dad. That couldn't have been his decision, given the way he was possessive with Declan. All right, but if you need to let off some steam, you know where to find me. An undercurrent charged between us, and I stifled my groan. I had no idea why words sometimes came out distorted when I was speaking to Charles. Earlier, when I told him I had use for him on his hands and knees, I had to think fast to ward off the awkward moment. I'll hold you to that. I rose from the chair, and he waved a hand at me. No need to get up. I can see myself out. I simply smiled at him. What kind of host would that make me? Come on. I placed a hand at the small of his back, complete reflex, and by the time I realized what I'd done, it would have seemed too abrupt to remove my hand. His back stiffened a bit, but then he relaxed as we crossed the living room to the hall and outside. See you later, boy, Charles said to Lucky, who lounged in the hall, but the dog covered his eyes with his paws and ignored Charles. Ungrateful beast, Charles muttered, and I laughed. My hand slipped downward, perilously close to those hard buns in the jeans. Charles had a lot going on in the back. He just doesn't want to see you go. Charles snorted, but didn't respond as I removed my hand from his back and opened the door for us. I walked him all the way to the car, parked in the yard. When his driver started to get out, I waved him back in. I'll get it. Are you always this chivalrous? Charles asked. Pretty much, blamed Dad. That's how he raised me. To look out for the elderly? We came to a halt at the car, and he glanced up at me, his jaw squared as if waiting for me to agree with him. A lot of things come to my mind when I think of you, Charles Moore, but elderly is not one of them. He stared at me in shock, completely taken aback by the closest I'd come to confessing just how much it took out of me not to back him up against the car and kiss him senseless. Kiss him so hard he'd realize he deserved a lot more than broken marriages and a life full of lies. I opened the car door for him while he seemed to be struggling with words. Have a good evening, Charles. He climbed into the car and I closed the door. He continued to stare at me through the glass as if still trying to figure out what I'd meant. I'd overstepped my boundaries. I knew I had. But all day I could tell he had had the wrong conception about why I cared about his mental and emotional well-being, of why I was so adamant in him spending the day with me. He thought it was simply because Declan asked me to. But I wouldn't have changed anything about today, even if Declan hadn't said a word to me about Charles. A couple of hours later, I walked into Heath's BDSM club, becoming hyper-aware of the scenes going on around me. I hadn't been back since the episode with Ridge. Several times, Heath had called to ask me when I was coming around again, but I always made something up about being too busy. I still wasn't certain if I was in the right place when I spotted Heath sitting on a leather sofa in his gear, smoking a fat cigar. He sat apart from the other doms and subs, petting the younger man who sat on a cushion at Heath's feet. The boy wore nothing but a jockstrap, a harness, and a muzzle. He had fresh welts across his back. Master August. Heath stood to acknowledge me, and it never failed to amaze me that this man, who had such prestige in our community, gave me the kind of respect he did. More than ever, I didn't deserve it. Master Heath. I almost gave him my hand, but he pulled me into an affectionate embrace. Heath was like a father to me. He often spoke about my accomplishments and used me to demonstrate when nurturing other dominants or breaking in subs. A lump formed in my throat as I patted his strong shoulder, and I felt like crying at the affection in his embrace. After Charles had left, I felt bereft, and I needed a scene tonight to rid me of the ache in my chest and the desire to claim someone who I had no business picturing as a sub. It's good to see you. Heath released me and returned to his seat, patting the space beside him. I wondered if you'd gone back to Columbus. I told you I was staying in Cincinnati, didn't I? Yeah, but since you haven't been around, I assumed you changed your mind. Upped and left. Without telling you? What was I supposed to think? You weren't communicating. I decided when you were ready you would come to me, and here you are. What's going on with you, August? Since he didn't use my title, I could tell he was asking me as a friend, rather than Dom to another Dom. I glanced at the boy at his feet and back at Heath. I didn't want to discuss this in front of Declan's friend. Heath understood well enough. He stroked Ridge's head, and the boy arched into his caress. Seeing them together the way Heath leaned forward and kissed Ridge's forehead tenderly, then whispered in the boy's ear, made me long for a sub of my own. In the past, I was happy with coming to the club to play and leave as a single man, but it would be so gratifying to have a sub wear my permanent collar instead of a play collar. I'd even settle for a collar of protection. Ridge got to his feet. He was gorgeous. His eyes connected with mine a split second. Then he lowered his head and walked away, the gazes of other men following him. You collared him? I asked Heath with a frown. I still had no idea why he had chosen me that night to flog Ridge, but I had the feeling it had been deliberate, and I had a right to know. It's just a consideration collar. Why did you have me flog him that night? Is that what this is about? Yes. I want to know why me. Because I trusted you with him, he replied, taking a long drag from his cigar. I didn't want to get tangled up with him again, but he needed the pain that night. Then I couldn't give it to him. And I fucked up. What? Heath straightened up and bent forward to grind out the cigar in a petri dish on the circular table next to his leather chair. Is that what you think? I had a meltdown that night, Heath. A dom drop. It's not uncommon, you know. Do you ever get them? I demanded. No, but this affects us all differently, August. You of all people know this. There's no one-size-fits-all. That's why communication with your partner is important. And what if you can't trust your partner? Then you shouldn't be playing together. I took his words to heart. Then why did you give me someone I couldn't trust to play with me? He glanced away from me before I could read his eyes. I didn't know he would take it that far. But you knew he might. A little? Yes. I swore beneath my breath. That's fucked up, Heath. You should have leveled with me before I started that scene. Now, thanks to you, I'm having anxiety about playing again. Heath's head snapped around in my direction. Augie, what happened that night was poor execution on my part. You're an exceptional dom. You realized something was wrong that night when I didn't. Don't hold back because of what I did. I don't know, Heath. It stayed with me. Are you saying you haven't played with anyone since? I shook my head. I couldn't. Are you here to play? I roamed the room with my eyes, checking out slaves, pets, and littles, all sharing the same space. A lone boy in a leather harness sat on a sofa. He gave me a shy smile, then lowered his eyes, his signal clear. He was there to play. I'll play. Good. Impact? Is there any other kind? Impact play was my favorite playtime. No wonder Heath had chosen me that night to whip Ridge. I'd perfected my strokes over the years and usually prided myself in keeping with my sub's pain limit. Did you bring your own? Heath asked me. No, but I'm pretty sure you have a wide assortment. Surprised me. Before Heath could respond, I crossed the room over to the boy, who now had a drink in his hand. Without a word, I took his glass and placed it on a table. The fact that he had a collar in his lap and not around his neck made it most likely a play collar, which was cool by me. Tonight I wasn't looking to get off sexually. With my thoughts so full of Charles, I couldn't think about sex with anyone right now. But I could get the edge off with some impact play. Many people believed engaging in BDSM meant sex, but most of the time it was purely about the power exchange and the fine line between pleasure and pain. Allowing a sub that immense pleasure was my gratification. May I? I gestured at the play collar. Yes, sir. He lifted his head, the slender neck begging to be collared. You will call me Master, I instructed him. Yes, Master. And you shall be my slave tonight. I stroked his delicate cheekbone. Tell me, boy, what are you looking for tonight? He tripped over his words as he explained his need to be caned. He specifically wanted to be caned, he said, not flogged nor spanked. He wanted the bruises to stay on his body for a while. And your safe word? Lincoln. I raised my eyes at the choice, but didn't ask him to elaborate. What did I care why he chose a safe word, as long as he had one? We spent about half an hour negotiating his scene. Some doms didn't go over expectations and rushed right into play once they had a safe word, but I liked getting to know my sub before engaging in play. For one, I refused to play with subs who I thought didn't have the mental capacity to engage in safe play. Even worse than having a reckless dom was having a reckless sub. Heath had already handed one to me, and I wouldn't make that mistake again. As a dom, I needed to have complete faith that my sub would communicate honestly with me. Heath only allowed a few doms in his dungeon to cane subs because of the level of mastery needed to carry out the task. It usually involved bruising, and could even break the skin. Only a skilled dom could make the impact as minimal as possible for the sub while still leaving the impression of being caned. When I was satisfied that we both had the same vision of what we wanted for the evening, it was time to begin. He was a compliant little thing, crawling several steps behind me on his hands and knees. He didn't have a leash, but I'd used my belt to create one, and led him away from the main room to the private playrooms. Heath was never far from my sight and opened the room where he had suspensions from the ceilings. He gave me a hand with tying up my plaything. He was completely naked, his arms and legs stretched wide. I walked around his body, moving slowly, touching him here or there to reassure him of my presence. But I needed the time as well to get into the right headspace. The more I stalked him like a prey, not saying anything to him, the more he slipped into that place where I needed him to be. My slave's nostrils flared, his breathing became shallow, and his eyes begged me to hurt him, to make him feel good. I trailed the cane over his skin, prolonging the moment for as long as I wanted, and daring him to utter even a protest. I was his dom, and he followed my lead. He felt pain when I chose to give it, and not a moment sooner. In my peripheral vision, I noted a few had come to watch. Heath generally used these scenes as teachable moments, so I didn't mind. I kept my eyes on my sub and his needs. The rattan made a whooshing sound as I let it fly on his bare ass. He didn't gasp immediately, but as the cane settled against his skin and the area absorbed the full impact of the strike, he let out a groan. I considered the pressure I'd used for the strike, and his groan. His pain threshold was lower than I might have liked. I continued applying that same force for the next few strikes, giving him time in between to recover. As the welts appeared on his body, I used my nail to draw a line along them, and his cries grew in intensity. Those familiar cries of pain, the grunts and groans, became the world in which only the two of us existed. It was all about what the sub required, and what I could provide. And then it happened. His skin broke, and a thin trail of blood dotted his flesh. My hand turned heavy and my chest tightened. I felt myself drifting, gasping for air, that thin trail of blood all I could see as I lost the connection with the sub. Panic rose in my chest. I couldn't breathe. 11. Charles. Let's go to a gay bar. Winston's glass crashed to the table and he doubled over in a coughing fit. I winced at the terrible sound. I probably should have waited until he wasn't drinking to drop the bombshell on him, but I was impatient with pretending this was just a regular dinner at our favorite restaurant. This had been on my mind since spending the day with August 3 days ago. I had to find out if August was the only one who made me want to strip him naked, or if my interest in the same sex extended well beyond him. Not just an awareness of the same sex, but having an attraction so strong that I actually wanted to do something about it. I could have gone to a gay bar by myself, but I wasn't that comfortable with the idea. Hence Winston and his coughing fit. Of my two close friends, he was the one who I thought would understand and help me out. Although he was straight, he was more open-minded than Paul. A gay bar, Winston croaked, sucking in a deep breath. What for? What do you think? He shrugged, his face bewildered. I don't know. Is Declan back in town already from his honeymoon? No, he's still in Greece. Then help me out here, Charles. Why on earth would you want to go to a gay club? He was going to make me spit it out. Maybe I should have called Paul to accompany me tonight instead. He would have known exactly what I meant, but despite being 48, Winston could be so clueless. One would think after the years of debauchery Paul and I had dragged him into that his eyes would have been open by now. But with his blonde hair and blue-eyed poster boy look, women flocked to him for that innocent air. They thought they could corrupt him. I'm going to tell you something I haven't even shared with Paul yet, I said. He tugged at his tie, his Adam's apple bobbing. Okay. I'm not so sure I'm straight anymore. He swallowed hard, and although he still looked confused, he nodded, reached for his water, and took a gulp. Why'd you say that? I leaned in closer. This was the tricky part. Remember my roommate back in third year of college? Not really. We used to try out things on each other. I picked up my glass and set it down again. Just small stuff. Were blowjobs and handjobs small stuff when it came to gay sex? It was the small stuff for me with straight sex. Like what? Like, laying bricks. I glared at him. What do you mean, like what? His face turned red and he chuckled. Sorry, dumb question. Are you saying you've been secretly having sex with men all these years? No. Then I don't get it. What's the problem? The problem is that I want to know. You want to know if you're gay? Pretty sure I'd be more bisexual than gay, but whatever. Yeah, I want to know what it feels like kissing another man. He grabbed his glass of water again, but I snatched it from his hand. Don't freak out on me about this, I begged him. As much as I rationalized this, it was scary going into something like this alone. Well, I wouldn't be alone, but still, discovering this side of me was my experience alone. I could use the support. I'd tried talking to Declan about it before, when I'd first processed my attraction to August, but he might ask questions I wasn't ready to answer. I'm not freaking out. He tried to smile, but it looked pained. Your face says otherwise. He dropped the smile. Sorry, I'm just blown away, Charles. You're probably the man in Cincinnati who holds the record for sleeping with the most women. There's a guy. A guy? Yes. I tapped my fingers against the table, trying to contain the way my adrenaline spiked at the thought of August. I'm attracted to him. Really attracted to him. So why not see what things are like with that guy? I mean, you don't have to go to a gay club. How I wish. I can't. He's off limits. Why? I can't say. Just know that he's off limits. So are we going or not? Damn, Charles, a man could do with a little warning before you spring this on him. Don't be a pussy. Winston glared at me. You're getting too old to say shit like that, he snapped. Grow up already, will you? Will you go, yes or no? Or if you want, I could kiss you and see how that makes me feel. Winston jerked back. Let's go. Are we going somewhere I can kiss you? I teased as I rose to my feet as well. Your gay bar. You're not putting your mouth on any part of me but my ass. With a chuckle, I followed Winston from the restaurant. You know, some men find that sexy. It's called rimming. No thanks. Know what bar you want to go? Nothing fancy, just a regular gay bar. And you think I'm going to know where to find a regular gay bar? I threw an arm around his shoulder. Don't worry, buddy. I have a pretty good idea. I've looked this up. After being unable to get August from my mind, I jumped completely in and done my research about what it was like having sex with another man. That was exactly what I wanted from August, and I needed to understand, if even from a theoretical perspective, what to expect. I'd found a whole lot, but I'd also discovered that everything was subject to the individuals. If I wanted to know how all this affected me, I needed to experience it for myself. "So what's my role in all this?" Winston asked when my driver let us off at the entrance to the gay bar I'd directed him toward. "Be my boyfriend." He halted, but I kept walking. "What? Charles, that wasn't a part of the plan." Footsteps hurried after me, and his hand landed on my shoulder. I stopped. "It's not a big deal, okay? I'm not going to kiss you or anything. In fact, if someone piques my interest, you may leave." "Okay, deal." I opened the door and Winston followed me. The world didn't end, and except for a few curious stares and an abundance in testosterone, it looked pretty much like any other bar. We found 2 stools at the L-shaped bar. The bartender promptly appeared, flashing a friendly smile at us. His top half was bare except for the mat of curly red hair on his chest and horseshoe nipple rings. The hairy chest reminded me of August, causing a jolt in my pants. That had to count for something, right? "What can I get you 2, gentlemen?" Winston leaned into me and murmured, "What do you order in a gay bar?" The bartender laughed, the sound loud, only drawing more attention to us. I groaned and gestured to the door, and Winston, "You can go now." "What, did I say something wrong?" "You can order anything you want, sweetie," the bartender said, still chuckling. "And because you're such a cutie, your first drink's on me." Thanks." Winston's face was red. "Don't I get a free drink, too?" "When you're that cute, sure." The bartender couldn't keep his eyes off Winston, and my friend was lapping it up. "Get out," I whispered fiercely at Winston when the bartender fixed our drinks. "What?" He blinked at me. "Aren't we having fun?" "You're stealing my thunder with that stupid, innocent face of yours," I hissed. "That free drink should be mine." "The least I can get out of this is a free drink." "Then I hope he takes you home tonight and makes you bottom." "Did somebody say bottom?" The bartender placed our drinks on the counter. I slapped Winston's shoulder. "Just my friend here stating his preference." Winston spewed out his mouthful on the bartender. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." He apologized, grabbing some napkins and leaning across the counter to dab away the droplets of liquid from the bartender's skin. I stared at Winston, who was so intent on fixing his mistake he missed the bartender's cheeky grin. "Well, damn, honey. You didn't need an excuse to touch me." Winston paused. I should have been pissed at him for gaining all the attention since we walked through the door, but I couldn't help laughing at his look of horror. His face couldn't get any redder. "This is so embarrassing," he muttered. He cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, but there is a misunderstanding. You see, I'm not gay." "Keep touching me like that, honey, and you'll find it very hard to convince me you aren't." Winston finally realized he still had his hands on the bartender's chest. He dropped them and closed his eyes as if that would make everything disappear. "I'm really not gay," he said, then pointed at me. "I'm just here with him. He's the one you should be coming on to, not me." "You're more my type, sugar." The bartender stepped back. "I won't push, but if you change your mind, I'd bottom for you." With that, he was off, and Winston shifted on his stool and glared at me. "This is your fault." He grabbed his drink and guzzled it down. "Are you satisfied now?" I grinned at him. "Yes. Watching that makes it more satisfying." "So, do you have your answer?" I shrugged, sobering up as I remembered my reason for being here. I surveyed the bar, and some pretty intense gazes stared right back at me. I tried to push August from my mind and concentrate on the options before me, but it was hard to do. Hard to figure out if I'd let any of these men touch me the way I often fantasized about August caressing me. But it's hard to tell. It can't be that difficult. He swiveled around. "How about that guy over there in the purple shirt?" He seems like your type. What type would that be? You know. I stared at the guy in the purple shirt. He was a handsome guy, probably close in age to me, but he did absolutely nothing for me. The raw edginess I was used to getting from August was missing. I wanted a strong, chiseled jaw, while he offered me a timid smile, flashing dimples. No, I want someone edgier, more exciting. Then how about that giant in the Bingle shirt? Bingle shirt definitely piqued my interest. He had enough similarities to August to push my buttons, but differences as well. His head was completely bald, and his face sported a bushy beard I wasn't too keen on. But other than the facial hair, I could be interested. He definitely had that edgy vibe I was after. He has potential, I said. My phone vibrated in my pocket, pulling my attention away from Bingle's shirt. Declan's name flashed on the screen. Should I ignore or take the call? I could never be certain of the direction our conversation would be going in whenever he got in touch. So far, he hadn't once called me while on his honeymoon, but I didn't know if that was because he had confidence in my abilities once more, or if he was keeping tabs on me through someone else, like he'd done on the home front with August. The reminder of him asking August to keep an eye on me made me bristle. Declan, I greeted him. You still have time to check out your old man when you're on your honeymoon. Charles, I need you to do me a favor. He just railroaded everything I said, not even responding, and it irked. I don't owe you a damn thing, Declan. I actually did. I owed him a lot, but I was just so pissed at him for assigning me a babysitter. August already had an unflattering opinion of me, and he'd added to it. I don't know what's up with you, Charles, but this isn't about you. It's about Augie. My whole body lit up at the mention of his name. What was I even doing here at this gay bar anyway when I knew exactly who and what I wanted? What about him? Something's wrong, Declan said, his voice full of worry. Listen to me, it's serious enough for Owen to want to cut our honeymoon short and be on the first flight out of Greece tomorrow. Alarm bells went off in my head. He was fine when I saw him 3 days ago. That's when he flew off the radar. Did you have something to do with this? Did I? What if I hadn't been subtle enough about my attraction to him? But that wouldn't have made him go ghost on everyone. He was doing okay when I left the house. I said more to reassure myself than him. He had even asked me to stay the night if I wanted. Maybe he just needs some time alone. That might be the case, but we need to know for sure. Can you check on him now, please? Tell him to call his father, or we're coming back home tomorrow. I was already off the stool and reaching for my wallet to pay for my drink. The thought of August being in some kind of trouble made me nauseous. I'll handle it. Dad? That one word almost broke me. He never called me Dad, not anymore. Yes, son. This is perhaps the most important thing I've ever trusted you with. Please, don't let me down. I'm doing all I can to keep Owen calm at the moment. The quicker you see to him, the sooner we'll know what happened. 12. Augie. Lucky whined at the ringing of the doorbell and disappeared into the hall, then returned with his tail swishing. Pawing at the covers, trailing from me onto the floor, he eventually clenched his teeth around a patch of the material and pulled. If we ignore it, they'll go away, boy, I muttered, not the slightest bit interested in leaving the couch. So far, I'd only gotten up twice, once to use the bathroom, and another to get the pizza I'd ordered. The box sat on the coffee table with only one bite missing from a slice. The dog released the sheet, came up to my shoulder, and licked my face. I pushed him away gently, feeling mildly better at his affection. Dejected, the dog dropped to his haunches, whimpering as he stared at me, condemning me. I had failed as a dom. Just the thought of it brought up bile in my throat, and I had to swallow it down. I had no desire to get up from my sanctuary of the couch in the living room to throw up in the bathroom again. At least that was better than the night Heath had brought me home. The first time had taken me by surprise. I'd even been prepared for it happening again, but not to the extent that I'd blacked out while doing a scene with a sub. Given the length of time it had taken me to come around and to be fully functional after, it had been bad. I shuddered at the memory of the disaster 3 nights ago, shuddered at how much worse everything could have been. Had Heath and the others not been there, the sub would have been on his own until I revived. I'd never forgive myself for that. Heath had stayed the night with me, taking care of me until morning. He would have stayed, but I'd faked feeling better. He already blamed himself the first time it had happened. He would probably blame himself for putting me back on a scene without properly evaluating my mental health. Everyone thought we'd met through the club, but we'd first associated with each other when I consulted him. No one, including Oscar, knew how much James's reappearance in our lives had triggered feelings of inadequacy and anger inside me. Heath had helped me to go through the steps of accepting a parent who had rejected me for most of my life and wanted forgiveness. August, thank God. I groaned. That was the last voice I wanted to hear at a time like this. I scrambled up from the reclining position I'd been in for the past 2 days, staring up at the ceiling, trying to make sense of why Dom Drop was suddenly a problem for me, especially the extent to which it affected me. What are you doing here, Charles? I couldn't keep the waspishness out of my tone, and it was too much for him not to have noticed the change in my attitude. He halted abruptly in front of me. You need to call your father. His voice was firm, but he looked uncharacteristically unsure of himself. I leaned back against the arm of the sofa and returned to studying the ceiling to avoid having to look at him. From the way he was dressed, he had been out. Had he gone out with his wife or someone else? Shit, with the way I feel, thoughts like these aren't helping. I'll call him in the morning. No, August, you need to call him now. He took the seat across from me and leaned forward, his arms resting on his thighs. This is unlike you. I laughed, the sound chilling and empty. What do you know about me, Charles? That you're responsible and you wouldn't want your family to be worried about you. His words only doubled down on my guilt. I shouldn't have unplugged the phones, shouldn't have turned off mine either, but I'd at least texted Oscar that I was fine and not to worry if he didn't hear from me. I should have known better than to think that text would have appeased him. If anything, he would have most likely been more concerned. Oscar called you. No, Declan did, and they're planning to cut their honeymoon short if they don't hear from you. I groaned and pulled the sheet from my legs. They don't have to do that. Tell them I'm fine. Come on, August. You know your father better than me. He won't be satisfied until he's checked you out with his own 2 eyes. My lips twitched with the first hint of a smile I'd had over the past few days. All right, I'll call him. Then everyone can just leave me be. No way. No way what? You can't call him like that. Charles made a face at me like I stank. I probably did. I couldn't remember my last shower. It'll just be a quick call. You look like you've been ridden hard and put away wet. Damn, didn't he know the mental image that statement brought with it? Go take a shower and do something to your hair. When you're decent, then you can put your father's mind at rest. I'll send Declan a quick message to expect your call. Used to being the one to take charge of situations, I didn't know how to respond to Charles taking over and giving the instructions. But he was right about making myself presentable before I called Dad. I already expected to get an earful from him. At least he was in Greece and couldn't drop by on a whim. All right, I'll take a shower. Before I quit the room, I turned to Charles. Stay. He paused in picking up the sheet I'd let fall onto the floor. What's that? I said stay. Don't go before I'm finished with my shower. He licked his bottom lip and tightened the corner of the sheet in his hand. I'm really here just to get you to call Owen. I need you here. The words came out as a whisper and shocked me as much as it did him. Was I going to scare him off now that I'd admitted that? He nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the sheet on the sofa instead of me. Go take that shower. In that moment, something shifted between us, even though we didn't exchange the words we were thinking. Were they even necessary? We'd been fighting this attraction since the moment we met. Now it made me feel again, where I'd been numb in the past days. I didn't want to let go of this emotion. It kept me anchored instead of letting me slip further into the crevice of my mind. I tried to take a quick shower, but I was still feeling quite sluggish, and it affected my movements and coordination. By the time I'd toweled off my body and entered my bedroom, I was convinced that Charles had left. I moved faster, pulling on a pair of jeans and a decent t-shirt, just as he had suggested. I also ran a comb through my still damp hair, then headed back downstairs. The first thing that caught my attention was the scent of food that permeated the first floor. I followed the odor to the kitchen, where Charles was unwrapping plastic containers of food at the island. When I entered, he glanced up, and his shoulders dropped as if releasing weeks of tension. "What's all this?" I stepped closer to him and went to pick up a container. Charles slapped in my hand. "You sit, I'll handle this." "Fine. So you know nobody likes Bossy." My mood was already improving greatly as I pulled out one of the chairs and sat. "This is what I get for throwing that awful pizza out and getting you real food. Do you know how many calories I'd have saved you from? Possibly a heart disease, too." He made to put back the container in the large brown bags they came in. "Maybe I should take my bossy self back home. Then I'll go back to the couch feeling sorry for myself, and it will be on your conscience this time." Charles pointed at me. "You, sir, drive a hard bargain." I sobered at him calling me sir, only half listening as he recounted all that he'd delivered to the house while I was in the shower. I was nobody's sir, and given what had happened at the club, no sub would want to play with a dom who had to deal with his own dom drop and didn't have what it took to administer aftercare. For me, providing aftercare was a crucial element of being a dom. If I couldn't give subs that much-needed attention, I didn't believe I could ever return to practicing the lifestyle, unless I worked through my anxieties. They made the drop even worse. Charles dished up a plate of kale pasta and pan-roasted chicken with potatoes. He seemed quite exact in the portions he put on my plate, but I couldn't eat all this with my stomach still in knots. "Aren't you going to have something to eat, too?" I asked him as he poured me a glass of iced tea. "I already had dinner." They returned the pitcher to the fridge. "You were out? I hope you didn't leave any unfinished business to drop by." "Declan called me." He placed the iced tea before me on the counter. "So you came because Declan asked you to?" "Not entirely." He squeezed my shoulder, the warmth of his hand seeping through the material of my t-shirt. "Look, I don't know what happened since I left, but you're not usually like this, so I know something's wrong. It's fine, you don't have to tell me, but you've been there for me before. At the cancer benefit." I took Charles's hand before he could tug it away, and returned the squeeze. He was so close to me I could hear him breathe. The sound was hot and heavy. I struggled not to act on the trembling in his hand, the obvious desire he had for me, but tried to fight. I didn't want to fight it anymore. "Thanks. I appreciate it." And I did more than he could ever know. I was used to taking care of people, whether it was in my daily life or the kink community. I rarely had that reciprocated, but Charles had gone above and beyond. Not only had he stopped by and prompted me to get in touch with my family, he could have left it there and returned to his date, but he'd stayed, sent me to take a shower, then ordered something healthy for me to eat. This was the man who'd abandoned his son growing up? I couldn't reconcile the two. That man I wouldn't have tolerated, but this Charles I thoroughly enjoyed being around. "I'll take the dog out for you," he offered. "Call your family." "I can do it when I'm finished." "Where's his leash?" He ignored my comment as he walked toward the door. I would have enjoyed spanking that ass for the way he didn't listen. My stomach dipped again at the thought of using my hand to make his ass sore. This time it wasn't the previous nausea that caused the fluttering in my stomach, though. It was excitement at the idea of having Charles naked, of seeing my handprint on his ass. The spanking wasn't a deal-breaker. I'd take him naked anyway. I could do a lot of other things to him. "August." I startled. Busted. Charles had caught me ogling his ass. If I had any regrets at all, I'd apologize for blatantly checking him out when I didn't even know what he wanted from me. Some men were straight, but didn't mind flirting with a gay man to feel desirable. Charles did seem like a flirt, but I wasn't certain that was all there was to him. The leash is in the coat closet in the hall. I finally answered his question. Without a word, he walked out of the kitchen, leaving me alone. With a sigh, I picked up my fork and stabbed a potato. They tasted different from the potatoes I was used to, but knowing Charles, he probably had ordered something healthy. It was a little bland, but I managed a few bites along with spears of the chicken. Then I grabbed my phone he had left on the island for me. I didn't have to think about who to call first. Charles had already contacted Declan that I was all right. The phone shrilled twice. Then Oscar came on the line, spitting mad. "I'm not talking to you, August." No surprise there. I didn't bother to point out how ridiculous his statement was. Oscar's "I'm not talking to you" never lasted long, as he could never resist the urge to give everyone a piece of his mind. "Oscar, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. You sent me one message, then went ghost on me and didn't expect me to worry? I told you I was fine. You need to trust me." "But you weren't fine," he yelled into the phone. "Don't try to tell me you were, because I could feel it, Augie." Shit. Sometimes this sixth sense between us was one giant pain in the butt. He would always believe it over what I said to him. "Listen, Oscar, sometimes things may be wrong, but I've got it handled. You need to be able to trust me instead of those things you feel." "I don't know, Augie. This time it was bad. I kept getting sick." "Will you tell me what's up? I'm your twin, for fuck's sake, and I tell you everything, yet you're always hiding shit from me." "It's hard to tell everyone my shortcomings when everyone comes to me to solve their problems, Oscar." Silence ensued on the line. I'd never meant to blurt the words out, but once they had started, I couldn't hold them back in. "You and Summer expect me to have all the answers. I'm the one you come to when you don't want Dad involved. Dad expects me to be there for you two. Don't you get it? It's not easy to turn around and admit when things are going south for me." "Jesus, Augie, you're the one who's always trying to solve everybody's problems. Sometimes when I tell you stuff, it's just to bitch a little. I don't mean for you to find the answer." "Well, I can't help it. If I can do something about it, I will. If it's gonna make you feel like you can't come to us, then cut that shit out. You're my brother, not my dad. Not our fucking superhero or something. Just be your goddamn brother and stop bottling things up inside." "Maybe you're right." "Maybe?" I chuckled at that. "For once in your life. So don't be a dick about it. Are you going to tell me what happened?" "I had a mishap at the dungeon." "I mean, what kind of mishap?" "You sure you want to hear? Kink isn't your thing." "Maybe not the kind you like, but I can be up for kinky. Now tell me." "Remember that night we got back to Sensi when Dad didn't know we were here and ended up spending the night with him and Deck?" "Yeah." "The same thing happened again. I had a drop. Only this time it was worse, and I needed some time alone to get a grip on it. Being alone hadn't really done much for me, though. It had sunk me deeper into the despair I had been experiencing, until Charles showed up unexpectedly and took over. I still wasn't certain how I felt about that. I was used to being in charge, and that was the way I wanted it to be." Oscar cursed. "That's bad. Are you better now?" "I'm getting there." "Want me to ditch work and visit you tomorrow?" "No. Your boss is already all up in your ass about how casual you are with work." "My boss can suck my dick, and while he's at it, my balls, too." I groaned. "Please tell me you haven't said that to him." "Of course not, but he'd look good sucking my dick. Too bad he's so hot and not even gay." "Don't fuck around with your boss, Oscar." "Yes, Dad." "All right, I'll leave you alone, but just don't. Fraternizing at the workplace never works out in anyone's favor." "I know, so give it a rest already." "Are we good?" I asked him. "Yeah, just don't keep stuff from me. I hate it." I thought about Charles and the way I felt about him, but we didn't have a relationship. Not yet, anyway. Even if we had, would I be able to talk about it with Oscar? Shit, I hope this wasn't a promise I wouldn't be able to keep. Before I could respond, Lucky trotted into the kitchen, minus his leash. I waited for Charles to come back in as well, but there was no sign of him. Did he leave without saying goodbye? Some relationship stuff I might have to, but otherwise, deal. I've got to call Dad now before he books a flight back to the U.S. Yeah, do that. I'll call James, too, although he tried to tell me not to worry about it, given you'd sent me a message. I probably shouldn't have called Dad, but I was worried. At least James hadn't freaked out. I still had one family member who knew well enough when I just wanted to be left alone for a while. I hung up the phone and scratched behind Lucky's ear. Where's Charles, boy? He wound his way beneath the rungs of the chair, barking in excitement. I pulled out the chair and left the kitchen, listening out for Charles, but not hearing anything beyond the dog's barks. Charles? No answer. Disappointed, I checked the coat closet and found Lucky's leash. He'd replaced it then, and left without a word of goodbye. 13. Charles. After returning Lucky to the house, I left August to his phone conversation and quietly made my way out. I should have called a cab or my driver to take me home, but instead I headed to where my wife and father had been buried. Despite having Miranda's body here, I could count on one hand the number of times I'd stopped by. It was always too hard, not only dealing with Miranda's death for years, but knowing Declan had fallen in the night before the funeral. I couldn't imagine the horror he had faced as a child, and I blamed myself for it. If I hadn't been so selfish, thinking about my own pain and not my child's, I would have visited his room that night. I would have seen that he was missing, and we would have found him before the morning. He wouldn't have had to go to therapy from the trauma. At the graveside, I pushed my hands into my pockets. I couldn't see much in the pale glow of the moonlight. The lights of the house didn't reach all the way up here, but it was enough. I didn't need to see the graves either to know what was there. If I could do it all over again, I would change so much. I would have worked at my relationship with Declan. I would have comforted the boy instead of withdrawing into my own world, then jumping headlong into every exciting opportunity that came up just to get away and forget. Love was never meant to hurt that badly. Being with Miranda had made me feel so good, loved. Every day had been beautiful with her, even when there were arguments, which were few and far between. The days still had a glow about them, because we were in love. I'd never for 1 second thought I would lose her the way I had. No one could have hurt any more than I had after she had drawn her last breath, taking everything good in me with her. All that had been left in her wake was an empty shell of a man trying to move on without a heart. I fucked up, my love, I said softly. I've done everything wrong since I lost you. I almost lost our son, too. But he's twice the man I am, and forgave me. I'm not sure I should be forgiven for the way I neglected him. I know you wouldn't have been happy about that. She would have been thoroughly disappointed in the decisions I'd made. I'm trying to change, but I don't know if it's enough. I had to change if I wanted to prove I was a fit father. I couldn't be the same reckless Charles anymore. I had a baby on the way. I want the chance to do the right thing. I can do that with this baby. Give her everything she needs, not just the material things I provided for Declan, but the emotional side, too. It took me a while to realize that something had changed. The immense sadness I usually felt whenever I thought about Miranda was nothing but a dull ache. The anger I usually associated with her death had taken a back seat. To what? The reason I was here right now. August long held my concern. I was still worried about how I'd found him when I visited. He'd looked like hell, defeated, and I never wanted him to look like that again. I wish I had the answers for the future, I murmured, staring up at the millions of stars in the sky. I'd give anything to float away among the celestial bodies and forget all the confusion and questions I had. I wished the stars would give me a sign to tell me what was the right thing to do. Should I stay married to Poppy just to be a father to her daughter? Or perhaps I should take up everyone's suggestion and adopt another kid. And what should I do about August? I caught him staring at my ass in the kitchen, and his gaze had challenged me to say something. I'd wanted to call him out on it, but did I really want to have a conversation with August about him wanting me? What good would that do, anyway? I spent a few more minutes at the graveside, then made my way back to the house. I'd check up on August one more time, then I'd call a cab to pick me up and drop me home. The farther I was away from him, the better. As I entered the house, the low rumble of August's voice drifted in the air. I followed it to the kitchen. The closer I got, the clearer his words became. Particularly bad this time. I don't know why. He sounded so frustrated. I hesitated. I didn't want to interrupt his conversation with his father. I had every intention to wait in the living room for him to finish his conversation, but his next words stopped me in my tracks. I don't trust myself as a dom anymore, Declan. Dom? August was a dom. I'd never had the desire to be in that sort of dynamic with anyone. I didn't fully understand it either, but I knew that Declan had connections to that community and that he and Owen were into all sorts of kinky stuff. I'd never asked for details about how that worked, though. Owen seemed happy enough with whatever my son provided him, but I didn't want to picture him and my son doing whatever they were doing. But August. A shiver ran up my spine and my dick perked up. I know a dom drop is not so uncommon, but it was especially bad this time. Another pause. Heath administered aftercare, but it lasted for a few days. He wants me to see him for a consultation, but I'll play it by ear. My stomach hardened at the mention of Heath. We'd met at the cancer benefit, where he and Ridge came along for support. August and I had sat with them, but I hadn't liked the way they seemed all chummy, and now the thought of that man taking care of August didn't sit well with me. The possessiveness I felt startled me, but I couldn't help it. Making a whole lot of noise so he'd hear me, I entered the kitchen. August had cleared the island and sat with his phone to his ear. The look of relief in his eyes confused me. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to head on home. Give me a second, Deck. He said into the phone, then lowered it. Don't go yet, I'm almost done with this call. I have nothing left to do, and you're okay now. I didn't want to go, though, and hoped he'd force me to stay. Even in his low mood, he made me feel more welcome than Poppy. But I had no reason to linger. None whatsoever. If I stuck around, he might find an excuse why I should. Don't go. He held up a hand and returned to the phone call. Deck, something came up and I have to go. Why didn't he just tell Declan I was still here? Was he also bothered by our closeness and was trying to keep it a secret? But that didn't make sense. Declan had asked me to check on August. All right, have fun. He hung up the phone and got off his stool. Were you seriously about to leave without me thanking you properly? I shrugged, suddenly frustrated again that he never acted on what I'd imagined. Here I thought he wanted me around, but he only wanted to give me his gratitude. Well, I could come up with a method or two in which he could show me how grateful he was, but it wasn't my place to make the first move. Or was it? Thanks aren't necessary. We do for family, right? You taught me that. My response came out snarkier than I'd intended, and a look of almost shock crossed his face. I was glad to be the one shaking up things for a change. For so long, he had me off kilter, and I needed to see him floundering too. Did I do something to piss you off? He asked. You look angry. I'm not angry. Maybe if I leave now, I can salvage the rest of my evening. He had a full-blown scowl on his face now as he approached me, leaving very little room for me to breathe. What's wrong with you? You came here of your own free will, Charles. Actually, Declan asked me, and I couldn't turn him down, now could I? That would have been the end of our relationship. He cocked his head to one side, his expression thoughtful. You're not being genuine with me all of a sudden. I want to know why. Because I'm frustrated as hell to feel the way I do about you and not knowing for certain if it's reciprocated or not. I'm tired of being good and not chasing after you, because your dad's married to my son. It's best for me to just go. I'll take Declan's car, since... I walked off, but August's hand came down on my arm and pulled me toward him. I wasn't a small man, almost his height and width, but the ease with which he moved me surprised me. If I took a deep breath, our chests would press together. He didn't release my arm, and I tried half-heartedly to pull away from his grip, but his hand tightened. I'll let you go when you tell me the truth. His head dipped the half an inch or so he had over me, and the warmth of his breath fanned my cheeks. You arrived, took care of me, even walked their dog, which you claim you hate. Now you want to act like you were forced to come here? Try again, Charles. You know you have a real problem with trying to manhandle me. A few seconds passed without a word from him. I couldn't look away from the heat in his eyes. He was breathing even harder than before. As a matter of fact, I was breathing just as hard. Our chests bumped, and I inhaled sharply. This is ridiculous. The chemistry was off the charts. It was so raw and elemental. How could I win against this? August's head dipped even lower as he pulled me all the way into his body. His lips brushed the outer shell of my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. A moan slipped out of me before I could contain it. You know you love it, he whispered in my ear. Don't you, Charles? Words strangled in my throat, making it impossible to speak. I swore I wouldn't do this, August continued. It's too complicated. But I think you're just as frustrated as I am about this thing between us. And something's bound to happen. Now I won't do anything you don't want me to do, so the ball's in your court. What's it going to be, Charles? The words were barely out of his mouth when I turned my head and slammed my lips to his. This was everything I needed to know, that I wasn't the only one being consumed by all this heat. I was a selfish bastard, enough not to want to combust alone. If I was going to be burned, I might as well drag him into the flames with me. My first time kissing another man, and it was the lips of the forbidden. He hadn't shaved, and his stubble pricked my skin, but it wasn't as unpleasant as I'd thought it would be. His lips were soft, but mixed with a rough intensity when he pressed them back against mine, kissing me with the same measure of hunger I'd had for days, weeks. August cupped my face. It felt weird at first. His hands weren't smooth and soft. They were calloused and sent shock wave after shock wave down my spine with every brush of his palm against my cheek. I'd had to tear my lips away from his and gasp aloud, but it wasn't nearly enough. I wanted more of him. He met me halfway, and this time I moved. He shifted along with me until he was pressed up against the island. I clutched his forearms, needing something to hold on to. Damn, I felt like I was about to explode. Then his bulge pushed against mine, and I nearly did. My hips rocked of their own volition as I felt friction bucking against his pelvis. Charles. Our lips slipped apart. Before I could capture his once more, August's hand in my hair pulled my head back. Fuck, Charles, don't look at me like that. Like what? Fuck, was that whiny voice mine? What was he doing to me? Like you want me to take you upstairs, take off all your clothes, handcuff you to the bed, and drive you crazy with my tongue and hands until you're begging me to fuck you. August's words filled me with heat. Oh God, I didn't know that was what I wanted. The sex, hell yes. I've been trying to hold out on that, but I'd never once thought of sex with him in such raw details. Now I knew what to expect from this kinky dom. How could I walk away? I couldn't tell the last time I burned for someone the way I did for him right now. I wrapped my arm around his neck and pulled his head back down to mine. He groaned, but gave in, hands clamping down on my hips, then running up my back, pulling me even closer against him. Everything that was August bombarded my senses, the scent of him, the feel of him against me, the sound of him. "Do you know how long I've been thinking of kissing you?" he mumbled against my lips. "How much I wished I had the right to pull you up against me like this." I grinned at the implication of what his words meant, feeling a surge of confidence. "It's not just me, then. I'm not paranoid." His sigh wasn't at all comforting. He kissed me once more, then released my lips. "You need to think carefully about what's happening between us and what you want from me." I groaned at the serious talk when all I wanted to do was kiss him some more. I wanted the feel-good back, and August's kiss felt damn good. Does it have to mean anything? He let go of me and stepped back. "Charles, I don't want to start anything that's going to make either of us uncomfortable afterward." "Why would it make us uncomfortable?" I frowned at him, a little frustrated. He was making this more complicated than it needed to be. "We're both adults here." I fisted his shirt. "What harm can it do if I experiment a little? We just need to establish some ground rules first. We need to think about this." August dropped his hands. "Too much has happened today for us to have a rational conversation about it." I placed my hands on August's chest and rubbed along his hard muscles. His body was different than anyone else I'd been with. "We don't need a conversation to continue doing what we were doing." August captured my hands in his, and the rejection stung, even when he brought my hands up to his mouth and kissed the back of them. "Conversation is important to me before we do anything. I'm not in the frame of mind to explain tonight. But have dinner with me tomorrow." His mixed signals confused me. I wasn't used to people turning me down for sex, and I wanted to walk away from him. I could find another man who wanted me. It would be his loss. But August was the one I wanted. I needed to expel him from my system, not some random stranger. "I can't do dinner tomorrow. Maybe Saturday night." I needed some time to think, and a couple of days should do the trick to find out where I stood. "Saturday is good." He smiled at me, squeezed and released my hands. "That'll give me enough time to shake this funk. Then we can properly talk about what this means, about what's going on between us." I barely refrained from blurting out that whatever it was doomed from the beginning. I could imagine Declan's and Owen's reactions if we were to tell them we slept together. I didn't know Owen enough to be certain how he would react, but Declan would be livid. I didn't exactly have the best track record when it came to my love life. Maybe that was good enough reason for me to walk away now before things got even worse. But I couldn't. Not without knowing how it could be with August. August had opened up a whole new world for me. "All right, Saturday it is. Now I really should go. Before I did something really stupid, like committing to more than just a couple of days at best in his bed. With a baby on the way and a wife, with a possible messy divorce to follow, I didn't see anything serious happening between August and myself. It wasn't just the wrong time, either. He was the wrong guy. But everyone knew the wrong people made the best kind of sex. From the little demonstration just now, we were explosive together. I had 2 days to convince him that a short-term affair with him would be ideal. I'd had lovers who were still friends. This could bring us even closer together as friends. That would have to be enough. 14. Augie. "I'll be there at 5:30. Charles's voicemail rolled over in my mind as I grabbed my brush and ran it through my hair one final time. Earlier, I'd gone to the salon for a neat trim, taking this date more seriously than I probably should. The past couple of days should have given me enough time to come to my senses. Charles and I could never be anything but relatives through marriage. Even if we did satisfy our curiosity, it would only be temporary, and the last thing I needed was to leave this awkward between us if that happened. I'd never been interested in short-term engagements, but I was about to make an exception for Charles. I picked up my phone from the dresser, scanned my fingerprint to unlock the screen, and found the messages Charles and I had exchanged over the past 2 days. He never sent text messages, and I had followed suit to respond to him through voicemail as well. I pressed play, and all the messages played, one right after the other. Me. Good morning, Charles. I enjoyed having you over last night. Feel free to stop by again anytime you want. Charles. Me too. I hadn't imposed with any more messages since he'd asked for some time to think. About what? There was really nothing to think about. This shouldn't happen. Not this date, not the intense sexual attraction, sure as hell not that kiss. Then he had sent me a voicemail yesterday. Charles. I'm not sure going out together is the right thing to do. Never wanting to be the person to pressure anyone into something they didn't want, I'd sent him a neutral message, even when I really wanted to order him to be dressed by the time I'd arrived to pick him up. Me. Charles, it's your choice. But I'd really like it if you go out with me on Saturday. Later that evening, he had sent me another message, the lighter tones of a woman laughing tinkling in the background. Charles. What time? I'd been only too happy to respond. Me. We're going out for dinner. Wear something a bit semi-formal and be dressed by 4:30. I'll pick you up. Charles. Isn't that a little bit too early for dinner? Me. No, it's not, considering where we're going. Be ready, Charles. It had taken about an hour before he sent back a voicemail. Charles. Don't pick me up. I'll have my driver drop me off at Declan's. Me. Great. See you then. We hadn't brought up the kiss, which was just as well. Thinking about that kiss messed with my mind. It made me want to kiss him again, but we both needed to be level-headed tonight for whatever decision we would make. I glanced at my watch. It was almost time for Charles to get here. I checked out Lucky, who I had walked earlier, and ensured he had food and water in his dish, and turned on the television. I should keep him occupied until we got back, and since he wasn't a fussy dog, he would be quite fine on his own. Charles was late. I paced in the living room, occasionally peeking through the window. I was antsy, nervous. Why? I was never this anxious before a date. Finally, the familiar black vehicle rolled up to the house. His driver opened the door, and one expensive shoe landed on the ground, followed by another. Charles straightened, and damn if I didn't just want to ask him to decide right there and then if he wanted me to explore that sinful body of his. He spent a couple of minutes talking to his driver, his gestures and body relaxed. It was a relief that he didn't seem ambivalent anymore. But then he had made it obvious he only wanted to satisfy his curiosity. I'd never been a straight or not-so-straight guy's experiment before, and I wasn't certain how I felt about it. It was enough, though, that I wanted Charles, and this was one way to have him beneath me. We'd figure it out as we went along. Another unorthodox move from me. I usually like to know all my variables to predict an outcome. While they talked, I took in my fill of Charles. Semi-formal for him meant a preppy outfit that shouldn't look so good on a mature man. Any other man would have looked like a bad case of someone trying to recapture their college years, but Charles knew how to rock the close-fitting dark blue trousers with a white shirt that stretched tight across his chest. He completed the look with loafers, a bare face, and stylishly combed hair. He almost made me want to check my appearance in a mirror. But I didn't. I had a lot more to offer Charles than appearance. I didn't want to play games, and I hurried to open the door before he could ring the doorbell. When our eyes met and held, it was like a second didn't exist outside the kiss we'd shared before. Just a breath to move in for another taste of his lips. But one of the things that made me an excellent dom was my patience. There would be time enough later to feel his smooth cheeks against my neatly trimmed beard. Charles, you look amazing. As usual. His eyes softened at the compliment, and I couldn't resist. I leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his lips, just a quick, hard press to let him know I was still thinking about that previous kiss, and tonight would be heading places. I opened my mouth to reprimand him for his tardiness. Sorry I'm late. He beat me to it. Poppy started a thing. A thing? Yes, one of her famous arguments about nothing. He shook his head with a frown. Can we not talk about it? I just want to put all that behind me and... He kissed me. And not the peck I'd given him either. Charles's lips were on mine, moving, his tongue pushing between my lips to sweep into my mouth. He was so hot and ready. It would be so easy to bring him upstairs. We had the entire evening ahead of us. I could take my time prepping him for what I suspected was his first time. And when he was out of his mind with ecstasy, then I'd drive home how good it could be between us. Charles. I broke the kiss. He opened his eyes only to fasten on my mouth again. God, was he horny. There's enough time for that later. We should go if we're going to make it to dinner. He groaned and placed a hand on my hip, lips turned down in the sexiest pout. My cock hardened at the provocative look. Did he know what that expression did to me? Can't we just stay in? I almost gave in from the look of hunger on his face. But if we stayed in, we'd probably head straight upstairs, and I wanted to give us a chance to talk about expectations and limits. I promised you a date, and I even prepared, so let's get to it. I grabbed my car keys, and we took my car on the road. From the way he glanced around us as I drove, I could tell how curious he was, but he didn't ask me where we were going. Talk to me, Charles, I said. About what? Anything. He let out a loud sigh. I don't want to talk about Poppy and the baby. Then talk about something else. I closed a deal I think Declan's going to be pleased about. He chuckled. To be honest, it felt good. For so long I was distracted from the business, but today I felt a little bit like the old me. Tell me about what you consider to be the old you. And so he did. Despite his original hesitation to talk, Charles liked talking about himself. He was completely at ease as he informed me about how much of a workaholic he had been at the start of his career, pushing himself sometimes to exhaustion, because he wanted to expand what his father had started. It used to drive Miranda nuts. His enthusiasm dried up and the chatter stopped. It made me curious about Declan's mother and the relationship she'd had with Charles. He still seemed so in love with her. It was in the way he talked about her, the sadness still seeping into his words. I realized then that Poppy would never pose a threat to me for Charles's attention. That arrangement was simply a paper marriage, but in his heart, he was still married to his first wife. How to compete with a ghost? I wasn't even sure if I wanted to go up against any at all in a relationship that could never amount to anything but temporary mutual satisfaction. This is our destination. I stopped in the parking lot of the train station. I thought we were going to dinner. We are. August, trust me, Charles. You'll love it. 15. Charles. I didn't like being out of my element, and August had me completely out of my comfort zone. Dinner for me meant eating at high-end restaurants. Okay, fine, from time to time I did visit restaurants with less than 4 or 5 stars because the food was that good, but this was a fucking dinner on a train. All the fine dining it boasted couldn't change that little fact. Nothing about it sounded appealing. How could August think I'd be interested in something like this? August, I'm not sure about this. I shuffled my feet as we waited in line to hand over our tickets. As though sensing my agitation, he slung his arm around my waist to steady me beside him. His smile was confident and not at all worried. Settle down and give it a chance. You liked painting with me, didn't you? Yes, I admitted grudgingly. But this is dinner. In a moving vehicle. That's neither my yacht nor my jet. He laughed and a few heads turned in our direction. I wanted to bury my face in August's neck, but his hand was gripping my hip, and although I wasn't looking forward to this, I would have followed him anywhere. He had something that I desperately wanted tonight, and it was on the other side of this dinner. I couldn't end the night without satisfying my curiosity. Kissing him was nice, touching him even better. What would come next, and how would I feel about it? I needed to bear this out if I wanted to learn more about what August did to me. More than just tasting his lips. I wanted to know what it was like going all the way. August on top of me, my legs wrapped around his waist. It was all I could think about the past couple of days. It was a wonder I'd closed out the business deal that Declan had been working on before he left. One wrong move and I could have screwed up that deal. August lowered his head and pressed a discreet kiss to my temple. Shit. I thought only inexperienced teens got butterflies in their stomachs. How was I supposed to convince us that this was all about sex and experiments? Sex-speriments. Nothing more, but nothing less either. Are you being a snob, Charles? August whispered into my ear. Do you know what I do to snobby men? Desire curled up inside my belly at the warm drag of August's breath on the side of my face. I sucked in a deep breath and took the bait. What? Stick around and you'll find out. With a smirk, August tugged us forward. I glared at him for putting ideas in my head and leaving me hanging. Up ahead, 3 beautiful women dressed in a uniform of blue, black, and red sang at the customers, their faces radiant. At least they seemed to be enjoying themselves. As we moved up in the line, several train operators greeted us. August pointed out small signages with important facts about the railroad, reading them aloud for me as if I couldn't see them. Maybe if I didn't have in my contact lenses, but with them my vision was almost 20/20. Because he distracted me with those signs, the photographer who appeared before us took me completely by surprise. Hi, welcome to the dinner train. Would you like to take a photograph? I didn't, but August made me. It wasn't so bad, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, his arms still around me. I felt like one half of a couple, and from the beaming photographer's smile, he obviously thought that was what we were. Now, was that so bad? August showed me the photograph. It really wasn't. My cheeks were flushed, and I hadn't even realized August had been looking at me while the photographer snapped the pic. I squirmed under his scrutinizing gaze. Why were we here in the first place? We could be back at Declan's house, satisfying both our curiosities. What would we be like in bed? I knew myself well enough that, same-sex or not, I'd never be a prude in bed with August. When it came to sex, I wanted it all. That wouldn't change simply because of the gender of the person I now ached to have in my bed. Since August had made reservations for us, we were ushered to our seats with our names on placement cards. The seating arrangements weren't as cramped as I'd feared, but they still didn't afford us much privacy. Wasn't this date for us to discuss what we were about to do? Yeah, I wasn't going to do that with all these people around. Charles, August said gently. I pried my eyes away from the couple who occupied the table across from us. You're scowling. I want you to smile. Can you do that for me? We were supposed to talk. I scanned around me again, hoping he would get the point. It was one thing to be comfortable with the idea of August sticking stuff up my butt, but it was another thing to have us talk about it at the risk of being overheard. He reached across the table and took my hands. Both of them. We'll talk when it's time to talk. Now I want you to relax and enjoy the evening. I nodded and plastered the biggest fake smile on my face I could muster. Fine. Before the train started the first lap of our journey, a man who claimed to be the co-owner appeared and introduced himself, telling us what to expect. When he mentioned it was a 3.5-hour train ride, I downed the champagne the waitress had placed on our table. We'll be turning south. The man waved his hands in that direction as he spoke. Moving toward the river. At the end of the yard, we'll make a turn right and go west all the way to the boathouse. You'll be able to see the Ohio River. My mood picked up, though I couldn't say exactly when. But by the time we arrived at the graffiti tunnel art, I was caught up in the light atmosphere of the pleasant chatter around us. August's company was great, as always, and the beautiful scenery we passed put me right at ease. Occasionally, the narrator appeared in our car to point out a historical landmark and give us a story behind it. I had no idea if the stories were made up or real, but I got sucked into them along with everybody else. He wasn't so boring either, making us laugh and teasing the passengers good-naturedly. At one point I caught August watching me as I chuckled, and I waited for him to say something about my change in attitude, but he didn't. And I appreciated it. I could be difficult at times, and generally Declan confronted me. August's look said he saw right through the BS, but he didn't need to point it out because he knew I also already knew it was just that. Bullshit. Once I allowed myself to relax, the evening surpassed my expectations. Dinner had to be ordered upon making the reservations, and since it was all a surprise dinner, I never had any input in what I wanted to eat. Still, August had chosen well, a vegan meal for me. I was glad he hadn't ordered the same for himself, just to make me feel good. I even accepted the slice of cheesecake with blueberry syrup he had ordered for dessert. I could always work it off tomorrow. "So how is it?" August asked me when everyone minded their own business and we didn't have to listen to any more narration. I might have been wrong about my prior assessment of dining on a moving train. Might have. That's as much admission as you're getting out of me. It's even kind of romantic. Kind of? Yes, kind of. I was still missing something. And I wasn't about to be the one to enlighten him on what. Even with the missing piece, I was actually having a blast. At one point, we were told we could explore the train. August laughed as I was one of the first to get to my feet. It's a 3-hour train ride. What did you expect? But it was more than having the opportunity to move around after being seated. I wanted to make the most of our date. In just shy of a week, Declan and Owen would be back. Everything would go back to normal, including August being just family. All the 3 different cars of the train had its own unique name. We had the opportunity to walk through all 3, me leading with August holding my hand and tagging along. We viewed the art pieces, which all had to do with some historical facts about the railway, and we listened to the 3 sisters sing again to entertain the passengers. At the tavern, we ordered a drink, while the others went ahead to meet the kitchen crew. The co-owner had explained to us that all the meals were prepared on the train, which was the reason the orders were taken ahead of time to get a start with the food preparation. "The best part of the evening?" August asked me as we savored our drink. I'm still waiting on the best part to happen. I stared directly at him when I said it, not shying away from the chemistry that ran hot between us all evening. It might have been tempered, since we were around so many people, but it was there. You know what my best part of the evening was? What? Getting to know you. I scoffed at that. We hardly got to speak. Sometimes it's not the things we say that matter. It was great watching the way you enjoyed the evening. I wanted tonight to be special for you. I laughed uneasily. We didn't even have to go on a date, you know. Are you telling me you don't have to be wined and dined to put out? I shrugged. If I were playing games, I wouldn't mind. But the older I get, the more I just take what I want when I want it. August's face crinkled with humor. Is that so? He took a drink. Any idea what you'll be taking home tonight? You? He got to his feet and placed his glass on the counter. Let's get through the rest of the night and see if you're right. It became almost impossible for us to talk again as we tried to catch up with the rest of the crew from our car, but they had already doubled back. August and I forged ahead until the conductor invited us to blow the horn. This is ridiculous, I mumbled, but August took my hand in his. Nope, it's fun, and you can do with some fun. You realize that's all I'm criticized for doing. Having too much fun. Maybe, but not the right kind of fun. This isn't the kind that you'll wake up from tomorrow and start to regret. He sounded so confident. Well, I couldn't look beyond tonight yet. Tomorrow, I could think about the consequences and possible regrets. Let's pull on 3. August indicated the horn. Okay. 1, 2. I pulled on the horn before he got to 3, and at his stunned expression, I burst out laughing. I couldn't resist. Then you won't mind that I can't resist doing this either. August snatched me around the waist and pulled us up chest to chest. It was so different being with him than a woman. His arms came around me, and I felt cherished. His mouth connected with mine, and everything fell away but the seductive movement of the train and his lips on mine. Were we even alone? Impossible with the 150 diners who were aboard the train, but most had already moved on. In any event, the only thing I cared about was to get August to continue kissing me. I told myself nothing would happen between us. On our first date, he murmured against my lips. You were lying to yourself. It's all about to happen. I was so getting screwed tonight, and I didn't even have the patience to worry that this would be my first time. True, I'd fumbled around in my roommate's pants a few times back in college, but this was different. I didn't want just a blowjob or a hand job. I wanted to feel August inside me. 16. Augie. My back hit the door and Charles was on me, his hands in my hair as he smashed our lips together. Amused, I allowed him to take charge, allowed him to expend some of the tension that had been building on our date. I'd sensed how eager he was before, but I was hoping we could talk before we ended up in bed. My cock hardened at the way Charles kissed me, no shyness behind it. He kissed like a man who knew what he wanted and was willing to go after it. His lips roved mine eagerly, his breathing shallow to my ear. With how close-fitting his pants were, there was no mistaking the thickness of his erection pressed to my body. August. He moaned my name and a shiver ran down my spine. So hot. Need more. I needed to get a handle on this show stat. I resisted grabbing his ass like I wanted to and instead planted my hands on his back and rubbed his muscles. I tried to ease out of the kiss, parting our lips, but Charles kept chasing after them, eager, needy. Charles. I gripped his shoulders tight and pulled him back. Slow down. Why? He laughed softly. You want this as much as I do? There's no one else here but us. There are some things I need to know first. Like what? He groaned and frowned at me. You see how hard I am, right? If I hadn't been aware of it before, there was no way I could miss it now when he was grabbing between his legs, plumping his erection against the front of his pants. What else do you need to know? As impressive as that is, I kissed him again, just giving him a taste of what was waiting for him if he was patient. I need to know a little bit more before I do this. I took his hand and led him to the living room. Let's talk. I thought we talked on the train in the ride back here. Not about this. Look, if it's about... His face had turned red. Go on. This should be interesting. I think I'll bottom. Okay, but that's not all we need to talk about. Have a seat, and I'll check on Lucky. He hadn't come out to greet us, and I assumed he was sleeping. I loathed leaving Charles on his own, but I needed to make sure Lucky was okay. I found him in Dad's office in the little nook Dad kept there for him. He was probably missing his daddies. He merely wagged his tail and lifted his head, then returned to his comfortable position. I left the door ajar so he could get out whenever he wanted. I stopped at the kitchen and filled 2 glasses with a bit of the bubbly Declan had in his fridge from the wedding. When I returned, Charles was sitting on the love seat. Is he okay? An adorable little crease marred his forehead. And he'd said he didn't like the dog. Liar. He's fine. I stopped before him and indicated for him to get up. What? Why? I'll show you. Although he looked bewildered, he rose to his feet, allowing me to steal his seat. I held out both my arms and nodded at my lap. Now, sit. His eyes met mine, then dropped to my lap. If you want that seat so badly, I can take the other one. The more he hesitated and resisted my instructions, the more the Dom inside me reared its head. But I squashed it. Not tonight. Especially when I still had no idea how much experience Charles had being with a man. We have a few rules tonight, Charles, I said. And the first is that you do exactly what I say. Think you can manage that? His brows furrowed together. Is it this complicated to get fucked these days? Thought we'd go up to your room and, just do it. I couldn't help my laugh. I'm sorry, but we're not doing a Nike commercial here. My way is so much better. Fun, even. Now sit on my lap and be good. Charles muttered something under his breath that I didn't catch, but he sat, gingerly, on my knees. More? I handed him a glass. He shuffled his ass right up against my groin and stiffened when my erection nudged his ass. Now, Isn't that much better? I wiggled a bit. You can feel exactly what you want. But that's all you'll be able to do until we talk. Then talk, he growled out. Have you ever done this before? He took a sip from his champagne. What exactly do you mean by this? Sex with another man. Not really. Explain. I wrapped my arm around him and placed my hand high on his thigh just next to the bulge in his pants. He tensed up at the close contact. Some experimental stuff back in college. A long, long time ago. How far did you go? Hand and blowjobs. And since college? Nothing. I've only been with women. Curious, eh? I teased him. Even though he tried to hide it, I could hear the confusion in his tone. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I experimented back in college, but then I met Declan's mother shortly after and fell in love with her. I didn't look at anyone else in all the time we were together. I know this sounds unbelievable, but after Miranda died, I was too messed up to take note of much of anything. I might have found some guys attractive, but only ever slept with women. It's okay. You don't have to figure this all out or even to label it. I rubbed my fingers over his thigh. Does this feel good to you? I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Not going to lie, you touching me feels better than anything I've experienced in a long time. He relaxed more into my chest. I probably shouldn't even be enjoying sitting in your lap this much. But just so you know, I can be high maintenance, so count your lucky stars this isn't a relationship. Well, I'm broke, so not that kind of high maintenance. Then explain. He shook his head. It's irrelevant. This is just a casual fling. I have too much going on with Poppy and the baby for this to mean more. I sighed and decided not to pursue the issue. That's another thing. I don't usually do this. I gave his thigh a little squeeze. Sleep with other women's husbands? Charles laughed, shifted, and met my gaze. Huh. Are you worried about Poppy? Should I be? I don't want to be accused of breaking up anyone's marriage. He downed his drink, eased off my lap, and placed the glass on the coffee table, then returned to his perch. He seemed to have lost his earlier hesitancy in being in my lap, and I liked that. Listen to me, August. There's zero affection between Poppy and me. Nobody gets to blame me for it this time either. She started sleeping with other people on our honeymoon. Fuck, that was bad. If there's anything to worry about, it's you being Owen's son. That's a bigger concern than Poppy, who I'll be divorcing as soon as possible. That's a relief, at least. Not that he was in a shitty marriage, but that I wasn't the one who was wrecking it. Their marriage was over. It was not Charles saying that to have an excuse. I'd seen it with my own eyes at the wedding when she walked out with a man who wasn't her husband. Now, as for you being Owen's son, we'll be over by the time they get home. No one has to know. Sounds good to me. I already knew that Charles and I couldn't have anything else beyond this short moment together. It was to slake our thirst, our curiosity. He was just as eager as I was to learn what sex would be like between us. He needed a distraction, and he was what I needed to get my mind off being a dom for a while. Maybe this experience would give me back the confidence I had lost. Charles had no idea who I was and that I was into kink. He had no expectations at all, which meant if I fucked up, he probably wouldn't even notice how badly I did it. Good. Can we do something else besides talking now? In a minute. How far do you want to go tonight? He stared right at me, and I found his confidence reassuring. Never before had I met a man who was about to have sex with a man for the first time and knew exactly what he wanted and wasn't coy about the whole thing. I want to experience everything. If this is the only time we end up doing this, blow my mind. That was enough for me. Good. Now go upstairs and use the guest bathroom to get ready, unless you need my help? I think I can figure it out. He rose to his feet. Where do we meet? The guest room you stayed the last time you were here? I'd already placed the supplies we would need on the bedside table. All right. I'll see you there. Charles. He stopped and turned around with a quizzical look on his face. Kiss me. He only hesitated for a second. Then he closed the gap between us, placed both hands on the arms of the love seat, and leaned in. His lips landed on mine, and I took him by the back of his head, fingers threading through his hair as we kissed. Fuck, he was so easily turned on. His sexy little pants made me want to tumble him onto the sofa, peel him out of those trousers, and fuck him right then and there. But this was Charles's first time bottoming, and I wanted him to love it as much as I'd enjoy topping his sexy ass. I broke the kiss. Now go. 17. Charles. I tried not to think too much about what I was doing or what was about to happen as I prepped in the bathroom. I probably should be freaking out that I was really going through with this. But I hadn't spent the last couple of days researching all I could about this for nothing. I'd had enough time to try and talk myself out of this while I was reading how to reduce the painful experience of the first time. I wasn't exactly vanilla and knew what anal sex was like from being with women. I'd never been on the receiving end, though. According to the articles, I needed to relax, prep, and go slow. Now, that might be a problem. Going slow. Every time I kissed August, I just wanted to fast forward. Then I wanted to rewind to experience the sensations his kiss evoked all over again. One night. That was all. Absolutely no one had to know that I'd given up my ass to Owen's son. For all I knew, I might hate it. There was always that possibility. When I finished in the bathroom, I grabbed the robe from the hook, then hung it back again. Why put it on when he was only going to strip me out of it anyway? I took one final glance in the mirror, confident I had nothing to hide. He'd admired my body before. I might be deluded about a lot of things, but my body wasn't one of them. I put in the work to look this good, and I had no qualms about showing it. A twinge of guilt tried to intervene that I was about to sleep with my son's son-in-law in his own house. I quickly brushed that so-called guilt aside as I walked the short distance from the bathroom to the bedroom I used whenever I visited. I closed the door behind me and froze. August was already inside, the covers on the bed were turned down, but he had chosen to sit on the large upholstered bench at the foot of the bed, fully dressed. His lack of undress made me pause. Had I mistaken what he meant when he told me to meet him here? I hadn't forgotten anything about sex with other men in my research, had I? Maybe there was a protocol not to enter a bedroom fully naked when having sex. Perhaps it was acceptable to wait on the other guy to undress together. Damn it. Had I made it weird between us? August just sat there staring at me while I tried to figure out what to do. I sure as hell wasn't going back through the door to put on that robe. Instead, I marched toward him, the lust burning in his eyes, giving me more confidence. Straddle me, he said when I stopped in front of him. I want you spread out over me. Holy shit, August's husky, commanding voice was everything. Without questioning it, I sat in his lap, my legs on either side of him on the bench. His hands came down on my back, feathering over my shoulder blades, down my spine to the swell of my ass, which he skimmed over. I wanted his hands to linger. If anything gets too overwhelming for you, tell me to stop. He leaned forward and licked the vein at the side of my neck. If there's anything that you want me to do for you, you ask, politely. I'm more inclined to do it if you beg. I blinked at him in surprise, searching his face for the humor in his eyes that he was joking. He looked serious and stern. And it was hot as hell. You want me to beg? That was so surprising I had to repeat it. And in my bed, you will call me sir. Sir? That's good practice. Say it again. My face heated, and I was about to object to his command but his eyes bored into mine with an expression I didn't fully understand. Why he wanted me to address him so formally in bed, I had no idea. But whatever rocked his boat, I could do it. I could call him sir to get what I wanted. He was what I wanted. Sir. I purred the word at him. Two could play this game, and if there was anything Charles Moore knew how to do, it was to be the biggest flirt August had ever met. August's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Good. You catch on fast. Now tell me what feels good, yes? If he really wanted me to answer him, he wouldn't have squeezed my ass the way he did. The sound that came out of my mouth was incoherent. A smile slanted his lips as he continued to explore my body. It wasn't just his hands touching me. He trailed his lips hotly over my neck. The way he caressed my body, his teeth nipped at my skin, and the material of his pants rubbing against my skin opened up all my senses. My God, he was fully clothed while I was completely naked. Instead of feeling uncomfortable about it, it turned me on even more. A gasp startled out of me as August teased my nipples, rolling them between the rough pads of his fingers. Like that. He released my nipples. Don't stop. Beg. Please, don't stop touching me. When he didn't immediately react, I quickly added, Sir? Without warning, August rose to his feet with me still in his lap. I grabbed his shoulders, bracing for impact if we ended up on the floor. Instead, he set me down on the bench. Since you beg so nicely. He didn't finish the sentence, his lips finding mine. Now this part I knew very well and didn't have to second guess. Unlike the other times we kissed, August dominated, forcing my mouth open, plunging his tongue hotly inside. I gasped and moaned when he kissed down the side of my neck, leaning backward to give him as much access as I could. Was this what begging and calling him sir could get me? Fuck hot damn, I wanted more. Fuck me, sir. It was what I wanted from the moment we met. The fire blazing in my belly might have been less intense then, but there was no mistaking how much I needed August in the worst way. Patience, pet. We have a long night ahead of us. Pet. I wasn't anyone's pet. He went down on his knees before me and captured my left nipple into his mouth. Fuck yes, I could be his pet for this. The burning in my gut only intensified with the swirls of his tongue, the nips of his teeth, and the tugging of his lips. August had me so far up in the clouds I could almost touch the stars. But he yanked me right back down when his hand enclosed my dick. He licked my abs, unaware of the mess I was as I tried to catch my breath. Oh, I could lick you all night. He groaned, my hand not on my cock, tracing the hard ridges of my stomach. The muscles quivered beneath his touch. Sir, I begged, but not exactly sure what I wanted. It's so fucking hot when you call me that. It turns you on? He took one of my hands and pressed it against his bulge, his very impressive bulge. In more ways than you might understand. But I understood enough. Calling him sir must be like Owen calling Declan daddy. I'd overheard it by accident, but after the third time I started to take note. There was a lot more to it than just teasing. I remembered how serious August had been when he told me to call him sir and to beg him. Also how he had sounded devastated on his call to Declan. This was a part of who he was, and to be in his bed meant accepting this part of him. August stroked my hard cock with a solid grip, and I moaned. He dipped his head and swiped at the pre-cummy tip with his tongue. A jolt of electricity shot through me. More, I demanded. You know how to ask for it. He blew on my cock and stroked me, but his mouth was frustratingly lacking. Please, sir, I want more. Now that's better. As August covered my cockhead with his lips, my hips jerked on their own volition. Fuck, this couldn't be real, the way he swooped down and sucked half my length into his mouth. I'd gotten my dick sucked too many times to count, I might have even started to feel rote, but there was nothing mechanical about this. It might have been his facial hair on my skin, or the fact that he was forbidden, my dirty little secret. Or was I his? My hand found August's head as I thrust my hips. He didn't slow me down. My sighs became loud moans and pants that filled the room. I stared down at August's face through half-lidded eyes, wanting to get off, but no. It would take me hours to recover for a new round, and that wasn't even guaranteed. "Sir, please, stop," I begged him, even though I was still thrusting at his mouth. "Please, I'm going to come so hard if you don't." August let my cock pop out of his mouth, but he trailed his tongue down the sides, unbalancing me as he pushed my legs upward. He licked my balls, and I leaned back against the bed, propping up on my elbows as I watched him. "I want to taste you." The words tumbled out of my mouth. I had no real memory of what sucking a cock was like. Had I liked it back in college when I'd tried it that one time? Or had I been too horny to care? Not yet. On your knees, elbows on the bed. At least it was better than him taking me missionary. I turned over onto my hands and knees and waited. Nothing came. Clothes rustled, and I looked over my shoulder. August was undressing, but he didn't pay attention to what he was doing. His focus was on my body. He worked fast, stripping naked like I'd wanted to see him since stepping into the room. His hands moved, and my gaze followed. I swallowed hard as August took hold of his fully erect cock and stroked, all while looking at me like he couldn't wait to stuff me full. I let out a moan. The way he just stood there watching me was unnerving, but it was also arousing as fuck. I wanted to beg him to do something to me. At the same time, I wanted him never to stop looking at me the way he was. This man wanted me. Charles. I put that aroused look on his face. "I'm going to lick that ass and finger fuck you wide open until you're able to take me." Yeah, that was probably going to take some time. The bulbous head of his dick taunted me. Nervousness fluttered inside my stomach. His dick was fat and long, probably 9 inches erect the way he was. I always liked talking inches, but only when it came to bragging about what I sported. I'd never thought I'd be sizing up another man's cock to decide how much I could take. August stepped forward and swiped some objects from the bedside table. He dropped them on the bed beside me. Condoms and lube. And a fucking butt plug. Holy fuck. "Keep your face pressed to the bed, hands clasped above your head." He barked his command, and I didn't ask questions. I might not have all the answers, but I knew everything would be more intense with August. No complaints here. I adjusted my stance according to its requirement, aware of how provocative I must appear on my knees, opened up for him like this. "Bring your knees together." Perfect. Why was he telling me what he was about to do to me? He could just do it. But I got the point as I lay there, knowing what was to come and waiting for it, anticipation building. It seemed like forever before August's lips on my back trailed down my spine. I shivered at the contact, panting by the time he reached my ass. August spread me apart, and I clamped my eyes shut as if I could ward off what was happening. Women had opened up for me in all kinds of positions, but I'd never been on my hands and knees like this for anyone. I should be embarrassed, ashamed, but I wasn't. I wanted too much, everything he had to give. He brushed his fingertips over my hole, and I automatically clenched. So tight. He tapped my hole with his fingers, using light pressure. "It might take me all night to open you up. What do you think, Charles? Can you last all night?" "No, sir." Even if I could, I'd never agree. I was too impatient. "Let's see how far I can push you." Was that even a question? It was a damn good thing I was poised with my torso on the bed. August spread my ass, and his wet lips descended over my puckered hole, shattering everything I knew about sex. My body jerked, but his grip tightened on my cheeks, keeping me steady as he devoured me with lips and tongue. I panted, trying not to give in to the urge to scream. Fuck. I moaned instead, moving restlessly. August's hand had connected with my ass cheeks, prompting a surprised shock at the throbbing in the area where he had just hit me. Stay still. My ass smarted. But who was I to complain about that spank when the slight tingling only heightened my senses? I'd slapped women's asses all the time, thought it amusing. There was nothing amusing when August smacked my ass twice more. It was, strangely, erotic. August grabbed the lube beside me, and the bottle made a funny sound as he squirted the substance onto my hole. His fingers returned, probing at the tight ring of muscles. Relax, Charles. I'll take my time. When I'm inside you, I don't want to hurt you. I want to pleasure you. I released my clinch, snatching tidbits I remembered from my research online. Deep breaths. 1, 2, 3. August's fingers slipped inside me, working slowly all the way down. Fuck, that was just one finger. How the hell would we make him fit? I wasn't sure anymore that I wanted him to fit. You're so damn tight. He leaned forward and kissed my ass cheeks as he fucked my ass with that one finger stretching me. I love it. This part I remembered from the articles, but they had made it sound so clinical. Just something to do to prepare me for his cock. But what August was doing was more than prep. My whole body was on edge. He was already leading me up to a climax. You're doing good, he whispered, feathering kisses over my lower back. I'm going to try another finger, Charles. Yes, sir. Please. Another finger stung, and I fought down the urge to clench. I panted against the sheets, grabbed the material in my hands, and squeezed. Are we still good, Charles? Yes, I gasped. It's... oh, my God. August did something with his fingers, and my insides exploded. I cried out and almost jerked away, but he had anticipated the move and held on to me. That's right, Charles. Get a taste of how good it will be when I'm inside you. He removed his fingers, and I tried to catch my breath. Something round pressed against my ass. The butt plug. I let out a loud groan as it slid inside me. He didn't hold it still for long, but fucked me with it, slowly pulling out, then pushing back in. He found a rhythm that my body more than tolerated. My body wanted, in the worst way. I moved my hips back, rocking on each thrust, and it wasn't enough. I needed more. Please, August, sir, more. I need more. Patience. I didn't have too much left. It already felt like he'd been playing with my ass for hours. He continued plunging the plug harder and deeper, then yanking it out. He didn't push it inside me with just as much caution anymore. He plundered my ass with the toy. Fuck. Oh, God. You love that, don't you? He leaned forward and kissed my neck. Don't you dare come until I'm inside you. Stop fucking my ass with that thing and put your cock inside me. My outburst startled me and him. I think you need a minute to cool off. Then remember who's in charge here. You are, I said hoarsely. Too late. He left me plugged up and moved on to the bed in front of me. Watch me, he commanded. I raised my head. August propped himself up in the pillows, his hand clenched around his cock. I resented that hand as it moved slowly up and down his length. He should be inside me, not fucking his fist. My dick didn't mind the sight of August jerking off before me, though. I moaned, shifting my thighs a little so the butt plug moved inside me. Oh, God, this was the night I would die. You want to taste me, Charles? He taunted. Yes, sir. Then crawl up to me. I fucking crawled up fully onto the bed. On hands and knees, I moved like an animal between his thighs, my eyes focused on the swollen redness of his cockhead. Fascinating. My mouth watered. So close. Just a second away from leaning forward to satisfy my curiosity, I paused and glanced up in his amused face. He was having fun with this, enjoying toying with me, but he'd forgotten he'd shown me his hand. I could be his kryptonite. Sir, may I lick you? Please, I begged. He sucked in a deep breath, the humor replaced by something dark that flickered over his face. There was no trace of a smile. The air around us vibrated with energy. The sounds of both of us breathing hung heavily in the room. This was what he wanted from me, wasn't it? He wanted me to beg. I'd show him how well I could. Sir, may I suck on your cock? Please. I don't remember what it's like. 18. Augie. Watching Charles crawl to me on all fours was a bigger turn-on than I'd hoped for. He moved gracefully, his face eager, lips red from chewing on them. I was already hard as a fucking rock, my cock pulsing and beating with pre-cum. He came right between my legs and paused, looking like he'd die if he didn't get a taste of my cock. His eyes focused on the slow glide of my hand along my shaft as I pumped. His tongue darted out to lick his bottom lip, and I imagined him lapping up my pre-cum. You want to taste me, Charles? I taunted him, thrusting up inside my cupped palm. He let out a sound that came close to being a whimper, then groaned out, Yes, sir. Then crawl up to me. I crooked the finger of my free hand at him. I'd gone further than I'd planned to with Charles. When we fucked, he didn't need to call me sir. But I wanted him to, and every time he said it, it sent a shiver down my spine. He might not have realized it yet, but that word wasn't just mine for control. It gave him power. If he knew how to use it, this man could bring me to my knees and wring things out of me I had no business giving. What we were doing was already messed up and had to begin and end tonight. Maybe a day or two more, but no longer. Charles stretched forward, his tongue coming out. But as if having second thoughts, he stopped inches before my red, swollen cockhead and peeked up at me. What would he do? Sir, may I lick you? Please. I sucked in a deep breath at his unexpected question. All amusement dissipated at the hint of a smile on Charles's lips, almost as if he knew the effect his words would have on me. But he would figure it out, wouldn't he? This wasn't an ordinary man, and I needed to remember that. He might have allowed me to see his vulnerable side when we were alone, but in the real world, he was a powerful man who owned a successful company. In the bedroom, we were equals, and we played by my rules. Sir, may I suck on your cock, please? I don't remember what it's like. He thought he could take the upper hand, did he? I reached forward so quickly he didn't expect it. A startled cry spilled from his lips when I clutched his cheek hard enough to leave a mark on his fair skin. His eyes flew up to mine, and the uncertainty in them thrilled me. I came up on my hands and knees, still holding Charles captive by his jaw. My cock lay hard against my abdomen, begging for release. But if this would be my only night with Charles, he wasn't the only one who wanted everything. In my bed, I said softly, staring directly into his eyes. You don't talk to me about anyone else you've been with. In my bed, it's just us. Got it? A tremor ran through him. His eyes flashed with a hint of defiance, then he dropped his gaze to my chest. Yes, sir. I closed my eyes briefly. I'd never get tired of hearing him call me sir. It could get addictive real fast. Go ahead. I released his cheek with a little tap of my hand. Taste it. But you do it exactly the way I tell you, or I'll take it away. Understand? Yes, sir. Good. I'll start by licking just the tip. Let me see that tongue running all around the head of my dick, Charles. Don't let a patch of skin go untouched. He needed to stretch just a bit to lick my cock all around the head. I loved his lack of hesitancy. Loved that he went back for a second lick, even though I didn't instruct him. I let it go. Sometimes pleasure was enough to let the rules slide. I allowed him to get a few licks in. He was eager about it, his tongue darting around the slit, a moan leaving his throat as he kissed the glands. I carted my hand through his hair, loving the texture. So soft and expensive looking like the rest of him. But he wouldn't be looking expensive tonight when I was done with him. I wanted my cum splattered all over him like a back alley whore. I wanted this rich and powerful man, moaning like a wanton sub whose desires extended to nothing beyond my cock. When I was done with him, I wanted Charles Moore to be ravished, spent. If this was going to be our one night of secrets, we'd both keep to our graves, and I would give him an unforgettable experience he wouldn't be able to stop thinking about. I tugged on his head to get his attention. His head fell back, exposing his neck, and I wanted to sink my teeth into his skin and mark him. Now show me how much of a good cocksucker you are. His nostrils flared. Dirty talk was a turn-on for him. Lucky for him, there was plenty more where those words came from. Listen to me, Charles. The only thing that matters right now is how well you suck my cock. Not the millions you have, not the position you hold in your company, not the wife you have at home, not who we are to each other. Nothing matters but how well you give me head. Yes, sir. Take it into your mouth and show me what matters. I won't let you down, sir. I closed my eyes at his affirmation. He was killing me with his acquiescence. Then his lips. They wrapped around my cock, exploratory and bold. He used his lips to massage my shaft up and down. No tugging, just his lips. And then he sucked. Fuck! I thrust upward, and he held his own, meeting every upward stroke. The need rose inside me to give in without abandon, to throw all cares out the window and give myself over to the sensation of Charles going down on me. But I held myself back, tugged at his head to have him let go. Enough playtime. If I continued, I'd bust my nut before I was inside him. Lie on your stomach, I told him, although I wanted him on his back so I could see every emotion that flickered across his face while I was inside him. But this would probably be more comfortable for him the first time. Not everyone was down for fucking missionary. Some thought it was more intimate, and I agreed. I didn't relish staring into a stranger's eyes and being reminded that it was nothing but sex while I was getting us both off. Charles sprawled out on the bed on his stomach, and I picked up the condom and lube. I quickly got sheathed and lubed, then nudged his legs apart. He groaned and elevated his hips. Are you sure you've never done this before? The way he moved so eagerly for me to claim him without hesitation astounded me. He wasn't the only man I'd fucked for their first time, and it usually involved a lot of calming down. Charles acted like he was made to be fucked by me, and had resigned himself to this fact. Instead of going straight for his ass, I lay on him, turning his head to the side so I could kiss him on his mouth. I loved that he was big enough to take my weight. I thrust lazily against his ass and he moaned, the butt plug probably doing wonders for his insides every time he moved. I'll try not to hurt you, I whispered, but it'll probably hurt anyway. If you can last through it, I promise it'll be worth it. Do it, please. There was no greater consent than that. I kissed him one last time, then slid down his thighs and grasped at the end of the butt plug. I pumped the toy inside him a few times, testing out his grip on it, then eased it out completely and placed it on the sheet beside us. I straddled the backs of Charles's thighs and guided my cockhead to his hole. Relax. Breathe. If it hurts too much, tell me, I'll stop. There are many other ways I can give you pleasure. I'm beginning to sound repetitive here, but just do it, August. Sir. His ass pressed upward as if seeking my cock, and I smiled at the way he forgot to call me sir initially. The smile gave way to a low groan when I penetrated him. So fucking tight, even though I'd spent all that time prepping him and keeping him open with the plug. Charles gasped, and his hand clutched the head of the bed. Fuck, he cried out. I was barely inside him. Shh. I rocked forward slowly, my plunges shallow, meant to get his muscles to relax and let me in all the way. I wanted to be buried so far up Charles's ass he'd feel me for days. I slid another inch inside him, and he growled low in his chest, his right leg lifting and landing back on the bed with a thud. August, can't. You can. I massaged his lower back. Be brave for your sir and accept what he's giving you. Accept it, Charles. He let out a choked sob as I pushed even deeper inside him, this time pausing to give him time to adjust. My vision blurred at the tight wrap of his hold around my cock, the sight of the muscles in his broad back shifting as he moved beneath me and pulled me back to the present. More. I loved that word. But instead of giving him more of my length, I worked with what I got in so far. I eased back against him, pushing his hard ass cheeks apart to watch the way my cock disappeared, then reappeared with each thrust. That pretty pink hole did everything it could to resist, but eventually, as they always did, gave way to the masterful force of my entry. I kept rocking against him, steadily increasing my pace, working more and more of my cock inside him until I bottomed out. Charles spread his legs, keening, but pushed back against me for more. Feels good yet? I didn't need to ask him. His groans told me that it did. Fuck me, sir. Fuck me. His chant pushed me to move harder, deeper, faster. Charles's grunts became full shouts and cries. He came up on his knees, released the headboard, and clutched the sheets on either side of his hips. My pelvis smacked into his ass, over and over. Sweat coated my back, matted in the fur on my chest, dripped onto his skin. Yes, that's it, I encouraged, loving the way his back curved with each thrust. This is what you came for, wasn't it? To feel good on my cock? This what you've been wanting, Charles? Fuck yes. I gripped his torso and pulled him up onto his knees, his back against mine. He fell against my chest, his head on my shoulder, eyes closed, lips parted on each harsh breath he took. Sweat beaded his forehead, his hair a mess for the first time since I knew him. His blissfully torturous look worked for him. Fuck, it worked for me. I turned his head and captured his lips with mine, canting my hips faster. I reached around him, grasped his hardness, and pumped. Holy fuck, August. His words exploded with wonder. I couldn't resist. His neck was right there. I chose a less conspicuous spot and sank my teeth into his shoulder, biting the skin. Charles's body shuddered, and he came on a gasp. I kept fucking him, my strokes swift, chasing my own release as his cum splashed onto my hand. I released his cock and pushed him forward onto the bed once more to lie down. Close as I was to the edge, I pulled out of him. If I wasn't going to come inside him, I wanted to come on him, to see the fruit of our hard fuck dotting his skin. I ripped off the condom and jerked on my cock. The sight of a powerful Charles stretched out on his stomach for me, all muscled and sweaty, gently humping the bed to stretch out his climax, doing me in. His tight ass cheeks and his gently relaxed hole were the last straw. A cry tore from me as I nutted all over his beautiful ass. Ropes and ropes of cum sliced through the air and landed where it wanted. My stomach burned pleasantly. I collapsed onto the bed next to Charles, both of us breathing hard. I didn't speak. Neither did he. His head was turned in the other direction. When he didn't face me, I was disappointed, but guessed he needed time to process whatever it was going through his mind. I remembered my first time having sex, too, and I needed a long time after to figure out where I stood. I threaded my fingers through the short tresses of his hair and pressed a kiss to the bite mark on his shoulder. At least his clothes would cover it so no one could see the imprint. But we'd both know where it came from. Another secret between us. That was satisfying. I'm going to get the jacuzzi started. Declan would want me to take care of his father after fucking him, right? I winced at the thought, an uneasy feeling settling in my gut. Then I relaxed. They still had a few more days in Greece, and they didn't have to know. This was one secret that would stay between us. 19. Charles. Well, this is a first. I stared at the sleeping man by my side and waited for the panic to settle in. I'd woken up in many strange beds in my lifetime, but never like this. For one, my one-night stands never had a beard, and none of them ever looked like this. August lay on top of the covers, naked except for the boxers he'd slipped into after we'd sat around in the jacuzzi and chatted about nothing. That'd been good, though. No awkwardness that usually followed first-time sex. Our conversation flowed, and nothing felt forced. We already knew this, whatever this was, had an expiration date, and maybe that made everything after go down smoothly. The one thing we hadn't talked about after he'd asked me once was how sore my ass was. I'd never prepared for that, and wiggling a little let me know the soreness wasn't just about to disappear like Cinderella's carriage at midnight. This was no fairy tale. August had fucked me intensely last night. And to be fair, it hadn't been all that hard, but it was way more intense than I was used to. I had no experience at all with anything going up my butt except for my doctor checking my prostate, and everyone knew that didn't count. Last night had been no clinical procedure, and I wanted to do it again. But August had decided I'd need a few days to recuperate. God damn it, what had I been thinking? No booze had been involved? The little we'd had to drink on the train wasn't enough to impair anybody's judgment, and I could hardly blame it on the one glass of champagne we'd had downstairs. When I'd shown up on my son's doorstep to go out with his son-in-law, I'd been plain sober. I'd become his booty call. Now an unease settled in my stomach about what we'd done. I'd never regret the experience, of course. I'd done too much BS in my life to dwell on regrets. But I needed to play this one right. August wasn't a man I could buy diamonds for, kiss, and then walk away. Are you freaking out? I shifted my gaze from his ass to his face. His eyes bored into mine, his face still droopy from sleep and hair tousled. I, Charles Moore, who loved everything to be perfectly put together, preferred this look on him. Freaking out about what? He groaned, stretching and turning onto his side in one smooth motion. He was all sinewy muscles and long limbs. Did he bring a knee up and rest it dangerously close to mine on purpose? Why had I even agreed to him sneaking under the sheets with me last night? I'd been exhausted, my ass throbbing, and when he'd pulled me back against his chest, it had felt good. Sue me for going after something guaranteed to make me feel good, regardless of how much it might hurt the people around me. He didn't answer, just raised an eyebrow. What? Freaking about you fucking me last night? That's right, August, it was just another fuck. Nothing special about it, except that I didn't have to deal with a clingy woman who wanted more, or a hysterical woman claiming she'd made a big mistake. I actually meant freaking out about you liking the way I fucked you last night. His eyes twinkled and had dared to contradict him, but I merely scowled at him. I fuck random people more than you probably thought, August. I pushed away the bedsheets and sat up, but too quickly. I gasped at the throbbing that persisted. Great. Just checking that this won't be awkward. He rolled out of bed while I tried to be dignified in the way I rose to my feet. I eyed the door and thought about the long walk to the bathroom. I didn't want him to watch me shuffling like I was a waddling duck, but that was exactly what I felt like. "Want me to carry you?" August asked. I glanced at him, expecting to find him laughing silently at me, but he looked serious, concerned even. Did he really think I'd let him lift me up? Sitting on his lap last night had been bad enough. I was drunk on lust at the time, and it had seemed like a good idea. No, thanks. Take a warm bath. I'll leave you some clothes on the bed." His wardrobe didn't appeal to me at all. "I'll raid Declan's closet." He laughed at that. "Fine, suit yourself. I hope you have a good explanation as to why you've taken a couple of outfits from his closet. He won't even know they're missing." "True." He scratched at his chest hair. "Damn, why did I wax again? Take as long as you need in the bath. I'll walk Lucky, then make us breakfast." I nodded. Anything to get rid of him so I could start my embarrassing wobble across the room. My wobble of shame. "That sounds good." He paused for a moment as though he wanted to say something else, but he just gave a nod and headed for the door. When he was gone, I relaxed my stance and gingerly put a foot forward, just as the door opened again. "Charles, I really want to make sure we're okay." August paused. Whatever he was about to say seemed forgotten as he strode across the room toward me. "What are you... August?" He swooped me up in his arms while I tried to get my bearings back at his move. Shocked, I stared at his head. "Put me down." "Hold on tight." "August, put me down." "Come on, be a sport. You're sore, and it's all because of me. The least I can do is risk slipping out my back to bring you to the bathroom." Nothing could compare to the horror I felt as August held me. "God damn it, August, my ass is already sore, and that's enough. You drop me and I'll kill you. I don't care if you're Owen's kid." "Relax, I won't drop you." How the hell was I supposed to relax when he carried me along the hall like I were a damsel in distress? I reeled in the undignified retorts I wanted to hurl at him for putting me in this embarrassing position. At the bathroom door, he finally led me down. "There you go. I hope your hands fall off." August laughed, and I glared at him for putting me in unfamiliar territory. Again, what did you do when you were swept off your feet the way I just was? I had no fucking clue. If they fall off, I couldn't do this. He gripped my jaw pretty much like the way he had done last night, and slotted his lips right across mine. I had no intention of hooking up with him today again. Last night had been enough. If we weren't related the way we were, I'd be pursuing at least another round of hot sex, but the one night of intense passion between us was all it could be. Or so I'd believed, until August kissed me, morning breath and all. His free hand braced behind me against the door, and he released my chin and ran his hand down my side. He gripped my hip gently and guided the lower half of me to slide neatly against him. He was rock hard, and I wasn't far behind. My aching hole clenched at the memory of him rocking deep inside me last night. I pulled away. This was bad. Very bad. Hey, this was a one-night thing. I had to make that clear in case he thought it was more. It's just a kiss, Charles. But kissing led to other things, like him and me back in bed again. "You need to walk the dog," I reminded him, then fumbled to get the door open. I slipped inside, my last glimpse of August, one with a half-smile on his face as he watched me. I closed the door and leaned against it. "I hope it's worth it when Declan kicks you to the curb." He wouldn't find out. No one would. All we had to do was stick to the script. Although a hot bath sounded like heaven, I showered instead, taking a little time to spend on my grooming. I raided Declan's closet like I had done the other day, easily picking out his clothes from Owen's, since his husband was taller. I felt like the biggest scumbag having to sneak out clothes from my son's closet while harboring this huge secret. I'd wait until August got back from walking the dog, and we would talk over breakfast. He was a great guy, easy to talk to, and there was no reason we should be uncomfortable when we'd run into each other again after this. Back in the guest room, I put on my shoes and tried to make the bed, since August had changed the covers last night. I couldn't get the fitted sheet on properly, though, and I gave up. I wasn't the only one who'd slept in it. August would have to do it. I swiped my phone and house key from the night table and unlocked the device. 16 missed calls from Poppy, and 2 from Declan. The baby. My hand shook as I returned Poppy's call. The phone rang off to voicemail, no response. I called the house phone as well, no response. All the calls went unanswered. "August!" I called, running for the stairs. All I could think about was Poppy and the baby. If anything happened to her, to them, I couldn't forgive myself. "August!" As though sensing my anxiety, he walked into the house with Lucky. He flashed me a smile and unbuckled the dog's leash. "Hey, you're dressed. I need to go." At the urgency in my voice, he let go of the dog. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. It's Poppy. She called me 16 times between last night and this morning." "Calm down. Have you tried calling her back?" He took my arm and held me steady against him. "I did, but she's not picking up. I don't understand. Nobody's picking up the house phone either. Something's wrong, August. What if it's the baby?" Everything I'd endured from Poppy had all been for the baby. As much as we didn't exactly see eye to eye, I wouldn't wish her any harm. She might be horrible now, but given time, she might change for the better. Try not to think of the worst. August hugged me tightly, and I laid my head on his shoulder. "How can I not? 16 missed calls, August." "Did you call your driver?" I hadn't even considered that, feeling scattered as I was, thoughts swirling like leaves in the wind. "No, I need to call him now. It'll take him too long to get here, then drive you home. Let me grab my car keys and I'll take you." It flitted through my mind that I couldn't have August drive me home the night after I'd stayed with him. But that was the least of my concern now. I nodded, and he cupped my chin hard, turning my face to his. "Hey, I'll get you home and everything will be fine. Get Lucky back on his leash for me." He released me and was off toward the stairs before I could retort that he had no way of reassuring me that everything would be fine. That was what I'd told Miranda and Declan when she was just diagnosed. That sickness had made me out to be a liar. August meant well, but he had no right to make promises that were impossible to keep. I called the dog and clipped on his leash, then scratched behind his ear for comfort. As though sensing my worry, he licked my hand and pressed his body even closer to me. "Let's go." August hurried back into the hall, holding up his keys. I was silent as we bundled into his car, and he drove expertly into the light morning traffic. He went cautiously on the road, but he also drove with urgency, and I appreciated that he wasn't downplaying my worry. "How far along is she?" August cast me a sideways look. "Almost 5 months. Why the hell did he want to know that? That's good. A miscarriage is more likely in the first trimester." And how did he know that? Him voicing my worry didn't help the situation at all. "She doesn't have any complications, right?" "No, not unless gaining weight is a complication. That's all she complains about." "See, I know you're thinking the worst, but her being at risk is low. She's young and healthy." Young was right, but I couldn't guarantee the healthy part. I tried to oversee what she ate. I had our chef prepare healthy meals, but Ford also let me know when she scraped the food off her plate. Plus, there were the parties I hoped to God she didn't use as an excuse to drink. I made a noncommittal grunt and tried to prepare myself for whatever I'd find when I arrived home. My muscles tensed when August drove through the security gates and along the driveway to park. "Thanks for the ride." I unbuckled my seatbelt. I'd hoped we could talk before I left, but thanks. I didn't have time to explain about last night being a one-time thing and for him not to expect more. This was one of the reasons I couldn't have a repeat of last night. I was too busy with Poppy and the baby to engage in an affair with anyone. If something bad had happened last night while I was in bed, moaning August's name, I'd never forgive myself. "Charles, wait." August hurried after me, Lucky's leash in his hand. The dog trotted after him, and together they met me at the front door. "What are you doing?" I frowned at August as I dug the house key out of my wallet. "I'm not going to just let you walk in there not knowing what you'll find." I didn't have the time to argue with him. I unlocked the door and entered the house. Our boots echoed on the floor as we hurried along the hall. I couldn't even be worried that the dog's nails were scratching the floor. Some other time I might have. Today's maid, Amy, almost walked into me carrying a tray with 2 glasses filled with ice cubes and a bottle of my best Merlot. "Mr. Moore, you startled me." I grabbed hold of the tray to help her steady its contents. "Why is nobody answering the phone?" I demanded. Her face paled. Mrs. Moore asked us to unplug the lines." Of all the crazy things, why on earth would Poppy ask the maid to do such a thing? "I've been trying to call the house for the past half an hour," I snapped. "Charles?" August placed a hand on my shoulder, and it pulled me back from that brink of frustration. "She said she was entertaining Mr. Moore and didn't wish to be disturbed." Entertaining? "Why, hello, Charles." I turned toward my wife, who appeared in the hall dressed in another of her transparent negligées. Her nipples were huge with wet spots over them, presumably from the man who walked in behind her. Someone I didn't know, not Manuel this time. I should have probably been embarrassed that my wife was screwing someone under my nose, but who was I to complain? I'd long since told her she could fuck whomever she pleased. What bothered me was the way that material clung to her ripe breasts, and August seeing her this way. Her gaze was fixed not on me, but the younger man beside me, and interest flashed in her eyes. Did August find her attractive? The thought made me nauseous. "I should go," August said softly. "Call me if you need anything." I could only nod, but as soon as he left, I returned my attention to Poppy. "I thought something was wrong. I got all those missed calls from you." "Nope." She leaned her head back and let her hair ripple down her shoulders. "I just wanted to ask if you were coming back home last night. Didn't want to make too much noise if you were here." Remembering the maid, who still stood awkwardly, her face red from discomfort, I gestured her away. "Thanks, Amy. Mrs. Moore has decided that she doesn't want that Merlot after all." The maid sighed in relief and hurried off. As calmly as I could, I faced my wife and her latest sex toy. That was all these men were to her, someone to please her for a night or two before she let them go. Kind of like August. No, August was different. Was he? "Poppy, if you'd dismiss your guest, I'd like to speak to you in my office." I stalked off to my home office and paced the length of the room. I wasn't supposed to do this yet. My lawyer wanted me to wait it out, but I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't have Poppy under my roof, not knowing if at the end of it all, I'd be the father of her child. Our child. She had absolutely no idea who the biological father was, and she couldn't offer this child what I could. I could give her the entire world. A legacy. What did Poppy have to offer but instability and constant reminders of how much she didn't want to be a mother? After a whole 40 minutes, Poppy entered my office, disheveled and smelling of sex. She hadn't even bothered to shower, as if she wanted me to know she'd walked in on her own time, because she was too busy fucking someone. If she thought I was about to comment on it, she had another thing coming. Whatever she did with her body was her prerogative, and after last night with August, I could hardly be the one to throw a stone. No, we were fine seeing other people, even for just one night. "Sorry, I had needs to fill," she said on a dramatic sigh, claiming the lounge sofa in the room. Her expression turned irritable. "God damn it, I can't wait for the day this thing comes out of me, and I can sit any way I want in a damn chair." "That's actually what I want to talk to you about." I took the chair behind my desk. "You already know what I want." She placed a hand over her belly and smiled smugly at me. "Now what on earth could I have that the powerful and rich Charles Moore wants?" "Cut the crap, Poppy. I want to be the baby's father." I don't know. What will the actual father think?" My heart sank, and I placed my arms on the desk. "You know who the father is?" She waved her hand at me. "He's nothing but a fucking bum. Said he wants nothing to do with me or the child." "Then I don't see a problem." "Except that the baby is mine, not yours." The way she talked about the baby made me nauseous. Sometimes I wished I could just walk away. Out there were so many other kids who I could adopt instead. I couldn't explain it, though. I just needed it to be this child. Since the beginning, when I found out she was pregnant, I wanted it. All I'm asking is for my name to be on her birth certificate when you give birth." She struggled to an upright position. And why would I do that? Because I'll give you anything you want. A house, car. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. I don't even have to divorce you. I have no desire to marry again. I like the way that sounds. She twirled a lock of hair around her index finger. Mrs. Charles Moore, always. I'd get that down in writing somewhere, right? That you can't divorce me? Was I really doing this? Yes. She sidled to the edge of the sofa and rose to her feet. I'll need some time to think about it. Possibly talk to my lawyer first? Why are you doing this? She let her mask slip and a sneer took over her features. This was a side of her I should have seen before we got married. She'd played her cards well, and I'd been so full of myself and the woman on my arm that I hadn't seen who she really was until it had been too late. Because I am sick and tired of men like you always getting away with what they want, while women like me get kicked to the curb once you're through with us. You're going to punish me because of what someone else did to you. You're just like all the rest. You take what you want and then you walk away. Do you think I really believed this marriage would last? You've been married 5 times for a reason, Charles. You get bored easily, and you're always looking for the next conquest. Seems like you found it with a man this time. Maybe the difference will make things work. Her scathing laugh said she didn't believe it at all. My heart raced in my chest, and I willed my hands not to tremble. She was just guessing. She didn't know a thing. Don't be absurd. I'm not sleeping with a man. You're right. He's young enough to be your son. Is that why you can't keep wives, Charles? Because you love playing with boys? My mouth went dry at how close she was to the truth. Poppy couldn't be trusted. She already had the baby held over my head. I wouldn't allow her to weaponize my sexual preferences, too. Don't be absurd, I snapped at her. That's Owen's son. Owen's Declan's husband. She hesitated, her uncertainty showing, but that was all I needed to drive my point home. Do you think I'd ever mess with someone so close in the family? She wagged a finger in my direction. I got my eye on you, Charles. Now this little brat makes me exhausted, so I'll take a nap. Can you make dinner reservations for 2 at that place you really like? I think we should dine in tonight. Oh, you thought I meant for us. I was actually thinking of asking Leland to join me for dinner. At the door, she stopped and blew me a kiss. And, Charles, darling, my next doctor's appointment is on Wednesday. I know you so love coming to these appointments. She breezed out of the room and closed the door quietly. I let out a string of expletives, none of which made me feel any better. I knew what I had to do. I needed to let Poppy go and hope for the best for that baby. I opened my drawer and shuffled some papers aside until I found what I wanted. I removed the sonogram and stared at the little form I'd wanted since the moment I learned of her existence. That day at the doctor's office, when he'd asked if we wanted to know the sex, Poppy had said she didn't care. She'd had no interest as she had kept texting. The doctor had revealed it was a girl. I knew that baby could grow up to claim whatever gender they felt suited them fine, and I'd be okay and supportive of that, just as I'd been supportive when Declan came out as gay. It was possibly the only thing with him I hadn't messed up, and I hoped like crazy I didn't mess up being a father a second time around. That needed to be my focus, and not chasing after a younger man I couldn't have, no matter how much he made me laugh, or that he'd taken me out on one of the best dates I'd ever had, no matter how my body responded to his touch, or the way he hurt me when he was inside me, but ended up giving me an intense sexual experience, the likes of which I'd never thought possible. It had happened, and now I had to let him go, especially given Poppy's questions. She was the last person on earth who I wanted to discover our secret. 20. Augie. Quite an impressive resume you have here. I kept my face passive as my interviewer, Brody Schmidt, CEO of AIM Financial Corporation, studied me, then returned his attention to my portfolio. Why exactly did JMM let you go? JMM Corporation was the company I worked for back in Columbus, the one I'd hoped would expand into Cincinnati but had chosen Cleveland instead. Actually, I resigned from the post. I interlaced my fingers in my lap, not wanting him to see them trembling. Ah, that's right, and why did you give up your position there? I patiently explained about my wish to be closer to my family. And how can we be certain you won't get bored of Cincinnati and leave again? Unfortunately, none of us really can say where we will end up a week from now. Even a day from now, what I can say is that I intend to make Cincinnati my home, and should your company hire me, for as long as I'd work here, I'll see to it that I get the job done. I had a good feeling about this job ever since I got the call 2 days ago to come for an interview at their office downtown. The salary range was just below what I was used to at JMM, but I'd been working at my former job since college. AIM was also a smaller company in comparison to JMM, both in their staffing and net worth. It wasn't exactly my first choice, but since that was out of the question, I had to settle for second best. There was no way I'd apply to work at the best finance company in Cincinnati, not while Declan and Charles were in charge. I might have considered applying there, but that was before the thing where I'd slept with Charles had happened, and before Charles had started ignoring me. Or maybe it wasn't ignoring if I'd just sent one message which he hadn't answered. Regardless, working for Charles and Declan was out of the question. Too many reasons could make that awkward. For one, I wouldn't know why I got the job. Perhaps it would be because of my capabilities, perhaps because Declan was sleeping with my father, or perhaps because I'd slept with one of the board members. Messy, messy. Why didn't you think about that before you touched him, Augie? It was so not the time to dwell on what Charles and I had done. Tell me about your experience at JMM, Schmidt said without looking up from my resume. What kind of clients did you work with, and what would you say is your best success working there? The back and forth continued for a while, him throwing questions at me and me answering them smoothly and honestly. I had nothing to hide, except what I did with Charles. I stumbled with my response about what I'd bring to the table at AIM, but I kept going, pushing sharp suits and a clean-shaven face from my mind. Schmidt's appearance was sloppy. He had a stain on his shirt, his hair was unkempt, and if he meant to keep a beard, he should think about grooming it. Charles would, Nope, not going there. A one-time fling was all I could afford with Charles. I couldn't allow him to take up my thoughts like I wanted more from him. After meeting his wife from hell, that wasn't likely. Wow, I haven't been impressed with a resume and interview like this in a long time. We'd been at it for almost 45 minutes. The man was thorough about his interviews, I had to give him that. Thank you. My resume was only that long because I'd spent my life as a do-gooder. I'd never idled the time away like Oscar had. While he'd been attending school part-time and moaning about keeping a job, I'd opted for full-time tuition while also working full-time. Crazy times, but it had been worth it. By the time I'd received my degree, I already had 4 solid years of experience. When classes were out, I took on other part-time jobs, making contacts and getting acquainted with faces I'd later come to interact with. I hadn't started my job expecting to only gain from it. I'd also brought contacts with me. I have to be frank with you, August. I tried to hide my wince. Only Charles called me August. My name had especially sounded good on his lips when I was deep inside him. The front of my pants tightened and I tugged at the knot of my tie, loosening it just a bit. I'd been the one and only man to sleep with Charles. Maybe that was the reason I couldn't get that night out of my mind. The dom in me felt possessive, and only patience and common sense kept me from asserting my claim, from doing something stupid like showing up at his doorstep. As much as I desired Charles, he was a man free to decide whom he wanted to share his bed with, and from the way he'd ignored my text, one night had been enough for him. August. I blinked at Schmidt. Shit, I'd missed his question. Thoughts of Charles popped up at the most inconvenient times. Sorry, can you repeat the question? Schmidt frowned at me, but he asked again. How soon can you start? I'll be available as of next week, Monday. I needed the job and should probably jump on it, but Declan and Owen had entrusted me with their dog. I didn't want to dump the animal on a pet sitter and break my promise. Great. That should be enough time for me to have the office secretary clean up for your arrival. A knock sounded on the door, and both Schmidt and I turned toward the intrusion. A tall, attractive individual entered the room, rocking a flattering yellow dress and peep-toe shoes, hairstyled in a cute chin-length bob and makeup subtly done. They entered the office almost timidly, clutching a file to their chest, their Adam's apple bobbing as they swallowed. Mr. What do you want? Schmidt barked. They jumped, almost dropping the file. What the hell was with his aggressive tone? This wasn't the personality of the man who'd laughed through our interview. The look of disgust on his face as he faced the employee made my hands curl into fists. No one deserved to be talked to that way. Mr. Peters asked me to bring these files to you right away, sir. They walked over to the desk on wobbly legs and placed the file on the cluttered desk. I told you not to disturb me. Schmidt scowled, his face gone red. He was practically foaming at the mouth. I'm sorry, sir. Their voice trembled, and no doubt the strain of the encounter caused their voice to crack. It's just that Mr. Peters... Why are you still here? He snapped at them. And the next time you can't follow instructions, you may just be sent to collect your last paycheck. Yes, sir. They stumbled from the room and pulled the door shut softly behind them. Fury blazed inside my chest at the way Schmidt had spoken to his employee. My teeth clenched with the need to shove his apparent discrimination up his ass. Fucking unbelievable, isn't it? Schmidt waved a hand in the direction of the door, completely mistaking the reason I was so upset. But don't you worry about coming to work for us because of that. I'm making sure that he's on his way out by the end of the week. On what grounds? I had to pry my jaws apart to speak, willing to give him the opportunity to redeem himself. Maybe the worker was simply bad at their job, and Schmidt's attitude had nothing to do with their presentation. Who cares, as long as his queer ass is out of here? He hit the desk with his hand. That reminds me, I'm curious why you aren't seeking a job at Moore Financing. Why should I? He gave a bark of laughter. I like you, August. I have a feeling you'll do well right here at AIM. Moore Financing? They're a cesspool, if you ask me. He leaned forward in his chair. Now, don't get me wrong. They've made some good business decisions over the years, but it's all a matter of time before that empire falls. From what I hear, they've turned quite the profit despite the fall in the economy. Just luck. That Charles would no longer know a good business investment if he was sitting on it. It's common knowledge he's only still a part of that company because he and his son had the majority of the shares. A little rumor is that some investors are backing out since the son upped and married some old gold digger. He laughed again, this time louder. You dodged a bullet there, son. AIM is more suitable for a man like you. I'd heard enough. I rose to my feet, shaking with rage and barely holding back from physically slapping that smirk off his face. I couldn't remember a time when I felt so violent toward a person. First of all, don't call me son. I spat at him, the venom in my voice shocking the hell out of him. What? His face froze between disbelief and a half laugh. I'm pretty sure Declan Moore, but more so my father, wouldn't be pleased with you labeling Owen Moore as a gold digger. Your father? Yes, the men you've just insulted are all a part of my family. I stalked over to his desk and claimed my portfolio. Listen here, Schmidt. I wouldn't work for you if you were the goddamn last option in Cincy. Just a tip that you probably will want to think carefully about what you say to a complete stranger, you narrow-minded prick, and I hope that one day that employee will sue your ass for the way you treat them. Now wait just one damn minute. Schmidt struggled to his feet. I don't give a damn if you're related to the Moores. You don't come into my office and speak to me this way. I'll have you blackballed from getting a job fitting your qualifications in this city. I'd like to see you try, I challenged. You think I can't do it? He laughed, his face contorted into an ugly sneer. Sure, everyone makes nice with Declan Moore, but I can tell you several businesses are waiting for his father to run them into the ground so they can thrive. You think they all aren't looking for the chance to rip that company to shreds? From the confident look on his face, it was evident he believed every word that came out of his mouth. I knew for a fact that many businesses who seemed friendly were actually biding their time for other companies to fail and then fought like sharks to take over. You try your best, Schmidt. I'd rather work for free elsewhere than work for you. I had nothing left to say to him, so I stalked out. I closed the door quietly instead of slamming it shut like he probably thought I would, and to be honest, I would have found great pleasure in. But I refused to let him rattle me any more than I already was. I stomped by the front desk of the employee he had so rudely disrespected. They hadn't been at their post when I'd arrived earlier. Would Schmidt have arranged it like that? He was obviously ashamed of having the employee represent the business. Initially, I passed them, but then I backed up and stopped by the desk. They looked up at me and their cheeks turned red under the light makeup they wore. They had beautiful brown eyes with specks of gold. "Is there something I can help you with?" Their voice was quiet and well-modulated now, so different than that high pitch that had cracked like crazy when they had spoken to their boss. "Not really. Just wanted to apologize for your boss's rudeness to you." "Oh." They startled, completely taken aback by my words, their perfectly manicured hand coming up to touch the base of their neck. "If I'm crossing any boundaries, please say so." I fished my wallet from my pocket and plucked out one of my business cards. "You deserve way better than being in this environment, and I can't imagine it's been healthy for you." Their gaze flickered nervously to the door from which I just came. "You're right." They spoke in low tones as if afraid to be overheard. "But I don't have a choice. Not until I get another job, at least." I'd figured it had to be something of that nature. No one would willingly take the abuse Schmidt dished out unless they didn't have any other option. "I'm not sure if I can help," I said bluntly, "but I'd try. If you ever want to talk, you can call me. I'm a decent guy." I unclipped my pen and jotted down another telephone number. "There, that's my dad's number. If you call him, he'll vouch for me that I'm his best kid." They laughed softly, and the look of misery left their face for a brief moment. "Your father won't be the best person to tell me the truth now, would he?" "Actually, he'd tell you nothing but the truth." I winked at them. "The offer still stands if you ever want to talk or hang out or something. You know, friends." They slipped the card from the desk. "I'll think about it." "No pressure. By the way, my name's August. He/him. Their face stretched into an even bigger smile. "I'm Jackie. I use they/them pronouns, and thanks for not assuming." "No thanks necessary at all." The office door down the corridor opened, and Schmidt poked his head out. "Lewis, get in here now!" he barked, then slammed the door closed. "I'm sorry. I have to go." They walked from behind their desk, hand shaking. "Do you want me to go in with you?" A stupid question, but I couldn't get their terrified look out of my mind. It was obvious they didn't like their boss and was uncomfortable around the man. "I think it's best to go alone." "Wait." I shot out a hand to touch them, but thought better of it since I didn't have their permission. I loathed walking away and leaving them in this mess, though. "Are you in danger here?" They hesitated, but eventually shook their head. "I don't think so. He's really more bark than anything. I just hate his shouting." At least that was a relief. "Okay. I really have to go. It was nice meeting you." They walked away from me and flashed their hair over their shoulder. "I don't often say this of men, but you're a good one, August." I didn't feel like such a good one, though, as they hurried into Schmidt's office. I should be able to do more than just walk away, but I left my phone number for them to call me anytime they wanted. Frowning, I walked out of the office into my car, my head full of thoughts of the only relationship I had been in since I came out as pansexual. My partner at the time had been a trans woman, and although I could never know the extent of what she had faced, I'd seen firsthand how some people had discriminated against her. Frustrated, I got behind the wheel of my car and threw my briefcase into the back seat. I loosened my tie and started the car. I hated how tense I was. Normally the club could take some of the edge off, but I didn't trust myself with the sub. Not yet. Maybe never. Charles, if he was mine, I could lose myself in him right now. My hand itched to get my phone and call him. Then say what? Want to take another spin on my cock? Oh, God, even when I knew it was impossible, my cock didn't get the message. I had job hunting to do and couldn't afford to think about Charles, especially if that bastard Schmidt would follow up on his threat and blackball me. 21. Charles. I shouldn't have been surprised when the hostess showed me to the reserved table and only my lawyer was already seated. Although Poppy had left the house 30 minutes before me, it was too much to hope she'd be taking this meeting as seriously as I was and be here on time. Nervous energy had me wired as I followed the hostess, a gorgeous redhead who put an extra swing in her hips just for me. I appreciated the gesture, but I didn't take her up on her obvious invitation, not even when she turned and smiled at me, tilting her head just slightly in the right direction to have her curls falling down her back. What with the secret fling with August and Poppy announcing she had made up her mind about the baby, I was too distracted to flirt tonight. I didn't even feel inclined to, which was another worrying idea, one I didn't have the time nor the desire to think about right now. Any minute now, if she bothered to show up, Poppy would arrive with her lawyer in tow, and she'd give me her final decision. This was it. I already knew she was going to hand over the child. I hadn't been kidding that Poppy found the whole idea of being pregnant and a mother repulsive. The question was, what price was I going to pay to be a father again? Was it a price I could afford to pay? "Here you go, Mr. Moore." The waitress stood to the side at the table where my lawyer and golf buddy Merrick Lloyd sat. "Thank you." I spared her a smile because the poor thing tried so hard. She spun on her heels and walked back to her post. For a second I was temporarily distracted by the long legs and the short red dress. Well, that puzzle was solved. Attraction for the opposite sex plus attraction for the same sex equaled bisexuality. I didn't have to question that anymore. Merrick rose to his feet and extended his hand, which I shook, exchanging pleasantries with him. We had barely resumed our seat when a waiter came up to our table, introduced himself, and placed a bottle of red wine on the table. "The owner, Mr. Wilbur, sends his regards." I smiled and thanked him. Mr. Wilbur, a.k.a. Paul, one of my best friends. In fact, we co-owned the restaurant since I had a significant number of shares in the place, but I was the silent partner. I didn't know anything about the day-to-day operations, but the profit coming in each year was great. Declan hadn't appreciated it, but it was my money to do with as I pleased, and when your friend made a life-altering decision to go into the restaurant business, you supported them, even if you thought it was risky. I'd supported Paul's dreams, and whether it was a stroke of luck or genius, 5 years later his restaurant was one of the best fine dining establishments in Cincinnati. "I'm not sure if I'm asking the obvious here," Merrick said, "but where's your wife?" "Well, I thought she'd be here already." "You didn't come together?" "No, she wanted to see her lawyer one last time." Merrick shook his head and poured himself a glass of the wine, then topped off mine. "I'm still not convinced you're doing the right thing, Charles." "I know. Everyone disagrees with the interest I have in her baby." "Simply because it doesn't make sense. We can go through the adoption system and get you a child at the drop of a hat, not just locally. You know, we can arrange for backdoor dealings if you're worried." "No," I said firmly. "It has to be this baby." He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Fine. I'll stop trying to convince you otherwise. I just hope everything goes into your favor. I have to say, man, none of us thought this would be the woman to have something over you." I merely grunted and took a sip of my wine. "Did you get a look at the dark sky calendar?" Golf wasn't the only thing we had in common. Merrick had persuaded me to go stargazing one night with him at the Cincinnati Observatory on Mount Lookout. Since then, it became somewhat of a hobby that very few but the two of us knew about. I wasn't so much ashamed of this hobby as that I didn't want to let the world in on it. It was the one thing I'd left that wasn't corrupted. There was such pureness about staring up at the night sky through the right lenses. It gave a sense that we were just one in a billion, but blessed with such a view. The knowledge brought peace. The experience was always humbling. "Yes, it's a couple of days before the new moon. Perfect, really." "So are we on?" "Unfortunately, I can't. Tomorrow, my wife and I are visiting my sister, who's getting married over the weekend." "Oh, too bad. I'll take pictures." "That would be great." I hadn't rented my usual room at the observatory as I'd planned to do a setup outside, for which I'd found just the right spot on Mount Lookout. "Your wife's here," Merrick announced. The same hostess guided Poppy and her lawyer to our table. Both Merrick and I rose to our feet and greeted them. I frowned at her sleazeball-looking lawyer. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Poppy said, air-kissing me. She was smiling and looking quite pleased with herself. I didn't know whether to be worried or relieved she was in a good mood tonight. "That's fine. You being here is all that matters." She laughed and touched her belly. "You mean the baby being here is all that matters?" I ignored her comment and seated her, then shook her lawyer's hand. Sean Chodo didn't come cheap, but I didn't care to speculate how she got him to represent her. Poppy had her ways. She'd snagged one of the wealthiest men in Ohio and was about to embark on the deal of a lifetime. I felt like Rumpelstiltskin, and everyone already knew how that story ended. Mr. Chodo, how are you? Fine. How's the business? Heard your son got married recently. We delved into small talk about the business, a little bit about Declan's happy marriage, while we ordered our meal. Poppy was quite pleasant, much like the woman I'd met when we just started dating. The woman who had fooled me for a brief moment that maybe the marriage would last this time. Good grief, what had I been thinking? Even though she behaved pretty well, she wasted no opportunity to flirt with both Merrick and her own lawyer. She almost had the waiter dumping soup into my lap. The dinner had been Merrick's idea, and by the time we were lingering over coffee, I hated it. This meeting should have taken place in an office where we could get straight to it. I hated the pretense, like we were all friends just hanging out, when the briefcases that stood beside the tables were evidence that this was no friendly dinner at all. This was potentially a war. Poppy excused herself to use the restroom, and Merrick took the opportunity to strike. What's the deal, Chodo? I'd rather not say anything until my client comes back. I wasn't pleased at all by his calm smile. I hated that they had the upper hand. At least they knew what I wanted, but I had to wait to find out just how far Poppy would go. Okay, I've powdered my nose, she said as she approached the table. I climbed to my feet, held the chair for her, and helped her to sit slowly. I think I feel fabulous enough to get to business now. Yes, let's, I agreed. It's quite simple. Chodo retrieved his briefcase, popped it open, and took out a few papers. He handed them over to Merrick instead of me. You want something that my client wants, and you have something that she needs. It's a win-win for everyone. While Merrick read through what I supposed was the contract, I frowned at Poppy. I want to hear it from you. What is it you want? She placed her hands on her belly. First of all, I'd like to put it on record here that I'm not selling my baby. But wasn't she, though? I loathed that I had to be a part of this, but if this was the only way I could ensure the little girl she carried would be healthy and grow up in a loving home, then I'd do it. Of course you're not, I said, playing devil's advocate. You want the best for your baby, and I think we can both agree that's me. She frowned. Well, you've shown more maturity lately, and I know you have enough money to hire the best care for the baby. That's comforting. Actually, I'm planning to be a very hands-on dad, just like I was with Declan, before Miranda died. Maybe for the first week, but let's see how long that will last. What are the demands? I ignored what felt like a criticism of my suitability as a dad. Sure, I might have made mistakes with Declan, especially after Miranda died, but which parent didn't? I could only learn from them and do it better this time. She wants a fixed deposit when the contract is signed. Merrick handed me the paper. And a monthly stipend for as long as you're both married. Well, that should be easy enough, since we wouldn't be married for long. But there's also a stipulation that you can't divorce her. Ever. My stomach churned. The money wasn't important, even if the amount she was asking for was steep. To live with her forever and not being able to divorce her? But there was nothing that said that we had to live together. It just stated that I couldn't divorce her. I could not divorce her all the way from another continent, even. I could do that. And that's all. Not quite, Poppy said. You need to write me in your will for your share of the company should anything happen to you. I spluttered my disbelief. You want me to do what? You heard me. Ridiculous, Merrick said before I could respond. It's bad enough that you want a payoff and a monthly allowance from Charles. His inheritance is for him to decide and not up for negotiation. That's too bad, then. Poppy's eyes bored into mine. And here I thought you really wanted this baby. I guess you don't want it badly enough. Wait. I tapped my fingers on the table, mulling everything over and over in my head. I'm willing to give you a third of my share. Charles, don't even think about it. Merrick interrupted me. You don't need this. We can get you another kid. No, let me finish. I kept my gaze fixed on Poppy. I can give you a third of my share in my will, but the rest will be split equally between Declan and the baby. I accept, Poppy cried out, her eyes wide. She was practically salivating over my terms. All she cared about was the money, not the baby in her womb. The thought sickened me. If not me, what else would she do with that child to get what she wanted? I felt like I was that baby's savior. That was the reason it had to be this baby and no other. I would always wonder and worry about what became of the child, and ruining Declan's life was already enough. This baby needed me, and I would be there for them. Charles, we should talk more about this. Merrick laid his hand on my arm. This is really too much. I respected him as a lawyer, but ultimately this was my decision, and I'd made up my mind. There's also another condition, I told Poppy. Chodo moved forward, his frown suspicious. Which is? You can't sell the shares in the company. They will remain in Declan's care for as long as you live. If anything happens to you, the shares will revert to the baby. If that's before the baby is 18, the shares will be held in a trust, with Declan as the trustee. I don't understand. Poppy turned to her lawyer. Is that a good thing? And that was exactly why I needed to make that stipulation. I wouldn't hand over a third of my shares for her to sell off and wreck the company. She knew nothing about business. The company was Declan's baby. He might be upset that I willed a part of my shares to her, but he'd come around quicker if he found out that he still had control of the shares. Tell her, I directed the statement to her lawyer. She needs someone who has enough experience to handle her shares. And why should that be Declan? She asked. Look, you're a smart woman. Who loves that company more than I do? Declan does. He'll ensure that your shares in the company are performing, because if they aren't, it will undermine how well the company does. You benefit from the profit. It's clearly a win-win situation for you. And I know you don't care about the baby, but come on. Should something happen to you, wouldn't you want to leave that for your child? This wasn't a part of the plan. Chodo covered Poppy's hand. We'll need some time to think about this. I rose to my feet and indicated for Merrick to do the same. You have the rest of dinner to talk it over. It was satisfying I'd regained the upper hand. That's all the time I'm giving you. When you get home, Poppy, you can let me know your decision, but make no mistake. If you don't agree, you can pack your bags and go. I almost choked on the words, but they needed to be said. I couldn't have her believing she'd won. Next, she'd ask for all my shares in the company, and I couldn't do that to Declan. I knew he had plans for the company, and it was bad enough that I was promising to write her a third of it in my will. Without a backward glance, I left the restaurant, Merrick following me. Once we were outside, I allowed my shoulders to drop. Fuck. Fuck's right, Merrick said. I'm half hoping she doesn't accept your proposal for you to let go of her. Her price is too high, man. I swallowed the knot that had formed in my throat. I needed a distraction, and I knew exactly where I could find it, but after ignoring his message 2 days ago, how could I just show up on August's doorsteps? Hey, Charles. Just checking that everything is okay with you? I wasn't even sure what I wanted from him, so I'd not responded. But I needed something to dull the ache in my chest. I'll keep you up to date with what's decided. Do that. He gave my shoulder a squeeze. And go stargazing. That always puts you in a better mood. I nodded and headed for my car. That was what I should do. Go look at the night sky and drown myself in the celestial bodies that weren't visible to the naked eye. A better option than to drown myself under the flood of emotions I felt being in August's 22. Augie. Can I come over? When I listened to Charles's voicemail, my first instinct was to say no. I wasn't expecting company, and I'd already resigned myself to spending the night alone in the hot tub with a bottle of beer, music, low lights, and lube. If I couldn't have Charles, and I couldn't risk the club, I could pleasure myself. It wouldn't be the first time, nor the last. I'd already set the mood. Who said I couldn't romance myself? It might sound a bit corny, but just setting up everything had relaxed me a great deal. I replayed his message. Can I come over? There, the tightness in his voice, the almost desperate tone. Something was wrong. I shouldn't get involved any more than I already was. It was bad enough we'd slept together. We decided it was a one-time thing. They'd ignored my message 2 days ago when I checked up on him. He had no right to request my time, and yet there was no way in hell I could turn him down. And not just because when I was at my lowest point a few days ago he had shown up, but this was Charles Moore. I'd wanted him almost instantly when we first met, but it went even deeper. I cared about him, and what made him upset. I cared to know what made him laugh, so I could see his face light up more often. Instead of sending him a voicemail, I pressed call. He might be with his wife, but that came second to my worry about why he sounded so upset. Besides, he could always reject my call if he wasn't alone. August, you called me. Surprise colored his voice. Of course. What's wrong? I don't want to talk over the phone. Are you busy? Yes, busy entertaining myself while Lucky looks on in sympathy. No, I'm not. I can come over then, right? He sounded hesitant, as though contemplating that unanswered message of mine he'd ignored. Yes, Charles. Like I could say no to him. Come on over and we'll talk. Good, because I'm already at the door, but I'm not really in a talking mood. You're at the door? My breath quickened, and I hurried from the kitchen to the hall. Yes. Hang up and open the door. I left my key. I hung up and opened the door, slowly, almost afraid to believe he was actually here, but there he was, hair slightly disheveled as though he'd been running his hands through the strands. I took in his formal attire. At some point he'd unbuttoned the top buttons of his shirt, showing off his sculpted chest. Fuck, is it bad I still want to kiss you? His question came out hoarse and desperate. Not as bad as me wanting to kiss you back. The last word was hardly out of my mouth when Charles walked right into me, hands clutching the front of my robe as he planted his lips on mine. I almost dropped my phone. With my free hand, I grabbed him by his neck and kissed him back, thrusting my tongue into his mouth. Charles whimpered and moaned when he loosened the tie at the front of my robe and found nothing but naked flesh beneath. He spread his hands over my chest, digging his fingers into the mat of hair. I allowed him to explore, to tease my nipples until my cock grew thick and heavy. What can I do for you, sir? Charles asked, and my cock jolted. Maybe talk, no. Right there in front of the open door, he went down on his knees and pressed his face to my thigh. My cock rubbed against his cheek. I stared down at Charles in shock, torn between wanting to fuck his face and alarmed that something was wrong. Please, sir, he begged, lips pouty and eyes needy, yet nervous. The anxiety was pouring out of him. Will you please allow me to suck your cock? I need it. His eyes pleaded with me to give him what he wanted. I nodded and placed a hand at the back of his head. Go on, then. Do you think you can make me come that way? I'll try. He needed focus, something to get that disturbing look I didn't like from his eyes. Not good enough, pet. I slipped my hand underneath his chin and raised it. Our eyes met and held. Do it, or I will have to punish you. Please don't make me punish you. If you start, you finish me off. You don't have to swallow if you don't want to. I'm not sure if I can swallow. That's fine. It wasn't a deal breaker. Not everyone liked swallowing, and that was okay. Go on, then. He paused and glanced back at the opened door, finally noticing where he was. Right here in the open. You didn't think of that when you went down on your knees, did you? Now get to it. I don't want you kneeling for too long. It couldn't be comfortable or good for his knees to be in that position for an extended time. Normally I liked my subs crawling around. but they were younger. I'd make an exception for Charles. You know we're trying to keep this a secret, and that door being open doesn't exactly live up to that, he complained. There's no one else around. If you don't feel comfortable doing this, then get to your feet. He muttered something I didn't hear, but wrapped his hand around the base of my cock, then licked around the head just like I'd taught him the last time. He explored the soft glands with his lips, sucking me down deeper until he had half my length in his mouth. Charles's eyes clashed with mine, and a shiver ran down my spine at the look of him in his expensive clothes, kneeling at my feet, trying to get me off. Look at you. I stroked his cheek as he continued to suck my cock up and down. You ignored me for 2 days, but you had to come back, didn't you? Did you miss the taste of your sir's cock? His nostrils flared with his breathing. Good. He was already excited in a different manner than when he'd arrived. Do you like the way it fills your mouth? I kept up the dirty talk. Do you want to choke on it, Charles? I clutched the back of his head, keeping him steady as I pushed deeper than he'd taken me before. He gagged. His body tightened, and I pulled back, giving him time to recover as he sucked in air through his mouth. You'll get the hang of it one day. Maybe the challenge will keep you around. His head bobbed faster as he jacked me off at the base. Damn, he was getting good at this. Not perfect kind of good, but there was a lot to say about his eagerness. Sometimes that was all that was needed. Great enthusiasm. It didn't hurt that he was a handsome devil who kept his eyes locked onto mine as if he were seeing into my soul, seeing into my lie that this was a one-night fling. The truth was that I wasn't finished with Charles, and I didn't think he was finished with me either, not even when my hand tightened in his hair at my impending climax. Charles, I'm gonna come. He released me at the last moment, pumping me with his palm. I gasped as I came, splattering his jacket with thick white ropes. He kept jacking me off until he milked every bit of cum out of me. When he was done, Charles rocked back on his heels and smiled up at me. He looked calmer than when he had just arrived. Mission accomplished. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I left my robe hanging open and grabbed his hand to help him to his feet. I caught his wince and wrapped an arm around his waist and pulled him to me. Then I kissed him slowly. At first he stiffened. Then he sighed and just allowed me to have my way with him. Thank you. I cupped his cheek, my thumb running over his stubble. Now follow me. You're going to tell me what's wrong. I released him and closed the door. When I turned back to him, he was leaning against the wall, frowning. Come on. Where are we going? Surprise. I winked at him over my shoulder. You'll see. Look, I know I should have answered your text. It doesn't matter, you're here now. When you're good and ready, I don't want you to do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. I glanced back at him. Are you uncomfortable now? Not really uncomfortable. More worried that the longer we keep this up, the more likely we are to be discovered. Who's going to find out? We're all alone. Relax, Charles. Maybe you're right. I slowed down and clasped his hand in mine. We took the turn downstairs that led toward the pool area, only we weren't exactly going to the pool. Just off to the right was a room that was built like an in-house spa. Charles was silent when he took in the bubbling hot tub, the soft music playing, and the lamps I'd turned on low. Oh God, did I interrupt something? He jerked his hand out of mine and stepped back. You were expecting someone else. Ah, he thought I'd done all this for someone else. I hid my smile. Would that make you upset? No, he answered way too fast. Liar. He frowned. You don't understand. This can't mean anything. I can't be upset if you already have someone else in such a short time, but you were with me just a couple of days ago. The more he talked, the angrier he sounded. I'd never pegged Charles for the jealous type before. It reminded me just how little I knew about him. There's no one else. He laughed, the sound not humorous in the least. Try again. Do you know how many times I've used that line? And, believe me, there was always someone else whenever I said that. But I'm not you. You're not even the same man you were before we met, are you? He glanced away from me. Don't make me out to be someone decent, August. I'm not. I wouldn't have come here at all tonight if I didn't need the distraction. I'm just here for my own selfish reasons. Quite selfish of you to get me off just a few minutes ago. You're twisting everything into what you want to hear, he snapped, pacing the small area before us. How? Because I refuse to listen to the bullshit coming from your mouth? You don't even know what you want. He stopped walking and spun around to me. That's wrong. I know exactly what I want, but I shouldn't want it. Tell me. When you're inside me. Nothing else matters. The words came out in a whisper. I want to feel that way again. And then what? You leave after and pretend it didn't happen? Again? What else can it be? You really think we can afford for this to get out? He was right, and yet so wrong. You won't be satisfied, you know. You'll always come back when you want more. Charles shrugged off his jacket, allowing it to fall on the ground. He tugged his shirt out of the waistband of his pants. I have to believe you're wrong, that it will be enough, and tonight will be the last time. I can't believe anything else, August. 23. Charles. I should go. I rolled to the edge of the bed and got up before I did something stupid like the last time and fell asleep with August. It was one thing to have sex with him, but another thing completely when it came to what we'd done a couple of hours earlier in Declan's hot tub. My face burned at the memory of the water splashing around us as he made me ride him to exhaustion. I always enjoyed the view of women's tits bouncing while they rode me, but this was different, staring into August's eyes and feeling everything. Not just the sensation of his cock buried in my ass, but the way he looked at me like I wasn't a dirty little secret. We couldn't afford to be more. Poppy was already about to cost me so much. Damn it, this was supposed to end after the first night. Feelings were unwelcome. The massage that had followed had been unwelcome, but oh so good. I'd been already sated by the time he had me crawl onto the spa bed and popped out the essential oils. August's strong arms had loosened what little tension was left in my body, and I felt like a new man. But the sex had worn off. Not completely, but enough time had lapsed for my common sense to return. Lying in bed holding hands was for lovers, the one thing August and I could never be. But what was he then? The man who calmed me down with sex? I'd been so upset when I left the restaurant, but now I felt level-headed, like I could face Poppy and accept whatever decision she made. Are we doing this again? He sighed. You running away? I'm not running away. I walked naked over to the chair where he'd draped my clothes. Crushed as they were, they would have to do. Then what do you call this? I sighed as I got dressed quickly. Madness, I muttered under my breath. This shouldn't have happened again. He groaned aloud. See you in the next 2 days, then? I scowled at him while I pulled my belt through the loops of my pants. No. I don't know. I don't think so. I have too much going on right now. Well, if you ever want to talk, or need me to fuck you, you know where to find me. I stopped buttoning my shirt and stared at him. That's not fair. Look, I know. He sat up in bed. I just hate this hot and cold air you're blowing at me. Then this is the last of it. Charles, if I tell you to undress right now and get on your hands and knees, you would. My hands shook slightly and I dropped my gaze to the button I was having trouble with. Fuck it. I gave up. What do you want me to say? To do? I have a wife. It doesn't matter if it's in name only. I have a very complicated baby on the way. And in a few days, Owen and Declan will be back. So we have 4 days. Wouldn't you rather make the most of it?" Why wasn't he listening? The longer we did this, the harder it was to stop. I couldn't have him fuck me indefinitely, and he was supposed to just be a quick experiment. I could explore more with other men, just not him. We have 0 days. I sat on the bed and put on my shoes. I consider you a friend, August. You're easy to talk to, and I don't want that to change because of this. But if we continue fucking around, someone might end up hurt. What? You're worried I'm going to fall for you? I sucked in a deep breath, my hands going still. Are you? Am I what? Falling for me? I couldn't look at him when I asked the question. The people I sleep with usually have a habit of doing that. Now you're just being a dick. Then tell me that you won't. Fall for me, that is. He didn't answer, which was good enough for me. My heart leaped in my chest, followed by a nervous fluttering that made me feel sick. This wasn't what I wanted at all. I had overstayed my time in his bed. I'm going. At least let me walk you out. He made to get off the bed, and I jumped to my feet. It's not necessary. I want to. He was naked, but he put on a pair of boxers. I stared with interest at the angry red mark on his shoulder that I'd put there when I came from riding him hard. He rubbed at the mark, and I glanced away. Without a word, we walked from the bedroom. Lucky met us at the bottom of the stairs, and I stopped to scratch him. You're such a little whore, I said when he turned on his back for me to rub his belly. Did you drive? August's question pulled my attention from the dog. Yeah. I straightened up from my crouch. I had dinner with Poppy and our lawyers. He raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything, which was disappointing. He knew Poppy was pregnant, and that I wanted the baby, but he never once mentioned the baby. Could I blame him? He was too young to be thinking of kids. And what the fuck did it matter anyway? Are you okay to drive? When we were by my car, he took my car keys from me and opened the door. Yes, I'm a bit blissed out on sex. Not drunk. He chuckled and caught my chin in his hand. So feisty. I'd love to take a switch to your ass one day. His eyes widened, and I sensed a moment of panic when he realized the words that had come out. I didn't have the time to dwell on them, and how my cock, which shouldn't be functional right now, twitched at the announcement. You should have done that when you had the chance. You would have let me? I couldn't resist touching his jawline lightly. I know what to say to get you to do what I want, and you know how to look at me to get me to obey you. Then stay. I frowned at him and he sighed. Forget I said that. I'm not going to pressure you into doing anything you don't want to. So this is goodbye. I'll always see you around. We're family. He winced. That sounds weird. I chuckled. It is what it is. We can't change it. Declan and Owen will never get a divorce. No, they won't. And we don't want them to either. We could have been perfect for each other. Oh, his lips came down on mine and covered my protest. This was my opportunity to show him I was serious about my stand on us. The stand where there was no us, but this was the last time I'd be kissing him. The door slammed shut as my back collided with it. August placed his hands on the roof on either side of me, and I kissed him back hard, running my hands over his shoulders. I needed this memory of how good his body felt against mine, and the feelings he evoked inside me when he kissed me. This would be the last time I'd be in his arms. For real this time. When he released me, he pressed his forehead to mine. We were both breathing hard, struggling to take the next breath, and if I dared to admit it, struggling with the panic settling inside my stomach. This was the last time. When you want more, Charles, you know where to find me. He stepped back. Now, without a word, I slipped into the car. I started the engine and drove away, fighting the urge to look in the rearview mirror. The drive was way too short for me to think properly, but the sight of Poppy's car in the garage instantly brought me in the here and now. She was home. She had the answer. After I parked, I sat there in the garage for a long time, afraid to go in and face her. I closed my eyes and leaned back against the headrest. I'd been so at peace with August. Everything outside of him seemed so hellish. I startled at the knock on the window at the passenger side. Poppy peered inside. "Let me in." I unlocked the door, and she climbed in slowly. I was just about to come in. "You've been sitting out here for 20 minutes, Charles." "That long?" "What did you decide?" I asked her bluntly. "I was born dirt poor." "What does that have to do with anything?" "Everything." She spat the word at me. "I know you and your lawyer look at me and judge me. Hell, my own lawyer thinks I'm a bitch, and I have a husband who can't stand me. Do you blame me for trying to take care of myself in this situation?" "You didn't have to go this far." "Be honest, Charles. You would have divorced me." "Your alimony would have been great." "But great enough for me to continue with this lifestyle?" She snorted. "You give me diamonds even when I'm a bitch to you. You still buy me expensive shit. I'm Mrs. Charles Moore. I'm above the other wives in Cincinnati. And you want me to give that up?" "You can find someone who loves you and be happy." "Fuck love. All it ever got me was a black eye." I startled at that revelation. "Poppy, I didn't know." "Nobody knows. I left that life behind." "And now you have one. You won't let go." "Right. And because of that, I'll accept your offer." I gave a sigh of relief. "You will?" "Yes. I know deep down you will ensure this baby has a good life. Look at Declan, he turned out great. Though he could have done better on getting hitched, but whatever." "My son's happy with his husband." "He looks happy." I ignored the skepticism in her voice. "I'll have my lawyer draft up a proposal for our agreement." She nodded and placed a hand on her belly. "I would have given her up for adoption anyway. I might as well get a decent deal out of it." "And our marriage," I wanted to make this crystal clear, "is in name only. We won't have any sex, ever. But I hope we can get along for the baby's sake. I don't want to take her away from you. I just want to be there to help you take care of her." She made a sound of disgust. "I suggest you start looking for a nanny, as I want very little to do with raising the baby." "You may change your mind after she's born." "Highly doubt it." She opened the car door. "I really have zero interest in raising the baby once it's out of me. I'll be out of the house trying to get my figure back. I've too much life to live to get saddled down with a child." She got out of the car and slammed the door shut. I watched her walk away. I'd won. This was what I wanted. But why didn't I feel like it? Something was missing, and I was afraid I knew what. 24. Augie. I'd barely stepped foot outside the house when my phone rang. My thumb was already on the decline button, but the name on the screen stopped me. It had been a long time since I'd talked to James. "Hey, James. What's up?" "Augie, it's been a while. Thought I'd check in with you. I spoke to Oscar this morning." "I'm good. Just about to go out for a bit." "I'll make it quick then. I don't want to keep you." "It's fine. Is something wrong?" He sighed. "Not really. I just have a father-daughter lunch with Summer. It's the first time we'll be getting together outside of our therapy sessions. I'm sure it'll be fine." "How are the sessions going, by the way?" "Better. still a bit difficult. She's so guarded with me. Give her time. It takes a while to build back trust. True, I need to remember that. You accepted me back into your life after I don't know how long. He'd gotten through to Oscar first, and through Oscar to me. The start had especially been rocky, but in the end it had been worth it. We had our father back, and now we were all learning to get along with our big, atypical family. The way to Summer's heart is to be open and truthful with her, even if it's not something either of you will like, I advised him. And don't try to push her. She'll accept things in her own time, and that might be longer if you try to force things on her. I realized she can be rather stubborn. I ended on a laugh. Yeah, that's it. But that's definitely a good thing. Owen did an amazing job raising you three. Yes, he did. I would never downplay that just to make James feel better about abandoning his family when we were kids. We'd all learned how to deal with the different aspects of his betrayal, and he'd needed to sort through the guilt on his own. We couldn't help him with that. We'd already forgiven him. I should go if I'm going to be on time for my lunch with Summer. Thanks for the talk, Augie. Anytime, Dad. Good luck. We hung up, and I quickly sent Oscar a text, then placed my phone on silent and backed out of the driveway. I followed Heath's directions to the Over Easy Diner, where they'd organized the munch. When he'd texted me the information yesterday, I hadn't been sure I would attend. But as soon as I woke up this morning, I'd changed my mind. This was exactly what I needed. To be among like-minded gangsters without the pressure of getting involved in a scene. The munches were more of a social event for talking, getting to know each other, and exchanging information out in the vanilla world. I'd never been to the diner before, but apparently the owner was a member of the club and reserved the back section for us to use. When I entered, Heath was the first person I saw. He spotted me and excused himself from the two familiar men from the club he was talking to. Today, Heath was dressed down in jeans and an unbuttoned blue flannel shirt over a white t-shirt. He didn't have his nose ring in either. Hard to tell this man was a dungeon master. Hey, I'm glad you showed up. He gave me a hug and I squeezed him back. Maybe I'd been wrong in staying away, and this was what I needed to reduce my anxiety. I wasn't sure I'd make it, I confessed. Doesn't matter. The important thing is you're here. Want to find a private booth and talk before we join the others? I shrugged, knowing this was Heath the psychologist and friend talking. Okay. We took a seat away from the others. Ridge sat on a stool laughing with the group. He was one of the few who wore his collar. I wanted to ask Heath if he'd upgraded the boy's collar, but didn't want to pry. You haven't been back to the club. Heath was straight to the point, as always. Couldn't. I needed to sort through some stuff. Like what? He tapped his right temple. Tell me what's going on up here. I wish I knew. I never had Dom drop before, and since it started, it won't stop. That wasn't just Dom drop, August. That was so severe you blacked out. It was terrifying. I can't work a scene again with a sub until I get rid of it. You been suffering from anxiety again? I stared at my hands, gripping them tightly. The anxiety had started when James resurfaced. Heath had helped me through it. A little. Anything new going on with you? I mean, you've been under a lot of stress lately. Summer disappearing, your father's meeting, Owen dating again and marrying. And I didn't help things by putting you in Ridge's path either. He didn't know the half of it. The biggest change in my life right now was Charles. Is there something else? Heath didn't give up easily. I shrugged and sat back in my chair. Well, the whole job hunting thing isn't going so well. What? I've seen your resume. I quickly explained what had gone down with Brody Schmidt. Heath was one person I could trust with this. That low-life piece of shit. I smiled, relieved I'd shared this burden. If only I could spill about Charles as well. But it wouldn't be a secret anymore if I told him about whatever Charles and I had. Yes, he's a sleazeball. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be lying about his influence. He's the sort of scumbag who might keep dirt on people just to use it later. All the top-tier companies I'd tried to score interviews with have all been a bust. The worst thing is not knowing if they say they have no vacancies. It's the truth. Are you going to tell Owen and Declan? Of course not. I don't want them involved. Well, whatever it is, it might be adding to your stress, too. No kidding. At this rate, I'd have to drop my expectations and apply to some lower income level companies. I'll figure it out. Maybe one of the guys here can help you. I shook my head. Thanks, man, but I can handle this. He frowned at me. You know, that's a serious problem you still need to work out in therapy. You not being willing to take help from anyone while doing so much for everyone else. I groaned, feeling somewhat better already by just talking about the job situation. I was ready to mingle with everyone and just relax for the hour or so we'd all be hanging out together. I'll make an appointment. I got to my feet. God, I missed this. We're your family. They were. We headed over to one of the booths where 5 people were already crammed. They scooted over to make room for us. No one said anything about what had happened the last time I was at the dungeon, and that put me at ease. An attention-seeking Ridge strolled over and plopped his ass in Heath's lap. Heath didn't even look up to acknowledge him. It was like second nature the way his arm went around the boy's waist protectively. Ridge cuddled up to his chest, and a pang of envy buried its way into my gut. Heath introduced me to a couple of new faces, and we shook hands. It wasn't long before we were all engrossed in a conversation with Davy, a clerk at an adult toy store. Club members got discounts because of him, and most of us shopped exclusively there. The butt plug I'd used on Charles had been one of his recommendations. Davy explained about a new anal bead made from thermochromic elements, which changed colors according to the person's feelings. In other words, a mood ring type thing that could tell when someone was horny. Of course, it wasn't accurate and really just reacted to the temperature it came in contact with. Here's our last new face I was waiting on to arrive, Heath said. I smiled in pleasant surprise. Jackie from Schmidt's office was dressed as stylishly as ever in a wraparound khaki coat dress and half boots. Their hair framed their face in soft waves. Their eyes widened when they connected with mine. Jackie, welcome. Heath ousted a cross ridge from his lap and shook Jackie's hand and kissed their cheek. I'm so glad you made it, Jackie. Meet some members of the gang. Heath went on to introduce everyone at the table with their preferred pronouns. Jackie wasn't the only one who used they/them, and once they were introduced to Amory, who was also non-binary, the tension left their shoulders. And lastly, this handsome fella is Master August, he/him. I had no idea if they wanted everyone to know we'd met before, so I waited for them to take the lead on the introduction. Actually, Augie and I have met, they admitted. I rose to my feet and squeezed their hand. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you again. I really was. I'd thought about them from time to time, worried for their well-being, working for that asshole. Same. Would you two like some privacy? Heath's eyes twinkled, and it was clear he was trying to play matchmaker. I wasn't the only one who'd noticed. Ridge seemed to have retracted his claws and suspicious looks. God forbid anyone got too close to Heath. They'd have that devil boy to tangle with. Actually, I'd like that if you don't mind, Jackie said. Sure. I turned to the table. Excuse us, will you? Some snickered, but we ignored them as we walked away from our private section of the diner. Only a few other patrons were in the diner, and we easily found a table for 2. Do you want a drink? Sure, thanks. I waved over a waiter who promptly headed in our direction. They took our order, and when they left, I turned to Jackie. So, surprise, we meet again, they said on a nervous chuckle. A pleasant surprise. Have you known Heath long? Not really. Through therapy. You? Same. We both smiled at each other without saying anything. The waiter was prompt to deliver their soda. I would have ordered the same, but had subconsciously asked for water instead. Charles had rubbed off on me in more ways than I'd thought. Even when I was talking to a gorgeous and interesting individual, I couldn't stop thinking about him. Heath thought it would be a good idea for me to make friends. It is. Everyone in Heath's circle is usually friendly. If there's an asshole among us, he's not afraid to rectify the situation immediately. I could tell. That's why I'm here. How's the job hunting going? Not so great, I answered honestly. I'm still looking. I'm sorry my boss is such an ass. I'm sorry you have to work for him. They nodded at me. You know, I think you were right. Of course I am. I grinned at them. But what exactly am I right about? That you're a nice guy? Ah, there's no higher authority on nice people than Heath. So you have your proof. I took a sip of my water. If there's anything you want to know about the club, kink, or anything, feel free to ask. I don't know everything, but I'm sure I can find someone else who can explain. 25. Charles. This is not going to work. I glared at the large screen with the last slide of the presentation about new services we plan to include in our credit packages for startup businesses. There's nothing different here. I need something new. Luca Fontaine, the head of the presentation group, frowned at me. We did exactly what Declan asked us to do. I knew the arguments. How many different ways could there be for introducing a loan package? But this was specifically aimed at startup companies. Many loan companies offered solutions to startup companies, but we needed to find a way to stand out. Every year we put together a team to assess how well we were doing in comparison to the rest of the market. That team was responsible for coming up with recommendations. I wasn't happy with the current team's ideas. At all. I could tell they'd put time and effort into the presentation, but it didn't blow me away. They offered nothing new. Maybe I was being harder than usual. Everyone knew Declan was the more difficult of the two of us to please, but with the surly mood I was in lately, I couldn't help it. My personal life shouldn't be affecting my job, but it was. And I noticed, too. All those sleepless nights thinking about August long was making me a nightmare to work with. When I managed to fall asleep, it was to wake up with a hard-on and aroused from dreams about the last time we'd had sex. But it was more than just thoughts about sex. I wanted to share all kinds of things with him, like the different designs the interior designer had come up with for the nursery. Or that the deal was done. Poppy and I had signed the agreement. Clearly, from the way the team members were looking at me, they thought I was insane. I could almost hear their thoughts as they sneaked a glance at each other. They didn't want me here. They would have preferred to make this presentation to Declan, but I'd pushed them to get it done before my son returned from his honeymoon, which Owen and Declan had conveniently extended by a few days. Now they were off to spend a couple of days in Amsterdam before returning home. I had just 2 days left to stop thinking about sex with August. 2 days I could be beneath August or on top of him, whichever way got the job done. 2 days to return to the version of Charles who didn't climb into bed with other men and go on dates with them. The Charles who disliked dogs and flirted outrageously with women. We need to think bigger. I rose to my feet. Let's try not to focus on just attracting those who've already decided to start a business. Let's also think about those we can convince that it'll be in their best interest to start a business, whether small or big. Let's go with a campaign surrounding that, yes? I expect a revision in 5 days. If they had a problem with the deadline I gave them, they didn't show it. I closed the lid on my laptop and nodded at the team of 4 who stood before me dumbstruck. Think of this as the first attempt. Our company brand is known for innovative ideas and being the trend setter. Our new ideas must maintain that image. I left the boardroom and returned to my office, which was only next door. Declan's was on the other side of the boardroom. As soon as I sat, I didn't think, but punched in my secretary's extension. Yes, Mr. Moore. Faith, did you find the Horizon and Beck file? The small microfinance company was in financial woes, and we were in the process of taking it over from the current owners. How could I make the damn deal when I didn't even know what Declan had been discussing? I'd put off the meeting twice already because I hated being unprepared to go into negotiations. I was just waiting for you to get out of your meeting, Mr. Moore. Yes, I prompted. Declan called. Good. Took him long enough. I'd tried reaching out to him after he'd emailed me his updated itinerary, but he'd never replied. The file is on its way, sir. On its way? From where? It seems Declan brought it home with him to do some more research, but forgot to bring it back to the office before his wedding. I should have thought of that. Declan was a workaholic. He'd gotten better leaving work at the office since he met Owen, but old habits were hard to break. My heart skipped a beat. If the file was at his home, how would I get my hands on it? I had no desire to run into August again. The last time had been intense enough. Unlike the first time we'd hooked up, he hadn't messaged me after. I'd kind of expected him to, even though I'd made it clear I wanted nothing more than what we'd already shared. But I had it all figured out in case he'd get in touch and put Operation Act Like It Didn't Happen into action. I wavered between relief and disappointment that I'd clearly been a one-night stand, or a two-night stand as it happened. I guess the file can wait until Declan returns. But wait, didn't she say it was on its way?
No need for that, sir. Declan explained he'd ask his son-in-law to drop the file off.
Son-in-law. Declan had actually said son-in-law. My stomach dipped and swirled uneasily. August is coming here. I didn't mean to say it aloud, but it didn't sound real in my mind.
He should be here any minute now, she said. I'll send him right up with the file. I know how urgent it is.
I'm sure he's busy. Pretty sure I was trying to cop out of seeing August here. Declan shouldn't have put him through all that trouble. Please collect the file when he gets here, Faith.
Sure thing, sir. Anything else I can do?
Yes, Mrs. Moore is supposed to get here around 1. Can you please buzz me to let me know when she arrives?
Of course, sir.
That is all. Thanks, Faith.
Oh, I'm being nice because I expect roses next week for my anniversary.
I laughed at her cheekiness. The one place I didn't flirt or find lovers was at the office, but she was an exception because she was harmless. She was approaching her mid-50s and happily married, as she liked to tell anyone who commented on the photos on her desk. I had no desire to mix business with pleasure. As if I didn't already know not to cross that line, Declan had warned me about fraternizing with employees. Sometimes I was tempted to remind him who was the father in this relationship, but I usually thought better of it. That might not go down so well with him, given how I'd been absent from his life for a long time. I returned to work to forget everything around me. I kept my ass planted on my chair instead of giving in to the urge to use my login to the security system to check the entrance of the building for August's arrival. That wasn't the behavior of a man who only wanted a one-night stand. My ass no longer felt the impact from last night, but our encounter had left marks on me in other ways. The impact on my brain was extensive. At least I was sensible enough not to make more of the nights we'd spent together. It was natural to think so much about the man who had made me confront what had been inside me all this time, but I'd ignored. I wasn't straight. I liked sex with men and women. I didn't panic over the realization, as I just wanted to know once and for all. One by one, I peeled off the sticky notes that Faith had left for me on my desk. I returned calls that were urgent and kept watching the time on the computer. For Poppy's arrival, of course. What else? I grimaced at the note that was next, then dialed the number and waited. It rang a few times. "Hello?" came a grumbled voice. "Leland, this is Charles Moore." He groaned. "Charles, look, I'm on vacation. And ordinarily I don't call my employees who are on vacation, Leland. But you and I know this is a special circumstance. I see you got my resignation letter from HR. It filtered its way to my desk yesterday. Why on earth would you want to leave the company?" He had been working here for close to 20 years, for which he had been well paid as a facilities manager. He ensured the day-to-day operations of the physical structure of our building were carried out well. Whenever mishaps occurred, he was swift to manage it. "I became a grandfather over the summer, Charles, and my kids live all the way in Florida. I want to see them more often, and this will give me the opportunity to visit them. There's no way you're going to be satisfied not being involved in the company. The truth is, I haven't been feeling the passion I used to in a while. So I think it's time to give up while I'm ahead, you know? We can't ever replace you, Leland." "I know." The cocky bastard laughed. "But you'll have to try, even if it's just for the person you hire to fail." At least, a knock on the door interrupted my conversation. "Enter," I barked, swiveling in my chair to face the door. "At least come back so we can throw you a proper farewell. You've spent years with us, and you deserve recognition for that." The door pushed open and a tall figure strolled in. "Admit it, you're just looking for an excuse to have a party, Charles." Eyes locked with mine, and I stared at August, who closed the door behind him. In his hand he clutched what I assumed was the file I wanted. His presence filled the office, and I shot to my feet, feeling terribly at a disadvantage sitting down. Only I wasn't sure what to do next. Do you shake the hand of the man you had sex with twice before ending things? Probably not, when the sight of him made my throat parched. I still wanted him as badly as I did the last time I saw him. Leland, let me call you back. I hung up the phone before he could reply. Hey, Charles. Hope I'm not interrupting. August's long legs and those worn jeans ate up the distance between us. At my desk, he stopped and handed over the file. Declan asked me to bring this over. Thanks. I resisted the urge to tug at my tie and prided myself for the way my hands kept steady when I took the file from him. My whole insides had shaken up at the unexpected sight of him. No prob. Declan said it was urgent. Actually, it could have waited, and you didn't have to come all the way up. My assistant could have come down for it. Declan asked me to hand you the file personally. He scanned my office. That gave me the break I needed from his intense stare to smooth down my already perfectly straight tie. Nice setup. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows and stared down at the heart of downtown. An amazing view. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Of course he was. He thought downtown was an amazing view. It was nothing compared to his muscled back in a light blue polo shirt and black jeans that molded over his thighs and tight ass. Charles. He studied me in the glass. Shit, I'd completely forgotten that he could see me lusting after him, even though his back was to me. Not really. I tugged at my collar. I do have a couple of calls to make. He walked back to me and placed his hands on the desk. He didn't say anything, just stared at me like I was a newly discovered planet under the most powerful telescopic lens. It annoyed the hell out of me. You look well, he said in a low tone. I hope everything's been fine with Poppy. The disapproval in his tone reminded me of the way he ordered me to call him Sir while I was begging him to fuck me. I should look away, I really should, but I couldn't. Everything is as expected. So she's still being difficult. Actually, we have an agreement. She's naming me as the father. That's good, then. Exactly what you wanted. Yes. I've already hired a designer to work on the nursery. Look, about the last time we were together, I wanted to clear things up. It shouldn't have happened. I mean, I can handle what we did the first time. I was curious. You made me acknowledge a part of me I've always stifled. But I have no excuse for my behavior the second night, especially after we agreed that it would only be for one night. I rather liked your behavior that night, he said calmly. It's probably the most honest part of you I've seen. You lose all control when you're naked for me. And when you ride, I get the picture. My heart raced inside my chest. He shouldn't affect me this way. I had years on this guy, not only literally, but also in experience. On the other hand, this was new to me. I never went back after cutting things off with someone. There were too many other people to explore, but I'd gotten hung up on exploring August. He shifted, leaning forward, which put him dangerously close to me. Don't worry, Charles. Our secret is safe with me. I shouldn't have turned my head. It put us even closer to each other. I shouldn't have looked at his lips. It only made me move closer, and he was doing nothing to stop me. Absolutely nothing but cocking his head to the side. A loud rapping at the door had us springing apart. A mere second later, the door swung open, and my wife barged in. She stopped short and stared from August to me. Panic clawed at me, but a glance in August's direction showed how composed he was. I took a deep breath, trying to equal August's calm veneer. Faith and I needed to have words later. She had failed twice today in alerting me of a visitor. Hi, honey. She stepped farther into the room, her eyes fixed on August. You're one of Declan's sons-in-law, right? That's right. I'm Augie. She held out her hand. The predatory look in her eyes bothered me more than it should.
I don't think we've been properly introduced.
I frowned at the way she smiled at August, blinking her long eyelashes at him. She was flirting with him, and normally I wouldn't care, but this was August. I was up for sharing a baby with Poppy, but I wasn't willing to share the same man. He was mine. So not mine. Yes, he was. The conflicting thoughts rolling through my mind didn't help at all. Which was true, and which was the lie?
Call me Poppy,
she giggled.
I didn't know you were so friendly with Charles.
Actually, I just came by to drop off something for Declan. I should go.
Well, it was nice meeting you.
Same. August nodded at me. Charles, I'll see you around. Now, why did that sound more like a promise than anything else? He closed the door behind him, and I returned my attention to Poppy, who smiled at me. I sighed. For the last time, nothing is going on between us. She shrugged.
I didn't say anything. You can have your boy toy if I can have other men. Maybe we could even share.
Over my dead body. I didn't want her anywhere near August. Don't be twisted. That's my son's son-in-law you're talking about. Leave him alone.
Well, it's not like we're family, and I think he might be interested. No harm in a little flirting.
I said to leave him alone, Poppy. I snapped, heat rising in my face at how possessive I was acting. August is off limits. It might be through marriage, but we're family. Now let's go to your appointment.
26. Augie.
You don't have to go right away, you know, Dad said, entering the guest bedroom where I'd been staying for the past 2.5 weeks. Lucky, who had kept by their side since they arrived a couple of hours ago, trotted in after Dad. The little traitor acted like he was starved for attention when we both knew differently. I know, Dad, and thanks, but I've been getting too used to this rich lifestyle. Now I need to remind myself that it's yours, and not mine. I was, of course, teasing him, but Dad's face turned red. He probably would never be completely at ease with the money he'd married into. It was good to know money wouldn't change him from being the wonderful father and overall kind man he was. He was positively glowing with a tan from his honeymoon. He looked happier than I'd ever seen him, like he didn't have a care in the world. Knowing how tough things had been for him raising 3 kids, I couldn't be happier for him. Hey, I'm still broke. He sat on the bed. An expensive-looking platinum bracelet flashed from his wrist. My husband's the one with the money. But you'll be famous one day with your book. He chuckled uncertainly. Honestly, I want to give it a rest. But Declan insists I keep writing and contacting agents. Why don't you let him help you? Even as I asked the question, I already knew the answer. Like father, like son. Because I want the satisfaction of knowing I'm good enough to be wanted as a talent without my husband's interference. You say that a lot. I zipped up my suitcase. Say what? My husband? I mimicked his voice to the best of my ability. He laughed. It's just so... He shrugged, and I walked over to the bed and sat beside him. So magical. There seem to be some magical qualities to our romance, right? No magic, Dad. Just Declan recognizing that you're the best. How's Greece? Beautiful. He lit up with whatever memory he was thinking of. So was Amsterdam. Of course, the first couple of days we barely left our resort. I laughed when he looked horrified at his confession. Don't worry, Dad, I get it. It was your honeymoon. It was truly beautiful. Now I want all my children to have their own Declan. What? My laugh intensified. A handsome, wealthy businessman with his private jet? I had him for 2 nights, and lost him. I will not think of Charles. Seeing his pregnant wife again at his office had been enough for me to push aside any fantasy of getting him back into my bed for rounds 2 to 6, and, rinse and repeat, into forever. No, I mean someone who will love you, and put your needs before theirs. It will happen, when the time is right, Dad. I know. In the meantime, how's the job hunt going? Still looking. I didn't tell him about my interview, nor the threat Schmidt had hurled at me. I didn't want him to be involved, because then Declan would be too. And if I was old enough to have sex with Declan's father, I was old enough to look after my own ass. Well, I hope you find something soon. In fact, maybe Declan can— No way, Dad. Why not? He's family now. Exactly. You should be able to understand if you won't allow him to help you score a literary agent. Well, that's different. How so? He struggled to come up with a reply. All right, just don't be afraid to come to us if you need help. I know that's hard for you and all, admitting when you need a hand, but we're here for you. I gave him a tight hug. Thanks, Dad. I know. Footsteps entered the room, and I slowly released Dad. You know, Augie, you don't have to go right this minute. Declan looked just as refreshed as Dad. You can stay for as long as you like. Ain't cramped your style? I got to my feet. No, thanks. I've heard enough, oh God, Declan, to last me a lifetime. Declan and I laughed at Dad's red face. He walked over to my father and kissed his forehead. Don't worry, love. I rather enjoy your, oh God, Declan. I hoisted my suitcase from the bed. And that's my cue to go. We'll walk you out. Declan took Dad's hand and they walked behind me out to the courtyard where my car was parked. I packed my suitcase in the trunk and hugged both men again. I'll see you around. Yes, I'll come around to help you with the repairs you're doing to the house, Dad said. Sure, I'd like that. And telling him no would be useless anyway. Dad and Declan stood aside, arms around each other's waists, as Lucky jumped into my car and barked. Hey, buddy, you're not going with me today. He'd gotten so used to us driving over to my house where I spent most of my days doing repairs. It took me a few minutes to coax him out of the car. After much whining, licks, and rubs, he finally returned to Declan's and Owen's side. I hopped into the car and waved to them as I backed out of the yard. I arrived home around 5, and although I'd enjoyed how comfortable and relaxing everything was at Declan's house, I was relieved to be back here. I'd always felt like a guest there, but this was home. The memories that being here brought back made me smile. It took very little time to get unpacked. The silence in the house didn't bother me. I was used to living with Oscar, who could be noisy, always listening aloud to music, and the quiet was refreshing. Thinking of Oscar, I FaceTimed him. I tried to keep in touch with him every day. Sometimes it was just a text message, but I intended to live up to the promise I'd made him. Hey, Augie, I just got off the phone with Dad. He ripped his tie off as he walked into his apartment. Apparently I caught him just getting home from work. He's looking good. I opened the fridge. Damn. Empty but for water and a few bottles of beer. I'd either have to order in or go somewhere, and I didn't have the energy to do either right then. I grabbed a bottle of water, straddled one of the chairs around the table, and propped up my phone against the centerpiece. It was a bowl Summer had made for Dad in art class. The thing looked hideous, but Dad had insisted on keeping it, and it had grown on me. The kitchen wouldn't look the same without it. Fuck, I never thought I'd be so jealous of Dad, Oscar mumbled. He's living the life, isn't he? I frowned at him, never completely certain if he was serious or just kidding when he made these statements. Come on, Os. He deserves it. I know that, but does it make me a terrible person that I'm jealous? Maybe you'd find love, too, if you slowed down a little and took the time to look. He snorted. The only thing I've found is a boss who's a royal pain in my ass. Do you know how often I've wanted to tell him to fuck off? If you're so miserable there, why don't you find another job? The son of a prick really pays well. Then suck it up and stop bitching already. At least you've got a job. What's with that? I'm kind of surprised you don't already have something lined up. My resume is shit compared to yours. I took a gulp of my water, wanting to evade a direct answer, but I'd sworn not to lie to him again. I think I'm being blackballed. What does that even mean? I related the whole sordid affair of my interview. By the time I was finished, he was in the bedroom and half undressed. What the actual fuck, man? He blew up. He said that about Dad and Declan? Yeah, and you should see the way he treats one of his non-binary workers. Surely he can't get in the heads of every businessman in Cincinnati. Apparently he thinks he can. I can't tell if it's working or if I'm being paranoid. I had one interview scheduled, and they called back to cancel it on account of me being overqualified. Have you told Dad? I bet Declan could do something about that. No, and you won't say anything either. I glared at him lest he thought this was the time he should do the opposite of what I said. Swear on the twin ship, boss. He rolled his eyes at me. The power of the twin ship was something he'd come up with in middle school, and it never got old. By the power vested in the twin ship, yada yada, I swear I'll not say anything, but I think you should. I'll handle it. He sighed. You know it's still okay to ask for help, right? Geez, what's with everyone telling me the same thing lately? And I will, when I need it. But we both knew I'd likely not ask unless it was almost too late. Oscar didn't even bother to call me out on it. Been back to the dungeon? He asked instead. Not yet. But I've been to a munch. I bet you don't want to talk about that either. My phone vibrated as a call came in from an unknown number. I'm getting another call, bro. I need to take it. Maybe it's a call back for an interview. Okay. Call me if you need anything. Love you. Love you too, Oz. I ended the call and quickly tapped the incoming one before it rang off. Hello? Nothing came from the other end of the line except for light breathing. Charles? Anyone there? Hey. The voice sounded familiar, but the person was speaking too low for me to place it. Hey, right back. Who is this? It's me. And just like that, the voice gained a face. Jackie? Yeah. I was surprised they called me. They hadn't given me their number after the munch. The disappointment it wasn't Charles gave way to curiosity. How are you? You said I could call if I needed a friend. They paused. I need a friend. Their voice sounded really small, and that bothered me. Sure thing. What's up? It's awkward doing this over the phone. Are you doing anything right now, or can we meet somewhere? I mean, it's completely okay if you have something else to do. I was actually contemplating going out for dinner. If you haven't eaten as yet, we could grab a bite together. I was about to have some leftovers, but dinner sounds good. Great. I glanced at the time on my phone. Butcher and wine good for you? Sure. Meet you there at 7:30-ish? Sounds good. After I hung up, I went to take a shower. I hadn't expected Jackie to use my number. Although we'd had an okay time at the munch, they'd hung out with us only for half an hour before they left. I hadn't been sure if I'd be hearing from them again. At 7:15, I arrived at the restaurant and texted Jackie to find out where they were. A voice message came in almost immediately that they would be there in a minute. An older mono Mazda rolled into the driveway and parked opposite mine. The outdoor lights made it quite easy to spot them behind the wheel. They looked smashing when they came out of the car, wearing a soft pink and white striped dress with ruffled quarter sleeves. Their bare legs were set off by strappy, high-heeled sandals. They hooked the thin gold straps of a pink bag over their shoulder as we met in the middle of the parking lot. Wow, you look gorgeous. They smiled and their shoulders relaxed. Thanks. You look nice too. Do you want to go in? May I? My hand hovered over the small of their back to guide them forward. I didn't want to offend them by touching them without permission, or worse, to have them take my touch the wrong way. For all their agreement to get something to eat together, I didn't get the sense they wanted more than someone to talk to, which was fine by me. I didn't believe in dating someone else while my mind was stuck elsewhere. That would be doing them a disservice. The interior of the steakhouse was rustic, with lots of wood and gleaming copper, giving it a warm atmosphere. We took a seat at a table for two against the far wall. A waiter promptly attended to us by taking our drink orders and slipping us menus. Wow, this place looks great, Jackie said, scoping out the wall paintings. You haven't been here before? Not at all. I actually haven't lived here that long. Just a year. Where did you move from? A little place no one's heard of. Try me. Their eyes flickered back toward me. Charm. Okay, you got me there. They laughed, the sound pleasant and easygoing. I told you. Cincinnati seems like Las Vegas in comparison to Charm. Not that I've been to Vegas or anything. Talking to them outside of the munch was different. They hadn't been personal at all on that day, not sharing tidbits about themselves. Tonight was different as we kept up the chatter about big cities. They had a pleasant personality that made communication easy. If they seemed a little skittish at first, they gradually relaxed until we were laughing and talking like old friends who were catching up after a long separation. "You know, I almost didn't call you," they said as we waited on dessert to arrive. "Why not?" Their eyes dropped to the table. "I was afraid you'd take it the wrong way." "Wrong way?" "Yeah, like a date. My eyes widened and I smiled in amusement. "Oh." Their cheeks turned red. "Not that you're not a great guy and all," they rushed to say. "You are, and hot too, but I'm afraid I really just need a friend at this time." I reached across the table and patted their slender hand. "Don't worry. I'm good with just being a friend." They looked relieved. "You already have someone?" Charles immediately came to mind, a thought which was nothing but trouble. Charles and I would never be a thing. If only my dick would catch up with my brain. No one. But I'm perfectly willing to wait for the right person to cross my path. They smiled at me, and with that little bit of information, the last vestiges of worry slipped. "Still no luck job hunting?" Our dessert arrived, and as soon as the waiter left, I replied, "Nope, but I'm sure something will come up soon." "I hope so. Want to grab a nightcap?" I didn't care that my voice sounded a bit too hopeful. Like them, I could also do with a friend without benefits. I don't think I'm ready to go back to an empty house right now. "Why not? Sounds like fun if you know a place." I knew a place, all right. 27. Charles. "I still can't believe you went through with it, man. You're crazy." I shook my head at Winston and immediately regretted it. It was as if a stampede of buffalo had taken residence. Slowly I sat up on the sofa and frowned at the concerned face of my best friend, who sat across from me. I hated the way he darted his gaze from the bottle of scotch on the table then at me. Next to the bottle stood only one glass, so I assumed I'd been the only one drinking, but I couldn't be sure. I hadn't really paid much attention. Earlier, how long ago I didn't even know, I'd come home. As soon as I'd closed the door behind me, the emptiness of my house had crashed down on me. I missed Miranda. I missed August. Fuck, I didn't know what I wanted. Declan was already back at the office, and I didn't even know if I was needed there anymore. Was it so wrong to want to feel needed, to be seen? It was the right thing to do. Have you told Declan yet? No. It's none of his business. Shit, he's going to be livid. Why didn't you wait for him to come home before you signed the agreement? I'm pretty sure he could have worked something out and get that bitch out of your life for good. Hey, I held up a hand to stop him. She's still my wife. She's also going to be the mother of my baby, even if she wished it wasn't so. You won't talk about her that way, okay? I'm sorry, man. I just can't figure out what the hell you're smoking. You gave her a third of your shares in the company. Declan's going to be furious. She gets it only after I'm dead. And that's another thing." His eyes widened, his face turning red. "What the fuck, man? You've just given that greedy woman an excuse to off you. Don't be ridiculous. Even if I die, Declan will still control the shares she owns. She doesn't need to control them. She only needs the profits. People have killed for less than that. Will you stop being so dramatic, Win?" I downed the glass of alcohol. Poppy isn't a killer. She's just a terrible wife and will probably make a terrible mom as well. I hope it's worth it. The baby, I mean. It is. I smiled, thinking about the last appointment we'd had at her obstetrician. We got to see the baby in 3D, and it was the most beautiful sight ever. I might have started this with wanting to make up for being a shitty father by giving it a second shot, but that picture made me confront why I was going through all this stress with Poppy. I already loved that baby. But Poppy still had 4 months to go, and a part of me was getting restless. I needed something. Parties, women, booze, missed days at work, taking the private jet to fuck off wherever I wanted. All sounded like a good idea in theory, but I couldn't. I had to be around for the baby. Shit, what if I fucked up with this kid as well? I'd already fucked up everything with August. I should never have slept with him. Satisfying my curiosity wasn't worth this agony of thinking about him every damn minute. I decided it was a one-night thing, but it had turned into 2 nights. Now every time before I went to bed, the space next to me mocked me. I was so obsessed with him, I'd been researching his lifestyle. It all intrigued me. I did want to be his pet, call him sir, and watch the pleasure that filled his eyes before he gave me what I wanted. Is it the gay thing that's fucking with your head? I blinked up at Winston, confused about what he was talking about. Will you make sense? What gay thing? You being into men. Is that what this is about? I'm not gay. I'm bi. Does it matter? Yeah. I'm still attracted to women. I'd just become even more aware of the same sex since my tryst with August. Oh, so just date women then. Less hassle, right? How do you get to 48 and still be so fucking clueless? And my question wasn't just for him, though, but myself as well. I struggled to my feet and beckoned at Winston. Come on, let's go out. Where? He eyed me skeptically. A gay bar. I think I need to get laid. Sorry, man, going once with you was enough. I got hit on the last time. I pointed at him. That's a compliment. Winston stood as well and checked his watch. Why don't you stay here and crash in the guest room for the night? It's almost 10. It sounds like party hour to me. If you're not coming, I'll call my driver. Charles? I grabbed his shirt and hung on. Come on, man, the boredom is killing me. I need this. Jesus. He pulled his shirt out of my hands and stepped back. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you these days. I just told you I need to get laid. Then do it when you're sober. His face was creased with worry. His cheeks turned red. Men will take advantage of you in the situation you're in. Plus, what if someone recognizes you? You're fucking Charles Moore, and this shit might be all over the place by tomorrow. And I didn't give a damn. The familiar urge driving me to old habits reared its ugly head. If I didn't do something now, it would only get worse. I was pissed at Winston for backing out, but I'd never been afraid to go off on my own and chase happiness, even if it was for a fleeting moment. It usually was enough for a while before I got the urge again. This time, though, I knew no woman could fill in for what I needed. Not after the way August had invaded my body. I wanted that again. I couldn't have it with him, but why not someone else? It wouldn't be the first time I fucked a complete stranger. Why should it be awkward because this time it would be someone of the same sex? 0 awkwardness required. I returned to the same gay bar where Winston and I had gone before. It seemed decent enough, and the men there hadn't picked up on who I was. As much as I didn't care if anyone speculated about my sexuality, I didn't want to intentionally broadcast my liaisons with all of Cincy. As soon as I took a seat, a bartender sidled up to the bar. It was not the same one as last time. Good. That one had left something to be desired. Or maybe I only felt that way because he'd hit on my straight friend and not me. Hey there, handsome. What can I do for you? I already liked this new bartender. He wore a tight black muscle shirt, and when he spoke, a glint of stone flashed from his tongue. His left eyebrow was pierced, too. He was probably a bit too loud for me, but flirting didn't cost. It was just the pickup I needed before I moved on to bigger fish. I'd already spotted some serious prospects. I ordered a gin and tonic, which he promptly delivered while telling the other 2 bartenders assisting tonight that he was taking his break. His break involved him leaning across from me at the bar. So, why do you look so down? His eyes darted to the expensive watch on my wrist. I can't see you having a ton of problems. It was one of the oldest misconceptions that people had. Apparently being rich exempted you from having real problems. I'm not really here to talk about my problems. I'd already lost interest and scoped out the bar. Yeah? What are you here for, then? I turned to him again, sizing him up. Maybe he'd do. He seemed interested enough, and he certainly had the muscles to hold me down and fuck me like August had. Shit, there I went thinking about him again. I swallowed the drink and groaned at the burn going down. At least my belly was warm. Damn, How much had I drunk at Winston's? I already felt light on my feet. Need me to fill you up? From the way he lowered his voice, he was talking about more than just refreshing my drink. Hey, can I get 2 more glasses of vodka on ice, please? At the familiar voice, I spun around. August hadn't noticed me. He stood close to me but seemed oblivious to my presence. My face heated up in anger. I didn't like being ignored. How could he not know I sat next to him? Should I turn away completely so he wouldn't recognize me? Or show myself? Sorry, man, I'm a little busy here trying to get some action. The bartender nodded toward me. It's my break. Ask one of the other bartenders to get you your drink. The noisy din of the bar fell away as we stared at each other. August looked surprised. At least I had that edge on him. I'd been aware of him first, albeit for half a minute. It was a whole lot of time to pretend seeing him here again after we'd almost kissed in my office didn't make me want to finish that interrupted kiss. Charles. Damn it, he always said my name with such seduction. August, I said, then turned back to the bartender. You were saying you could, fill me up. His grin turned lascivious. I'll get that for you. He took my glass and moved off, leaving me alone with August. Hooking up? He sounded so relaxed about it I wanted to rattle him. I shrugged. Yeah, why not? Still curious, then. You said it, not me. I wouldn't be satisfied for long. I managed to chuckle, which seemed humorous enough. Score 1 for me not being truthful with him. That I was way more than curious, and the bartender was pale in comparison to him. I couldn't know that since I hadn't slept with the bartender yet, but I knew it. I just didn't wish to analyze how I did. You wanted more, all you needed to do was ask. He whispered, You know where to find me. The bartender returned with my drink and glanced from August to me. Hey, I saw him first. If he only knew how wrong he was. August smirked, nodding in my direction. You know where to find me, he repeated, then strode to the other side of the bar to get one of the other bartenders' attention. Was he really going to ignore me? Then I remembered the way he had made me beg him to fuck me. You know where to find me. He wanted me to beg again while he walked around like I hadn't given him the one thing I'd never given to anyone else. I was half furious, half turned on by the way he ignored me. I fought the urge to go after him and demand to be seen. Hey, so you were saying... I tuned out the bartender and watched August walk back to his table. I stared in disbelief at the woman he was with. She was gorgeous, and even from across the room I could see the way she lit up when August returned. She crossed her legs, which hiked up her already short dress, riding up firm thighs. If you'd rather someone who looks like he's already chosen for the night, that's fine, the bartender muttered, then stalked off. I couldn't summon the energy to care. My mission to get laid, well and truly pounded tonight until my discontent disappeared. I couldn't stop staring at August and his date, the way they talked and laughed. He didn't even once look over to where I was. Now I knew how the women I'd slept with felt. August had definitely not given me any promises. How could he? We could have nothing but 2 steamy nights, but why did I crave more? I wanted to be the one sitting across from him, basking in his attention. I already knew he had a way of listening to you talk that made you feel like the center of his world. That was what I'd felt when we had sex. That I was the sun and he revolved around me. He completed in an hour what the earth did in 24. I tore my gaze away from them, the hunt completely ruined. I downed my drink, the warmth from the alcohol doing nothing to stop the knotting in my stomach. I lost track of how long I was at the bar. At some point I'd switched to shots, but I couldn't exactly count how many I'd had. A hand came down on mine before I could take my next drink. I didn't need to look up to know who he was. Even with the musky odor of the bar, his familiar smell was unmistakable. What the fuck had he done to me? I think that's enough. he said, his lips close to my ear. I swung around in my seat but lost my balance. The room swam before me, and I would have probably careened to the ground if he hadn't moved swiftly and caught me. August pulled me up against him, his arms around me steady and strong. Easy there. How much did you have to drink? God, why did he feel so right in his arms? Not enough. At least that was what I thought I said as I swiped my hand to grasp the shot glass from the counter. I ended up hitting it over, and the glass rolled off and crashed to the floor. In case I didn't make it clear to you, Charles, that's enough. I snickered at him and pointed a finger in his chest. You go back to your date. Me? I'm just getting started. God, if you were sober right now, I'd flog you so hard until you admit why you're really upset. You can flog me all you want. In fact, in my alcohol-induced brain, it sounded hot as hell. As long as you fuck me after. His arms tightened around me. I smirked up at him. Why did he look even hotter through my drunken haze? I blinked. My right contact lens must have slipped out while I was drinking. Had I swallowed it? I giggled, then promptly shut my mouth at the unmanly sound. You're completely wasted, August murmured. Lean on me. I leaned on him, my head falling onto his shoulder. I nuzzled his neck. Why did he feel so good? Where's your girlfriend? I asked as he fished money out of his wallet and paid for my drinks. If I'd drunk as much as I thought, I must have racked up a huge bill. I should probably pay, but I couldn't even reach my wallet. Served him right for coming here with someone else. I don't have a girlfriend, you know that. Was that a hooker, then? Just a friend, Charles. Just a friend. I scoffed, but didn't press the issue. At least he made the effort to lie to me. I only lied when I cared if the person thought badly of me. I lied to Declan all the time. Not much to anyone else, because I didn't usually give a damn what opinion people had of me. Come on, hold on to me. He didn't need to tell me twice. I clung to him and tried to put one foot in front of the other to keep up with him. He slowed down. It'd probably be easier for you to carry me like you did to the bathroom after you ruined my ass, I said matter-of-factly. You want me to carry you out of here before everyone? I glared at him. He sounded like he was laughing at me. Yeah, probably. I stopped, frowning as my tongue tied up with the word. Probably not a good idea. August chuckled softly in my ear. You're so drunk. I simply grunted, but didn't respond. Once we stepped outside, the cool air was like a slap in the face. I burrowed into August's side, hiding my face into his neck. I probably shouldn't be this needy right now, but I couldn't help it. It had hurt, seeing him with someone else. He was supposed to be mine only. God damn it, Charles, why did you drink so much? When I didn't respond, he propped me up against the side of the building and wedged his knee between my parted legs. Was that moan coming from me? God, I was such a slut for him. Tell me, or I'll leave you here and go home to my warm and cozy bed. I didn't believe him one bit. There was no way in hell he'd leave me here, and I was confident enough about that. I leaned my head back against the building and looked up from his face to the night sky. Because of him, I'd even missed my stargazing. If only I were as confident about what this thing was between us. It pulsed, like it had a life of its own, indestructible even when I tried to cut it from my life. Do you think Miranda is up there watching me? I frowned at the thought. Maybe. Would that bother you? I don't know if she'd want me to be so into another man. August's fingertips trailed down the side of my face, and I stared at him. He looked way too serious for someone propping up a drunkard against a building. This should be so hot. But I'd rendered myself impotent by the large amount of alcohol I'd consumed. Was it possible to have an erection in my heart? Because I could swear it was there, but I couldn't feel it in my pants. God, August had given me my first heart erection. Would she have had a problem with Declan being gay? God, no. She was the most understanding woman ever. Then I don't think she would care. She'd just want you to be happy. I closed my eyes and allowed my head to thud back against the wall. I'm not sure I deserve to be happy. I wish I could show you how wrong you are, but you won't let me. His lips pressed to my eyelids one by one. Then he pulled me forward into his chest. I wrapped an arm around his neck and clung to him, not because I was drunk, but because I was confused and even a bit scared, though I would never let that secret out. I didn't like seeing you with that person, I said slowly. I know this is wrong, but I want you all to myself. August let out a loud groan. Oh, let's have this conversation when you're sober, Charles. I grabbed hold of the front of his shirt. My dick probably won't work tonight. I think I only have a heart erection. A heart erection. August laughed and I frowned at him. It's not a thing? I thought it could be. I planted my lips on the side of his neck. I don't care, I still want you to fuck me. I can't stop thinking about the way you make me feel. Sir? August inhaled sharply and his burgeoning erection nudged against my belly. Come on, I need to get you home. I'm not going to fuck you when you're drunk. When you're sober, call me, and we'll talk about how to do this. I sulked all the way to his shitty piece of a car. He buckled me in and I leaned hard against the headrest. I was so woozy. They really are just a friend, Charles, he said softly, kissing the tip of my nose, and closed the door. I tried to touch the spot on my nose, but completely missed my face. Fuck, I'm wasted. Then I blacked out. 28. Augie. 6 hours after another failed interview, I was still seething with anger when I wound up on Declan's doorstep. I wasn't in the mood for interacting with anyone, but I was getting sick of staring at the colors of the paint on the walls back home. I tried keeping myself busy by doing the little odd jobs around the house, but with job prospects dwindling before me, I'd had to cut back on how much money I spent. Coupled with my doubts about going back to Heath's dungeon, my frustration was at an all-time high. Tripled by thoughts of a jealous and drunk Charles a week ago, I was barely functioning. Earlier, when Dad had called me asking me to come over for dinner and cocktails, my first reaction was to turn him down. If they got on that I was down in the dumps, Dad would want to know why. Then he would be worried, and Declan would be up my ass trying to make Dad feel better. I didn't want Declan up my ass. I much preferred being inside his father's, but that wasn't likely to happen again either. I had hopes he would get in touch after he'd openly confessed he'd been jealous of Jackie. But like the first time, and second time when we had sex, he'd gone back to avoiding me. I wasn't used to waiting for someone to come after me. I approached subs if they seemed right up my alley, but I didn't have that luxury with Charles. His wife had been suspicious enough the 3 times we'd run into each other. When I brought him home from the bar, having to lug him upstairs to his bedroom, she'd followed us silently, observant as if she thought I'd fuck him right there in front of her for her to confirm we were having an affair. Augie, thank God you're here. Dad pulled me inside the house and shut the door, then gave me one of his warm hugs. A tiny part of me felt better at his familiar arms. I would have smiled had I not caught the worried expression on his face. Is something wrong? My stomach flipped with concern. I tried not to make my mind go there, but if Declan ever hurt him... I just need you to run a bit of interference for me. What's this about? I frowned, just now noticing the laughter and chatter coming from the living room. He only told me to dress nicely and come over for dinner. Declan has guests, he said softly. His husband entered the hall just then and headed for us, dressed almost identical to Dad in dark slacks and a vest. I was struck with how strikingly similar he was to his father. We have guests, Owen, not me. He casually placed his left hand around my father's waist and kissed his cheek, then extended his hand toward me. August, so glad you could make it. Why do I have a bad feeling about why I'm here? Your father insisted he needs your moral support. Declan shook his head at me. He doesn't, but once he has his mind set on something, he won't let go. He kissed Dad again, then backed away. I'll let you two catch up and for Owen to explain why he asked you to come. Ridiculous reason, if you ask me. I stared after Declan's frame and turned to Dad. So, we're having dinner and cocktails with a few business associates of Declan's. So why am I here? I thought I was coming to a regular dinner, although I should have known something was up the minute you told me to wear something nice. Because I feel out of my element here, Augie. Dad scrubbed at the frown lines that created grooves between his eyes. What if I say or do something to mess this up? Like what? Dad, you've chauffeured around dignitaries before doing your old job. Exactly. Chauffeured. No one expected me to contribute anything to the conversation. This time it's different. I'm Declan's husband, and anything I say will reflect badly on him. I placed a hand around his shoulders and squeezed him tightly. Dad, relax. Declan doesn't give a damn if you understand anything that goes on with his business. If he did, then he wouldn't have married you. I suppose. Exactly. You just need to nod and fake it. And if that doesn't work, then just stand there and look pretty? I grinned at him and he scowled at me. Seriously, don't worry, I have your back. You can always follow my lead. Thanks. I know I could count on you. He took a deep breath and we strolled to the living room. I wasn't used to Dad freaking out about anything, and finding him so frazzled made me curious about who the guests were. There were about 15 of us in total at the little soiree. Men with their wives, although I did spot one other same-sex couple. The mayor and his wife, and at least two of the men I was introduced to had British accents. True to my word, I stayed by Dad's side, giving him silent support so he wouldn't feel too uncomfortable among these people. He actually did a better job at socializing than he'd thought, and I liked that, although Declan was busy walking the room and talking business, every so often he came over to check on Dad. I didn't miss their little hand-holding or discreet kisses, or the way Declan's eyes trailed Dad, even when he was on the other side of the room. Damn, I could see what Oscar had meant about being jealous of the two. The connection they shared transcended anything I'd ever witnessed before. I was deep in conversation with one of the men from Britain, who was explaining his business interests in more financing, when there was a subtle shift in the air. A hush fell over the guests, and everybody turned toward the entrance. My breath caught. Charles had arrived. Our gazes immediately locked across the room, and memories of the last night I'd seen him flooded my head. How he'd talked with such love about his first wife. How he'd said he was jealous of seeing me with another person. The way he'd looked up at me, leaning against the wall of the building, and told me to fuck him. Even though he couldn't get a boner in his drunken state. Would the offer still stand tonight? When he was sober? He stood out from among the other businessmen in the room. It was not because of the way he was dressed, form-fitting pants and a dress shirt that was so tight it strained against his chest. He left the top 2 buttons undone, showing off his chest. As usual. It had everything to do with the way Charles Moore moved, with sophistication and poise. He broke our eye-fucking, and a smile lit his face as he shook the hand of a man close to him. From the way he commanded everyone's attention, it was obvious who was the top dog here. He was. As was his son. I'd seen vulnerable Charles, and that side of him flicked my dom switch every time, but witnessing this side of him as well, just like the day at his office, made me want to bring this powerful man down to his knees. I stalked him with my eyes as he moved around the room. He had a charming way with the men, and he bewitched the women. I watched in amusement how their cheeks turned red and they smiled up at him like he was Adonis, even in front of their husbands. If anything, seeing him in this element was like an aphrodisiac. Every movement of his, every smile, every laugh heated my blood, like a predator locked on its prey with the sole intention of toying with him only to carry him off later and devour him. I lost focus of why I was here tonight. All I could think about was having Charles on his hands and knees, still dressed in his expensive clothes, while I painted his face with my cum. He refused to swallow, which was fine. We can get creative with cum in different ways, and him wearing it was another satisfactory option. Augie. Dad nudged me, and I dragged my eyes away from Charles to him. Yes? You completely spaced out on me, he groaned. I'm going to step out for a bit. Are you fine on your own? Sure thing, Dad. He slipped out of the room, and not 5 minutes after, Declan excused himself and went after him. I shook my head at them. Were they really ditching their own party for a quickie? I got roped into a conversation about cryptocurrency and ended up in a stimulating debate about the subject. For a minute, I completely forgot about Charles, caught up in the passionate discussion. I hadn't talked business in a while, and damn it, I missed it. I was good at my job, and now some jackass had blackballed me, and I wasn't even invited for an interview. You know quite a lot about finance. I noticed Charles standing so close to me. The words were spoken so low no one else could have heard him. As the other two men I'd been speaking to launched into a different topic, I turned to Charles. I immediately remembered him rubbing his face against my neck at the bar. Uncomfortable crotch moment. Now was hardly the time to spring a boner. My minor is in economics. It's my business to know. There are many businessmen who don't know shit about what they're doing. I didn't respond. Why had he felt the need to get my attention now? He could have gotten in touch with me in the days after I brought his drunken ass home. You're playing a dangerous game, Charles. I leaned closer to him so I was practically talking in his ear. You can't seem to decide if you want more or if you should back away. Which is it? I don't really remember what happened at the bar. His half-lidded eyes couldn't hide the lie. He might not remember all of it, but he remembered enough. Do you want me to refresh your memory? I don't think that's necessary. I can fill in the blanks. I brushed my hand discreetly down his lower back and let it hover just above his ass. It's up to you, Charles. I won't push. But just so you know, you'd look good with your tie around your wrists and your pants shoved down your thighs while I take a paddle to your ass for lying. August. The groan he let out wasn't fit for company. Any second now, someone was going to pick up on the undercurrent of sexual tension in the room, and I wasn't ready for Declan and Dad to find out about Charles and me yet. Not when we had unfinished business. I'll leave the front door open. The couple at the forefront of my mind re-entered the living room. If you choose to come, we play your games, but by my rules. The ball was in his court, but if he didn't show up tonight, I was moving on. I shouldn't even be lingering. We didn't have a future together. But I was willing to take Charles any way I got him. 29. Charles. Damn it, I'd tried. Tried to ignore the way August Long made me feel. Tried to ignore the fact that I'd gotten shit-faced drunk over seeing him with someone else. Tried to ignore the way his eyes had followed me all night. It should have creeped me out. Instead, it had become this cat-and-mouse game of me pretending I didn't notice, all the while craving that intense stare, wondering if tonight I'd have the strength to resist. Damn it, I'd tried. I had no intention of making the step he wanted me to take. Apparently, he had decided that for anything to happen between us, I had to initiate it. No way was I doing anything of the sort. Definitely not after watching how happy my son was, interacting with his business partners, Owen by his side. Owen had been good to me, even when I'd looked down on him, thought him beneath Declan. A hoot, really? Given I'd fallen for Poppy's high-class image, only to find out too late that was all it was. I'd slept with his son twice already. It should suffice. Yet I couldn't stop thinking about August's words, Had he actually meant to battle my ass, or had he been simply teasing? My confusion was worsened by the fact that I had no idea which I preferred. I was curious enough to sit in the driveway outside August's house, hands wrapped around the steering wheel as I tried to convince myself to back the hell up before it was too late and get out of there. I could be on a plane to Ibiza tomorrow. I could forget about August. But I didn't want to forget. For a brief moment, I'd felt again in ways I hadn't in a long time. I wanted that feeling over and over until I had enough and could live without it. Yes, that's all I need, to have August fuck all this desire out of my system. Eventually I'd get bored and be over whatever it was that drew us together. Then I could move on, hopefully with a daughter to raise by then. That was the only thing I'd have the time for anyway. Feeling better that I had a semblance of an end date to this, I got out of the car. I rarely drove, but I didn't want even my driver to know where I was and with whom. If I was going along with this madness, I needed complete secrecy, the kind that was sealed between August and my lips. I almost knocked, then remembered what he'd said about leaving the door open. The house was dark, the only light coming from the lamp in the hallway. Maybe he'd gone to bed already and decided not to wait on me. It was already after midnight. Everything was quiet, and I felt like a burglar sneaking around. It sent a thrill through my body, and I scowled as I headed for the stairs. This had to be all kinds of wrong. It took sneaking around to the next level, but there was something in it that made my steps light and my heart giddy in my chest. I had no idea which bedroom belonged to August, since he hadn't given me an exclusive tour of the house the last time. I tried the door to his man cave in the event he was there, but the knob wouldn't turn. I moved on to the next two, locked as well. Then I found the right one. Well, it had to be. It was the only door left. I should knock, at least let him know I was here. Not happening. I liked having the element of surprise on him. I entered the bedroom quietly and closed the door. The curtains were drawn and the paleness of the moonlight cast over August's frame in the bed. The sheets were tangled around his waist and his top half was completely bare. Was he sleeping? I moved closer to the bed and stared down at him in disbelief. He really was sleeping. The shadows of the room made it impossible for me to see his face clearly. Sure, I was a little late, by a couple of hours, but had he just gone to bed like my appearance or lack of it meant nothing to him? I knew it was irrational, but I'd wanted him to be on edge, wondering if I'd show up or not. What exactly would that solve? Nothing except stroke my ego that he was as affected by me as I was by him. My hands itched to take up the pillow and suffocate him. Well, maybe not completely, but just enough for him to realize that Charles Moore was worth pining over, especially when I was offering him something I didn't put out just for anyone. Instead of grabbing the pillow, I backed out of the room. I might as well go home. There was no way I was getting laid tonight. Where do you think you're going? At August's voice, I turned. He was in the exact position he had been in just a few seconds ago. Had he been awake the entire time? I thought you were asleep. I know we still need to talk about hard limits and all, but feel free to improvise in waking me up for sex anytime. Well, if you put it that way, I would have waited until another day. But you're not a very patient man, are you, Charles? I really wasn't. Plus, every time you leave, we start all over again in the number of days we go apart before we eventually wind up together again. His arm stretched out, and he grasped the cover on the other side of the bed and pulled it down. Face it, Charles, we're kind of stuck with each other. And I think it's kind of useless running from the inevitable. Don't you? It's not running. It's being responsible. Responsible was not moving toward the bed. In fact, it was the height of irresponsibility to sit at the edge of the bed and bend to remove my shoes. Thought you were known for being irresponsible. The bed shifted under his weight as he moved. I straightened, but he crowded behind me, his lips fastening on my neck. I moaned, leaning to the side, giving him a bigger canvas to create art on with his tongue. I lost my train of thought. Oh, what was the question again? His deep chuckle sent a shiver down my spine. He licked up my neck and bit the fleshy part of my ear. I said, I thought you were known for being irresponsible. But I have to draw the line somewhere. I shuddered at his breath in my ear. You're Owen's kid. He's married to my son, for God's sake. He grasped my hand and pressed my palm to his hard cock. Fuck, he slept in the buff. First of all, you need to stop seeing me as Owen's kid. That does nothing but send you running scared, thinking what we're doing is wrong. Isn't it, though? We're both consenting adults, right? Yes, but... His hand came over my mouth and stemmed the flow of words. But you're going to stop thinking about Declan and my father when we're together. He said softly. You're going to think of me as the man who knows exactly what your body wants and gives it to you, plus so much more. I let out a moan at the mental picture that popped up in my head. Now undress, take off everything, and come to bed. I jerked to my feet, my hands shaking as I attacked the buttons on my shirt. A button flew across the room and landed somewhere, the unmistakable pop loud in the darkness. It was of little concern to me as I dropped my shirt to the floor and tugged down my pants, removing them and my underwear at the same time. When I was undressed, I stood at the side of the bed, waiting as August retrieved something from the night table, then settled back against the pillows. Come to me, Charles. I obeyed my sir, sliding beneath the cool sheets. They were a little rough, nothing at all like the ones I had back home, but they weren't exactly unpleasant. The coarse texture was quite abrasive on my skin, but also made me aware of how much my senses had heightened. Lie on your side. I lay on my side with my back to him. He murmured words too soft to hear and kissed the center of my shoulder blades. He feathered my skin with kisses all the way down to my ass. I shifted one leg forward to give him better access. I'd anticipated this, hoped for, and had prepped myself at home before I'd come here. The hum in August's throat was one of pure bliss. You've got to be one of the vainest persons I know. His words were critical, but they came out sounding more affectionate. I found it also an odd thing to say when he was prying my ass cheeks apart. Oh, he was referring to the fact that I waxed everywhere. Well, that was nothing new. I had a regular appointment. I didn't like unwanted body and facial hair, when it was on my person, of course. I loved the way August pulled it off. Have you been playing with yourself since I fucked you? Yes. I even bought a small toy that I used in my ass. It was more awkward and less fun, but the result was usually a pretty good orgasm. How did I go for so long without knowing just how good it felt to have my prostate massaged while having sex? You'll no longer do that without my permission. Your permission? To make myself come? It couldn't be serious. Yes, because all of this now belongs to me. He squeezed my ass, then smacked it hard. The slap rang out in the otherwise quiet of the bedroom. My ass smarted, and I reached back to rub the area, but he brushed away my hand. What are you going to do, sir? I couldn't help my breathy voice. He was caressing the part of my ass he'd slapped, and the motion was screwing with my mind. Was it too much to ask him to flip me onto my hands and knees and nail me already? What was it with all this stalling? This. The squirt of a bottle. Then his fingers returned to my ass, rubbing against my puckered hole. A finger dipped inside, and I moaned. Yes, this was what I'd been after. Fuck yes. Kiss me. At August's command, I turned my head in his direction. His mouth landed on mine, our hot breaths mingling as the rest of us was. His tongue swept inside, licking the interior of my mouth, tangling with mine, and my blood turned into molten lava, flowing through my veins. His fingers worked inside my ass, plunging in and out lazily. There was no sense of urgency to his movement at all. His fingers crooked inside me, pressing deeper, harder, without picking up the pace. Fuck, sir. I couldn't continue kissing him and catching my breath at the same time. I threw my head back in his chest and writhed on the bed, hoping he would put me out of my misery soon. The pressure was building. Almost there. He removed his fingers. I blinked several times, my senses so clouded with desire I didn't instantly realize what was happening. Something pressed against my hole. A toy. It slid snugly into place until everything but the flat head was inside. Sir, I gasped. My ass felt so full. He leaned forward and kissed the side of my face. You kept me waiting for hours. His tongue trailed over my skin. Now it's your turn to wait, until I'm ready to make you come. Are you kidding me? I panted hard against him. Far from it. He pulled my back against his chest, spooning me. Now go to sleep, knowing that any minute, when I'm ready, I'll wake you up and fuck you like you're craving right now. But I want it now. The words burst from my lips like I was a petulant child. I would have cringed at the sound, except I was terrified at the idea of going to bed like this. A plug up my ass and my cock so painfully erect? Could someone die in their sleep from an erection that wasn't tended to? Trust me, he whispered in my ear. It'll feel so much better. Think of the weight of me waking you up just before dawn, sliding inside your body. That's really what you want, don't you, Charles? When he put it like that, maybe it sounded more pleasurable, in a torturous type of way. We won't do anything without your consent, Charles. Later we'll discuss safe words, but for now, you say no and I'll stop. Remember, whatever power I have over you is what you give, nothing more. I mulled it over, the newness of everything, the reason for my hesitancy. He allowed me the time, just kissing my neck and shoulder while I was trying not to be distracted. I wanted to do the right thing. That's what you want to do? To fuck me while I'm sleeping? His hand brushed my side. Yes. I relaxed against him and nodded. Okay. I'll make it good for you. Didn't he know words like that would only fill me with excitement and then I wouldn't be able to sleep? Snuggling wasn't a part of our deal. It wasn't necessary at all. But I didn't stop August from nestling my ass into the curve of his lap. His thick cock poking me in the ass should have kept me awake, but his kisses on my neck and shoulders were soothing. 30. Augie. Charles might come across as suave when he was awake, but when he was asleep, he was the complete opposite. He hogged the sheets. He was a hugger, too, and a leg thrower. The only thing missing was a snore. I supposed he wouldn't have had an issue sleeping in his big bed, but my queen-sized bed seemed insufficient for his acrobatics, and I liked it. Liked waking up to him plastered all over my back, or one of his legs wedged between mine like he wanted to crawl into my skin. Once I had to ease him over to his side of the bed, and he didn't even budge. He was a heavy sleeper who simply flipped over and continued sleeping. He didn't sleep on the pillow either. He kept it hugged to his chest. The bedroom was still only cast in the pale moonlight when I removed his leg from my waist and shuffled off to use the bathroom. I relieved myself, washed up, then returned to the bedroom and checked the time on my phone. Almost 4 a.m. I stood at the side of the bed and watched him sleep. Last night, I'd seriously doubted whether he'd show up. The hours had ticked by, but no Charles. Disappointed, I'd gone to bed determined to put Charles from my mind for good. But he'd come, albeit late, and now everything had changed. After his skittishness and guilt the last time he'd slept with me, I hadn't expected him to stay and share the bed with me. He kept stressing how much this thing, playing 3-night stand, a relationship, was nothing but sex. But here he was, sleeping in my bed, ass stuffed with a butt plug. I got hard as I remembered what we'd agreed on. I was being silly. That was the only reason he'd stayed, for me to wake him up with sex while he slept. Well, no time like the present. I moved as silently as possible, rolling on a condom. I'd used the butt plug so he'd be open and soft for me, little foreplay required. Still, I couldn't resist, and wedged my way between his legs and spread his ass cheeks. He shifted a little but remained sleeping. I didn't remove the plug. I licked at his taint and around the edges where the butt plug entered his hole. He twitched, but didn't wake up. I grasped the lube and slathered enough onto my dick, then went back to toying with his ass. I pulled on the plug, slowly working it in and out, gently. He let out a sigh, his ass cheeks clenching tightly, then releasing again. August. He whispered my name, voice husky and confused. Shh. Go back to sleep. I can't. Someone is playing with my ass. You will try if you want me to continue. A slight pause, and then 100 sheep, 99 sheep, 98 sheep. I had to force myself not to laugh. What are you doing? Counting sheep backward to fall asleep. Just shh. Pretend you're sleeping. It's hard to pretend when you're doing that. Why does it feel so good? Will it always feel this good? Only with me. I lied. Don't stop, please. I stopped playing with the butt plug in his ass. Go to sleep, Charles. You play dirty. All right then, nighty-night. Sir? My heart gave a tug, and I closed my eyes with a smile. Charles was going to be the death of me. He evened out his breathing like he was sleeping, and I went back to fucking him with the toy. I didn't want to get him off, and I moved slowly, turned on even more at his failed attempts to pretend he was sleeping. I pulled out the plug one final time and dropped it on the bed. I replaced the toy with my lubed fingers, getting him all slicked. He was breathing hard, but acting the part pretty well, especially when I removed my fingers, straddled his thighs, and gently entered him. A shiver ran through his body. I leaned forward and kissed his shoulder and neck. He liked it when I did that. It turned him on. He gripped the sheets, and although he was panting hard, he didn't utter a word. I slid out of Charles and pushed my way back into all that tight heat. Fuck, he felt so good. I fucked him lazily, thrusting with deep, fluid motions, grinding my pelvis into his hard glutes. Bracing my arms on either side of him, I stretched out over him, pulling out, then slamming into his ass hard. His breathing came harder, faster. He couldn't help moving against me now, spreading his legs wider, pushing his ass upward into my thrusts. Sir, please, Charles gasped out, unable to contain himself now. His hands wrapped around my arms, so soft and smooth against my skin. He clung to me tightly, moaning and cursing. This what you came for, Charles? I rasped in his ear. You've been burning for it, haven't you? Thought about me every time you played with your ass. Yes. He got up on his knees. I wanted it so much. You won't deny us this again, will you, Charles? I can't, he sobbed out. Need it too much. You just need to ask for it, and it's yours. I bit his shoulder hard, and he cried out, Oh, please make me come, sir. I sank my teeth in another fresh patch of skin. Beg me again. Sir, please. I can't. Need it. Please make me come. And again. My teeth sank into his neck this time. I love the way you beg, Charles Moore. He begged again. Over and over he pleaded for me to make him come while I thrust inside him. He was close to sobbing when I pulled out, spread his ass, and dove inside with my tongue. Sir! The word exploded from his mouth like an incantation. What was this witchery? It was the only word he needed, really. The only one I did, too. I plundered his hole with my tongue, his cries and groans making up for the taste of the lube. When he was a whimpering, quivering mess of limbs, I turned him over onto his back. I climbed up his body and smashed his lips to mine, ravaging him as I pushed his legs apart and thrust inside him, filling him up in one movement. Charles's back curved as I hit his prostate. He kissed me back almost manically, his fingers digging into my ass, pulling me closer to him, as if I could get any closer. I leaned back from him, brushing his neck and cupping the strong base, imagining it adorned with my collar. Owned. Sir's pet. The mental image did it for me. I released his neck, grasped his cock, and jerked him off while filling his ass. Our grunts and moans, hot breaths and gropes, branded the dawn. I'm gonna come, Charles strangled out, his whole body stiffening. I could have stopped my strokes, prolonged the torture, but I wanted to watch him fly while trapped beneath my body. Come for me, I rasped, staring down at him. The moonlight bathed his face in a healthy glow. He was beautiful, the tendons in his neck straining, his mouth slightly agape. He came silently, with such grace, pupils disappearing beneath his fluttering eyelashes. A gentle flush spread across his face, the tight lines of pleasure smoothing out as he smiled. He blinked and stared at me, moaning from my thrusts. I let go of his cock and brought my cum-splattered fingers to his mouth. He hesitated, eyes meeting mine. It would please your sir greatly if you accept what he gives you, my pet. Your pet, huh? Yes. I'll play with you and toy with you, but I'll also take care of you and cherish you. His eyes widened and I sensed a bit of panic. But then he lapped at my fingers, distracting me. His brows scrunched together as he tentatively licked a second time. Am I supposed to act like this is tasty or something? This time I chuckled. Charles was priceless. Saucy. I liked it. Try the or something. He caught my hand by the wrist and licked my fingers clean, all while staring right in my face. I wasn't stupid. Swallowing wasn't tasty at all. But it was sexy as hell the way his tongue darted out and swept at his own spin. When he was done, he dropped my hand and purred. Yum. Are you ready for more? I asked him hoarsely. There's no more. Oh. He sucked his bottom lip between his teeth. You mean yours? Yeah. I still need to come. What are you going to do? I pulled out of him and removed the condom, then dropped it carelessly on the bed. We'd run the sheet already anyway. I'm going to straddle your face and fuck your mouth. You're good to swallow my load and thank me for gifting you with my cum. He might not like the taste of it, but the idea of me fucking his face seemed to appeal to him. He pushed beneath my body until my cock was right there in his face. So eager, aren't we, pet? I smeared his lips with the dew of my pre-cum. Open up for your sir. I want to hear you moan with pleasure. Charles opened his mouth and I guided the head of my cock between his lips. He let out a moan, eyes flying up to meet mine almost in panic, as if he thought I'd choke him. I pulled out, grabbed a pillow to elevate his neck, and threaded my fingers through his hair. You need air or want me to stop, you tap my leg twice. Understand? Got it? I stroked his cheek with my thumb, trailing over his lips, hypnotized by their cute bow-like shape. When I dipped my finger inside, he sucked on it. A jolt electrified me. I eased out my thumb and replaced it with my cock. His lips were soft, where they rubbed against my shaft. His hands rested against my thighs, sometimes pressing in as I slowly fucked his mouth. But he didn't tap. His moans filled the room. I didn't get the idea either that he was only moaning because I'd asked him to. He was into it,
sucking with his cheeks, hands eventually wrapping around my thighs and pulling me in deeper.
Oh my God, Charles.
I braced my hands on the bed, hips snapping rapidly as the tingles down my back spread throughout my body. With a jolt, I pulled out, stroked once, twice. His tongue flicked out and lapped at the head of my cock. I groaned, hands jacking on my dick hard. Cum splattered on his cheek, spurted on his forehead, landed on his tongue.
Fuck.
Charles raised his head and captured the sensitive head of my cock into his mouth. His tongue swirled around, and his hand cradled my balls, squeezing the last bit of cum from me. When I got too sensitive, I tapped his cheek and he let go. I couldn't speak, my harsh and irregular breaths filling the room. I used my thumb to clear the droplet of cum on his cheek and fed it to him. He sucked the thumb into his mouth, his tongue licking at my skin. His hands were rubbing against my thigh in a soothing motion, almost comforting.
I think I can get used to the taste,
he whispered.
Especially when you look at me like that while your cock's in my mouth.
I fell to the right and pulled on his arm until he got the picture and sidled up to me, so we lay face to face. I slipped a hand at the back of his head and tangled my fingers in his hair as I brought his face close to mine. He bridged the gap and kissed me. Our kisses were lazy, unhurried, and steamless but sweet. We were both spent, but didn't seem to want to part just yet.
What took you so long?
I figured with us both being so mellow, now was the best time to bring up the subject.
Trying to do the right thing for a change.
He nuzzled my neck. Post-climactic Charles was a cuddle slut. He didn't even seem to realize how much he was touching me, and I wouldn't be the one to point it out. I liked this side of him. His leg hitched over my hip, and I placed a hand along his thigh, holding him in place. God, he felt good against me. Just right.
So are we done trying to do the right thing?
His lips stopped where they were pressed to my neck. He leaned back and frowned at me.
You think we're doing the wrong thing? Does it feel wrong?
I haven't felt like this
in a long time.
Then, as if he realized what he had just confessed, he buried his face back into my neck. This was the businessman who had a billion-dollar company, a man whose name was recognized in more than this state, and he'd let his guard down with me. I can tell you this much, my pet. I stroked his hair. No more running. No more avoiding this.
You don't mind that we have to keep this a secret?
His words came out muffled against my skin. No. I go through life hiding my dom side from the rest of the world. This won't be different.
It wouldn't be any different, would it?
It didn't matter that I'd have to see Charles at family gatherings and act like we barely knew each other. All that was important was us having this.
Because we can't ever have Declan or Owen find out about this.
Ever. His body went rigid against mine, and I continued stroking his hair. Relax, they won't. But what about Poppy? He let out a groan.
Poppy's the least of our concerns. We live separate lives, only together for the baby's sake.
The baby. Another matter we hadn't yet discussed, but we had time. For now, this was enough. Knowing he wasn't running out on me again. I'd have time enough to show him later that we could be together. I'd have time enough to tell him how much I adored him. In the meantime, I was happy to keep our secrets, to avoid the impending scandal that would ensue should anyone find out about us. This concludes Secrets by Gianni Holmes, narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2020 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. present. I moved as silently as possible, rolling on a condom. I'd used the butt plug so he'd be open and soft for me, little foreplay required. Still, I couldn't resist, and wedged my way between his legs and spread his ass cheeks. He shifted a little but remained sleeping. I didn't remove the plug. I licked at his taint and around the edges where the butt plug entered his hole. He twitched, but didn't wake up. I grasped the lube and slathered enough onto my dick, then went back to toying with his ass. I pulled on the plug, slowly working it in and out, gently. He let out a sigh, his ass cheeks clenching tightly, then releasing again. August. He whispered my name, voice husky and confused. Shh. Go back to sleep. I can't. Someone is playing with my ass. You will try if you want me to continue. A slight pause, and then 100 sheep, 99 sheep, 98 sheep. I had to force myself not to laugh. What are you doing? Counting sheep backward to fall asleep. Just shh. Pretend you're sleeping. It's hard to pretend when you're doing that. Why does it feel so good? Will it always feel this good? Only with me. I lied. Don't stop, please. I stopped playing with the butt plug in his ass. Go to sleep, Charles. You play dirty. All right then, nighty-night. Sir? My heart gave a tug, and I closed my eyes with a smile. Charles was going to be the death of me. He evened out his breathing like he was sleeping, and I went back to fucking him with the toy. I didn't want to get him off, and I moved slowly, turned on even more at his failed attempts to pretend he was sleeping. I pulled out the plug one final time and dropped it on the bed. I replaced the toy with my lubed fingers, getting him all slicked. He was breathing hard, but acting the part pretty well, especially when I removed my fingers, straddled his thighs, and gently entered him. A shiver ran through his body. I leaned forward and kissed his shoulder and neck. He liked it when I did that. It turned him on. He gripped the sheets, and although he was panting hard, he didn't utter a word. I slid out of Charles and pushed my way back into all that tight heat. Fuck, he felt so good. I fucked him lazily, thrusting with deep, fluid motions, grinding my pelvis into his hard glutes. Bracing my arms on either side of him, I stretched out over him, pulling out, then slamming into his ass hard. His breathing came harder, faster. He couldn't help moving against me now, spreading his legs wider, pushing his ass upward into my thrusts. Sir, please, Charles gasped out, unable to contain himself now. His hands wrapped around my arms, so soft and smooth against my skin. He clung to me tightly, moaning and cursing. This what you came for, Charles? I rasped in his ear. You've been burning for it, haven't you? Thought about me every time you played with your ass. Yes. He got up on his knees. I wanted it so much. You won't deny us this again, will you, Charles? I can't, he sobbed out. Need it too much? You just need to ask for it, and it's yours. I bit his shoulder hard, and he cried out, Oh, please make me come, sir. I sank my teeth in another fresh patch of skin. Beg me again. Sir, please. I can't. Need it. Please make me come. And again. My teeth sank into his neck this time. I love the way you beg, Charles Moore. He begged again. Over and over he pleaded for me to make him come while I thrust inside him. He was close to sobbing when I pulled out, spread his ass, and dove inside with my tongue. Sir! The word exploded from his mouth like an incantation. What was this witchery? It was the only word he needed, really. The only one I did, too. I plundered his hole with my tongue, his cries and groans making up for the taste of the lube. When he was a whimpering, quivering mess of limbs, I turned him over onto his back. I climbed up his body and smashed his lips to mine, ravaging him as I pushed his legs apart and thrust inside him, filling him up in one movement. Charles's back curved as I hit his prostate. He kissed me back almost manically, his fingers digging into my ass, pulling me closer to him, as if I could get any closer. I leaned back from him, brushing his neck and cupping the strong base, imagining it adorned with my collar. Owned. Sir's pet. The mental image did it for me. I released his neck, grasped his cock, and jerked him off while filling his ass. Our grunts and moans, hot breaths and gropes, branded the dawn. I'm gonna come, Charles strangled out, his whole body stiffening. I could have stopped my strokes, prolonged the torture, but I wanted to watch him fly while trapped beneath my body. Come for me, I rasped, staring down at him. The moonlight bathed his face in a healthy glow. He was beautiful, the tendons in his neck straining, his mouth slightly agape. He came silently, with such grace, pupils disappearing beneath his fluttering eyelashes. A gentle flush spread across his face, the tight lines of pleasure smoothing out as he smiled. He blinked and stared at me, moaning from my thrusts. I let go of his cock and brought my cum-splattered fingers to his mouth. He hesitated, eyes meeting mine. It would please your sir greatly if you accept what he gives you, my pet. Your pet, huh? Yes. I'll play with you and toy with you, but I'll also take care of you and cherish you. His eyes widened and I sensed a bit of panic. But then he lapped at my fingers, distracting me. His brows scrunched together as he tentatively licked a second time. Am I supposed to act like this is tasty or something? This time I chuckled. Charles was priceless. Saucy. I liked it. Try the or something. He caught my hand by the wrist and licked my fingers clean, all while staring right in my face. I wasn't stupid. Swallowing wasn't tasty at all. But it was sexy as hell the way his tongue darted out and swept at his own spin. When he was done, he dropped my hand and purred. Yum. Are you ready for more? I asked him hoarsely. There's no more. Oh. He sucked his bottom lip between his teeth. You mean yours? Yeah. I still need to come. What are you going to do? I pulled out of him and removed the condom, then dropped it carelessly on the bed. We'd run the sheet already anyway. I'm going to straddle your face and fuck your mouth. You're good to swallow my load and thank me for gifting you with my cum. He might not like the taste of it, but the idea of me fucking his face seemed to appeal to him. He pushed beneath my body until my cock was right there in his face. So eager, aren't we, pet? I smeared his lips with the dew of my pre-cum. Open up for your sir. I want to hear you moan with pleasure. Charles opened his mouth and I guided the head of my cock between his lips. He let out a moan, eyes flying up to meet mine almost in panic, as if he thought I'd choke him. I pulled out, grabbed a pillow to elevate his neck, and threaded my fingers through his hair. You need air or want me to stop, you tap my leg twice. Understand? Got it? I stroked his cheek with my thumb, trailing over his lips, hypnotized by their cute bow-like shape. When I dipped my finger inside, he sucked on it. A jolt electrified me. I eased out my thumb and replaced it with my cock. His lips were soft, where they rubbed against my shaft. His hands rested against my thighs, sometimes pressing in as I slowly fucked his mouth. But he didn't tap. His moans filled the room. I didn't get the idea either that he was only moaning because I'd asked him to. He was into it, sucking with his cheeks, hands eventually wrapping around my thighs and pulling me in deeper. Oh my God, Charles, I braced my hands on the bed, hips snapping rapidly as the tingles down my back spread throughout my body. With a jolt, I pulled out, stroked once, twice. His tongue flicked out and lapped at the head of my cock. I groaned, hands jacking on my dick hard. Cum splattered on his cheek, spurted on his forehead, landed on his tongue. Fuck. Charles raised his head and captured the sensitive head of my cock into his mouth. His tongue swirled around, and his hand cradled my balls, squeezing the last bit of cum from me. When I got too sensitive, I tapped his cheek and he let go. I couldn't speak, my harsh and irregular breaths filling the room. I used my thumb to clear the droplet of cum on his cheek and fed it to him. He sucked the thumb into his mouth, his tongue licking at my skin. His hands were rubbing against my thigh in a soothing motion, almost comforting. I think I can get used to the taste, he whispered, especially when you look at me like that while your cock's in my mouth. I fell to the right and pulled on his arm until he got the picture and sidled up to me, so we lay face to face. I slipped a hand at the back of his head and tangled my fingers in his hair as I brought his face close to mine. He bridged the gap and kissed me. Our kisses were lazy, unhurried, and steamless but sweet. We were both spent, but didn't seem to want to part just yet. What took you so long? I figured with us both being so mellow, now was the best time to bring up the subject. Trying to do the right thing for a change. He nuzzled my neck. Post-climactic Charles was a cuddle slut. He didn't even seem to realize how much he was touching me, and I wouldn't be the one to point it out. I liked this side of him. His leg hitched over my hip, and I placed a hand along his thigh, holding him in place. God, he felt good against me. Just right. So are we done trying to do the right thing? His lips stopped where they were pressed to my neck. He leaned back and frowned at me. You think we're doing the wrong thing? Does it feel wrong? I haven't felt like this in a long time. Then, as if he realized what he had just confessed, he buried his face back into my neck. This was the businessman who had $1 billion company, a man whose name was recognized in more than this state, and he'd let his guard down with me. I can tell you this much, my pet. I stroked his hair. No more running. No more avoiding this. You don't mind that we have to keep this a secret? His words came out muffled against my skin. No. I go through life hiding my dom side from the rest of the world. This won't be different. It wouldn't be any different, would it? It didn't matter that I'd have to see Charles at family gatherings and act like we barely knew each other. All that was important was us having this. Because we can't ever have Declan or Owen find out about this. Ever. His body went rigid against mine, and I continued stroking his hair. Relax, they won't. But what about Poppy? He let out a groan. Poppy's the least of our concerns. We live separate lives, only together for the baby's sake. The baby. Another matter we hadn't yet discussed, but we had time. For now, this was enough. Knowing he wasn't running out on me again. I'd have time enough to show him later that we could be together. I'd have time enough to tell him how much I adored him. In the meantime, I was happy to keep our secrets, to avoid the impending scandal that would ensue should anyone find out about us. This concludes Secrets by Gianni Holmes, narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2020 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.